hits a shadow of his own and pins Choron to the wall.
As long as he can, the point is allowed to flip down the mayhem, sweep them away. Unbelievable!
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
Another one falls to Muse. Oh no, you can't do this. It's really starting to go off now. What the hell did I just witness?
Pardon? Alright, looks like Pork's back on the menu, boys.
Lippis killed 2, and he drops and snipes 3.
It's a double pulse! A double pulse in overtime! Massimo putting a shy! Looks incredible! Mary, what? Wait! Was that triple collapse?
Where did that come from?
What is...
Hello and welcome to Watchpoint. I'm Avilee May, and with me on the desk are Jonathan Reinforce Larson and Scott, cat on my shirt, Kennedy.
Reminds me of Salem. I miss my cats. It's been like 5 days.
Oh.
I'm a crazy cat person these days.
Now, do you think that cats forget about you when you leave?
I know Bo, my primary cat, has massive anxiety. Apparently he's just been meowing everywhere. He's been a terror to the world, so it's all right. He'll get through it.
Do you have any pets?
Yes, I have a dog.
Does he miss you?
She misses me a lot. Yeah, she barks without me.
Oh.
Yeah, we were all, I think, like in the trailer today or last night, and I pulled up kind of like the camera feed, and I go, "Hi, my Threshy boy," and then he looks at the camera and just goes, "Oh."
It was so sad. It was so sad.
Oh, that hurt. That hurt so bad last night. But listen, we all love our pets, and we're all going to get to see them very.
Do you think people are upset we're not wearing animal costumes today?
Yes.
I've been thinking about this, and I feel like a bit empty inside. Like, I feel like I'm not living up to my best self.
I know, right? Because we have to be professional for at least one of the days.
The playoffs.
Of the week. I mean, we kind of have a kitty shirt. I mean, Scott has a ripped hole in his jean, so I mean, that's not very professional.
Yeah, it's the fashion, apparently.
That's the fashion.
This right here. This is the fashion right here.
What
That's the good stuff.
Get the ankle, baby.
Yeah.
What type of flair would you add?
Sorry?
What type of flair would you add? We don't have anything Overwatch to add into this, right?
We'll think about it.
Yeah, I forgot, we have an actual show to get into because we have reached the penultimate day of the Overwatch League Mid-Season Madness Tournament. 6 teams have been sent home, leaving only 6 remaining to fight for the title. Let's take a look at how the last 4 days wound up with our handy-dandy bracket. Oh, bracket!
Bracket!
Oh.
Hey, there's the bracket, and we've got a day full of action planned out as we see the first seed San Francisco Shock take on the second seed Los Angeles Gladiators, and this is all going to be in the semifinals of the winners bracket. But of course, we do also have the losers bracket, where the rest of our teams currently are. See, the Shanghai Dragons are going to take on Atlanta Reign, and then we're going to get that rematch of the Hangzhou
Let's go.
Spark.
Let's go.
Fusion. That's going to be the exciting match of the day. And of course, this is the order that it's going in. We're going to see the Reign take on the Dragons first up, starting at 4 p.m. right after our pre-show. Then we're going to see that rematch of Fusion against the Spark. Then we will see the number 1 and 2 seed teams fight it off in the Battle of California. And then, of course, we are going to see that 4th and final match of the day. I believe the winners of our first 2 games. Guys, we've got a doozy of games kind of like going into this.
I don't like the word doozy.
You don't like the word doozy?
No, it sounds lame. But doozy is like big, but doozy sounds lame. I don't get it.
Doozy. I
I think we should change the definition of doozy, but that's for another time. That's
Yeah.
for another time.
Yeah. I'm trying to like catch my train of thought as I'm like looking at the prompter. I'm like, come on prompter, come on prompter. I wrote this script. I need a little bit more. There we go. Now, guys, what stands out the most to you with how things have shaken out so far, Custa?
I think it's going to be the fact that the Hangzhou Spark have been the leading East team. I don't think anyone expected that. The Shanghai Dragons struggling. The Seoul Dynasty went out first round, and the Spark have decided that they're good in the playoffs now. So that's a first.
Mm-hmm. Johnny, what about you?
I mean, that was what I was going to say, and then Costa said it. So now I'm like, what do I do? Honestly, I am quite shocked how tank flexibility is so important in Overwatch, and some teams are just getting hard countered. So I'll be talking more about that later in the show, so stay tuned.
Yeah, we've got tons of stuff to be talking
Tank
about.
thoughts. Tank thoughts with Reinforce.
Tank thoughts on Reinforce, I love that. Well, those are the teams that are remaining, but 6 teams tried so hard and got so far, and in the end, it doesn't even matter. Guys, we talked about this in rehearsal. I'm not allowed to make this joke.
But it's so funny.
I'm not.
It's
I am.
so funny.
The internet has banned me from making this joke.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Don't look at my Twitter. But listen, here at Watchpoint, we like participation trophies. And a lot of teams may not have reached their ultimate goal, but they have done plenty of things to be proud of. So let's hand out some consolation prizes. Now, Custo, why don't you start us off? Who is deserving of your proverbial pat on the back?
For me, it has to be the London Spitfire. Yes, they went out in the first round in a blaze of fire to a reverse sweep of the Florida Mayhem. I know it's disappointing, but overall, as a team, they've been doing incredibly well. Most of us had them 20th in our power rankings or 19th or pretty low to the bottom, but they have an 8-4 record so far in this season. And you have to give Christopher and the entire London Spitfire franchise props because they're working with a lot less than some of these other teams. Their budget is definitely not there. But with these random players, well, not random, but these sort of unknown players and these players that don't have as much clout and sort of previous performances, they are stepping up to the plate. You know, we got Backbone, who's been popping off the chatty narrative throughout the entire year. We have Spark, who's been popping off, and then you got Bone back flexing over to that Zenyatta. Honestly, this Spitfire team has just been consistently impressing me from time and time again. Did not get that playoff performance this time round, but I'm excited to see more of them as the season goes on.
London Spitfire went out in the first round, but then you're also praising them because of their performance.
That's what
you know what I will call that? You know what I will call that?
What?
A hybrid theory.
Can I leave?
That was really good. That was really good.
Can you just focus on the numbers?
Okay, sorry. Looking at the Spitfire record last season, they just scratched a win in the 2021 season. 2022 season, look at them, 8-4 series record over the regular season, 26-20 map record. That's a great improvement in just a year, especially seeing as they didn't make major changes to their roster.
Mm-hmm. They also got a fan, which is me joining in for the Spitfire, unfortunately, yeah.
You like the hybrid theory?
Hey, Johnny, if you could tell someone, well, you tried, who would that be?
So guys, you were the kickoff Clash champs, and now you just disappointed us all. There's no consolidation prize. You get nothing! You actually get a league point and 25k. But so, come on, we're a little bit disappointed. You know, you'll get back to it. Profit. You'll find another playoffs, all right? You'll find another playoffs. Let's talk about Florida Mayhem instead, all right? Because they make me a bit more happy than a Seoul Dynasty, all right? Florida Mayhem, they had a good tournament. I think so. Yeah. Checkmate. I think he had a great performance this tournament because Checkmate, you know, he's been kind of average. Like, he's had to earn himself this damage role in the Overwatch League. And I think the Overwatch he played the past week has been some of the best Overwatch he's played in his entire career. He was integral to the Florida Mayhem strategy. You can see for yourself, 9.5 final blows per 10 minutes, 50% pulse bomb attach rate. This is Checkmate we're talking about, okay? This is not some elite tier tracer. It's a great step up for Checkmate as an individual, and I'm looking forward to see him grow furthermore. Now, also the Florida Mayhem, I think they're building a kind of foundation with their team. We've talked about the attacking flexibility of so many of these teams and how they're getting abused because of that. The Florida Mayhem, they have someone in their team and someone he's willing to flex over to all kinds of tanks. Now, he might not be the best ball player, he might not be the best Zarya player, etc. But he's shown willingness to play these tanks. And hearing about his practice regimens, how much he loves just playing Overwatch and how he's eager to just become better and better each and every single week, I have faith that someone can grow and develop into like a standout tank player that is able to fill all of these different tank heroes in Overwatch 2. So I think that Florida Mayhem, they're improving this foundation they have going in Overwatch 2, but also the individual play for some of the guys on the Florida Mayhem is starting to get better and better each and every week. XC, I didn't even mention him, but he just has some pop-off moments. So the Florida Mayhem, I think they're improving. They finally got over that hump by reverse sweeping the London Spitfire and taking it to some of these better teams around the league. So I'm looking forward to seeing more from the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, I like the shout out for Checkmate just because he was the one player in that Fusion game where I was going like, no, just take him out. Get him out of there. I don't like him on Tracer. Get him away from the Fusion. So
yeah, he made me numb.
to be on the same desk as him anymore. Get me out of here. I'm just gonna jump straight into mine, and I'm going to give my consolation prize to a team that has a trophy case full of them, the Houston Outlaws. And it's fine, because their fans seem to always be pretty happy that the guys in green just tried their best. And of course, I'm gonna shout out Jake, because he gave us a lot of stuff for us to talk about here on the desk, whether it was tips that Custa heard in the bathroom, learning how to.
See him in the bathroom?
You know what? He had to FaceTime me in. He also taught us how to learn how to read in the sunny state of Hawaii, or he also taught me what the term Houstonable really meant there, Scott.
Yeah, he really defined that. You know, he's been around since the franchise beginning. Jake, Houstonable is in his blood, so you know it's definitely a good person to follow on and learn the ropes from.
Most definitely. All right, well, that's basically the analysis that I have, guys, and enough with, you know, lying to these teams to make them feel better, because the battle of NorCal versus SoCal continues with the San Francisco Shock taking on the Los Angeles Gladiators in the semifinals later today. And we're going to get into the details right after this break.
It's gonna be
Don't go
so
anywhere.
good. It's gonna be so good.
It's gonna be so
It's gonna be so.
Welcome back to Watchpoint, and you know what they say, West Coast, best coast. And the top two teams coming from sunny California are prime examples of NA talent topping the charts. The San Francisco Shock and the Gladiators fight today in hopes of locking their spot into the Mid-Season Madness Grand Finals tomorrow. Now, these teams, of course, have a lot of history together in the rivalry we've called the Battle of California. Now, the Gladiators clutched it out against the Spark yesterday, and the Shock proceed to obliterate the Shanghai Dragons now. And I may be newish to the Overwatch League, but in my several days here so far, even I've noticed that there's a lot of Tracer in that matchup. So is that the matchup that we should be focused on here, Costa?
Yeah, I know we talk a lot about Kevster and Proper and their Tracer, but if you are having this matchup, you just have to talk about them because they are really the linchpins of both of their teams. The way that the rest of the team plays around and just enables their Tracers to pop off is incredible. And, you know, Proper has the edge. This is just in the Midseason Madness tournament, just this week. Proper has that edge, and, you know, you can talk about schedules, who they've played, how well their team has done, but Proper has been going absolutely crazy. Same with Kevster. I'm interested to see how these two are going to match up. The last time we saw these two teams play was in the last stage, in the kickoff clash, and the Gladiators got reverse swept by the San Francisco Shock. So I'm sure they have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder from that one, but I'm looking at Kevster to really be that player that he always is, because I don't see either of these players trying to step away from that Tracer. We've seen a little bit of Genji from Proper from time to time, but I think both of them are going to be playing very stock standard dive styles, and you will see these guys go head to head consistently in this match, which I'm just so excited for, honestly.
I'm trying to remember, was it Finn in his post-game interview who shouted out Kevster, I think it was, saying like, oh, Kevster's pretty good, have to look out for him. But Johnny, I'm going to take a shot in the dark here that you want to highlight the tank players coming into these teams. So which frontliner has earned your praise?
Yeah, you're right about that. I think we got to talk about Reiner in this one.
Yeah.
Reiner's just too good, all right? And he's going to be crucial in today's matchup as well, because San Francisco Shock so far, they've liked to slow things down with the Diva. And Reiner, I think he's just going to have a free-for-all in today's match. Playing the Doomfist, this is him so far in the tournament. First in hero damage, eliminations, final blows, meteor strike kills, second in deaths. I mean, this guy is on fire. And so, not really being able to put pressure on by like Asaria, for example, I think Reiner is just going to have a field day in the server today, and it's going to have so much impact. We saw against the Hangzhou Spark, for example, how long he can actually stay alive in some of these engagements. It's really impressive, and I just like the sheer damage output. I think if the Shock decide to slow things down again today with the Diva, for example, it's not going to be a lot of things that could really stop Reiner. So I think you might see him outperform, you know, compared to his league average in that part, because there's less counters in the way. The Shock, if they want to counter Reiner, like, good luck. Either you have to, you know, mirror his Doomfist play, or you might have to do some hero flexibility stuff, which I don't think the Shock are really comfortable with.
So you don't believe in the Diva taking on the Doomfist? You think the Diva is just going to struggle in that matchup?
I think that the Diva can't really do much per se to deal like with the Doomfist. I feel like Reiner, with his engagement tools and disengage tools, I think he's going to have way more proactive like agency in that matchup himself. And if he plays that agency really well, I think that the Gladiators are going to be able to orchestrate these dives to get the max amount of you know, power from the dives coming in.
I agree, because like I like the Diva versus the Wrecking Ball and the Winston, because you can just follow them around, right, and just poke at them. I think Doomfist, if you just punch him against the wall or you use the power block against the Rockets, it should do pretty well. So I'm interested to see how that matchup's going to go.
I also kind of want to see more trash talk coming out from all of these.
Oh, there will be. Don't worry about that.
We got it from Reiner. We got a little bit from Finn, but was it really Finn at the end of the day, or was it Hunter standing literally right behind him, using him as a puppet? But now, of course, in this tournament format, the loser gets to pick the next map, and that could lead to some interesting scenarios for both of these teams, Costa.
Yeah, so we don't really talk about map selection that much, just because of, you know, the meta consistently changing and all that kind of stuff. But this is this season's hybrid map records coming out from both of these teams. The San Francisco Shock, on the back of that Kaluge Diva, really like to play that Icon Vaulter, and they have been successful on it in comparison to just the 2-2 record from the Gladiators. On the other hand, though, Shock have struggled heavily on Midtown, while the Gladiators have yet to drop it, I believe, is what I'm looking at here. So depending on who wins this first map, which is going to be Ilios, a map that Funny Astro and that we just saw the Gladiators absolutely dominate on, the losing team is going to be able to choose their better hybrid map. So I'm excited to see how that is going to play out in this series, and teams playing to their strengths.
And yet still no Hanamura.
It's not coming back. It's over.
People in the chat agreed with me. They said, no, Custa, let her talk as soon as I brought up Hanamura. Just let me have this. They went, oh, 2 CP, let's bring it back. And so far, you're the only one who says no. Johnny, back me up.
I don't want to see any 2 CP.
It's over.
All right, go ahead and break my heart. But you know what else breaks my heart? The fact that I can't be watching Overwatch League from home right now so that I could get 200 League tokens for the new Mercy skin. Woo! Take a look at it. It's the new Mercy Royal Knight skin, and you too could get it for a mere 200 Overwatch League tokens from now until August 19th. Or hear me out, guys. I found the secret strat. You could also potentially host the Overwatch League desk, complain about not getting the skin, and then have it personally delivered to your battle.
No. We're honorable. We are honorable here, all right?
It works for me.
What? So you just cut the line. So you just come in here, host the show for a couple of days, and now all of a sudden, all of these great chatters that you just sided with, they have to sit there and watch the Overwatch League and watch us.
The viewers are doing hard work, putting on their laptops while they go to school and coming home to League tokens.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
You're cheating. I think you should donate your League tokens to chat.
I'm just built different. Now we're just minutes away from our first match of the day, the Atlanta Reign against the Shanghai Dragons, a matchup which is a bit more of a surprise, to be sure, and also a welcome one. Now, we'll break down Dragons versus Reign on the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere. I earned the skin.
No, you did not.
I earned the skin.
No, you did.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Watchpoint. A quick amendment. I believe I said that Finn was the interview subject from yesterday, but it was Patty. I saw the justice for Patty in the chat. Apologies, my bad. But now we do need to jump into today because we kick off the day with none other than an elimination match in the lower bracket between the Atlanta Reign and the Shanghai Dragons. It is now do or die for these two teams because the loser is getting sent home. Now, Atlanta dispatched Houston with relative ease yesterday as they continue to make their run through the lower bracket, while Shanghai, quite frankly, was embarrassed by the shock. So, Johnny, I have but only one question for you about the Dragons' performance. the hell happened?
They kind of got dominated.
Yeah.
It was not good. Fate didn't really have a good time. It was not too good. And I feel like these issues will remain in today's matchup against the Atlanta Reign. The Wrecking Ball didn't really work. Kalush exposed it with the Doomfist and also the Diva play. The Shock were actually quite surprisingly started off playing Kilo on this Ashe, and they showed willingness to play way more Diva in this matchup. So Fate didn't really have a good time on the Wrecking Ball. We also went to Circuit Royale where we saw, Void come out and play some Sigma. It really just felt like this entire composition came to a halt. It was not good. I mean, the Shock were super impressive, don't get me wrong, but I am worried for the Shanghai Dragons going into this matchup because they did not look comfortable. They did not look like the elite team that we were expecting from them. So I think they'll continue to be kind of dominated in this tag matchup. Void obviously showed some frustration after yesterday's loss. That was one of the worst losses we've seen Shanghai Dragons go through in like over 2 years.
Yeah.
It was devastating. So I almost think Shanghai Dragons should like abandon ship.
Time to forward.
Elaborate on that. What?
I mean, okay, so hear me out. They play this Wrecking Ball so much at this point. I think you need to find reasons to like force Winston, all right? So like Dorado, great map to force Winston. Maybe like get Void in there to play some more Saria on some maps if that's something you want to do. But the Wrecking Ball against Hawk's Doomfist, and like I think Atlanta Reign are like gonna laugh to the bank, just like, haha, they have Fate in. We will just, abuse the fact that he's Fate, that he knows plays Winston the ball. The tank matchup here is going to be amazing to watch, quite honestly. And maybe Shanghai play some Rush, right?
Well, I might no, Rush. No,
they have.
We saw Fate just in this tournament play Doomfist. Like I'd almost rather just see them take the mirror. Like they have good.
But Hawk is a better Doomfist.
Yeah, he is. But like at some point, they're going to be walking uphill no matter where they are right now. I think matching the Doomfist and just hoping that your talented players can step over that, I think that's a better look than abandoning ship and playing Rush.
Yeah.
Hey, on some maps, okay? Not Rush on Dorado. Rush on like Colosseo, all right? Or something. I don't know. But no, yeah. Map dependent.
Abandoned ship is a little drastic, but hopefully for the Shanghai faithful, the Dragons can get their tank issues sorted out. But unfortunately, that might not be the end of their troubles, huh, Costa?
Yeah, so a big thing that we've been talking about a lot this year is, Fleta has been the meta for the last 2 years. The meta is shifting. We're in Overwatch 2, and Fleta does not seem to be that player for them anymore. He has struggled so far this season. He's had a couple of breakout matches here and there, especially in this tournament, but in this specific playoffs, he has been struggling. You just look at these numbers here. He doesn't die much, but he also just doesn't offer a whole lot in comparison to the rest of the team.
What do you think you do here?
Sorry?
What do you think you do here?
Yeah, well, and that's it, right? Like, he's sort of supporting Lip and hoping Lip pops off. But Venom individually has been on a different level on that Tracer. We talked about how he dipped Prophet on these moments. He has some great matches so far, and he is that Tracer specialist for the Atlanta Reign, and he's the guy that I'm looking at to expose the Shanghai Dragons. If he can get this diff going on the Tracer, we know how important Tracer is in this meta. Venom will be that sort of linchpin for them because, I agree with Johnny. If they come out and just try and play the same thing, the Atlanta Reign play very similarly to how the San Francisco Shock play. It's not going to work. We know how much flexibility Fleta has. I think if they try and come in, take this Tracer matchup, even though he's a rookie, Venom, I think, will diff Fleta. So I'm a little worried for the Shanghai Dragons, especially considering they have had, kind of how Atlanta had it yesterday, a 14-hour turnaround for this matchup. And I was looking at the time zone differences. It's 7 a.m. in Shanghai for this team, and we're all gamers. We don't do well in the morning. So I'm a little worried about this team of the short turnaround. They just got dominated. How do you fix things in such a short amount of time?
Lip just woke up. These kids are 5-stacking. It's gonna be tough, I'm telling you.
So you're telling me forget about DPS diff, tank diff, support diff, it's time diff right now.
It's time diff, that's right.
It is morning diff for this team. But now, Johnny, time diff aside, it seems that the youth seem to be taking over with Venom being an absolute monster in this tournament. And I'm not hearing a ton of hope for the Dragons coming out from you guys, but how could they get it done today against the Reign?
There is one man, one giant, the last hope, Lip, I need you to pop off, all right? Well, I don't need you. Your team needs you. Your team needs you to pop off. This Circuit Royale performance yesterday was absolutely bonkers. I mean, just look at these shots. They're ridiculous. And I need you to do this all maps in the entire tournament remaining, all right? If you want to win, you need to do this like 22 more maps or however more maps you need to do to win the tournament, all right? You need to step up today because your team needs it. Obviously, he popped up here on Circuit Royale and he tried his hardest. But also, we need to see this on like Sojourn, on the other maps. So starting up on the control maps, you need to set the pace immediately because Lip has been, you know, the standout player for the Shanghai Dragons this entire stage in those APAC qualifier matches. And I need him to just get going on Sojourn immediately, put Kai down in the Sojourn head-to-head, and it's going to help this team so much. I was thinking about maybe doing this segment, suggesting the Huario Genji, but then I realized I get fired off the desk. So here we are, Lip. Lip, I just need you to step up, okay? Because you are the Shanghai Dragons' last hope. He is the star player of this team. And if the Shanghai Dragons want to advance, Lip needs to just pop up. It's as simple as that.
He's already been popping off. The rest of the team needs to step up. I think Lip's doing great. Everyone else needs to step up.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get into our predictions really fast and see what everyone chose for the day. And gentlemen, I'm kind of hoping that we line up here together.
We are not lining up.
Have not
I'm
been
sorry.
lining up.
No lining up.
There's no lining up?
No lining up.
Especially
Where
with the
are we?
second.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh!
Danny, the homie.
We are the
Wow.
same across the board except for Johnny.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Johnny,
Yeah.
why are you predicting the Spark over the Fusion?
Because they are the superior team.
They also won last time. But I'm on the Hopium with you, so I've honestly just thrown this.
Okay, no, seriously, Costa, tell me why.
I actually think the Philadelphia Fusion, if they can find a way to stop Shy, I do not like the way that the
If they can find a way, you're just wrong.
Well, but as I said, Shy can't keep getting away with it. I'm on the Philly Hopium. I think
get
that they
away with
can show up. I think that they can perform higher level. But honestly, I've probably been blinded by everything Ovally's been saying over the last week.
We saw them win yesterday and we'll see them win again today. They've downloaded the Spark. They know that they just have to take Shy down immediately. I believe in the Fusion. Johnny doesn't, but that's okay because he's going to leave today being wrong. Now, everyone, that is it for Watch Point. We've got matches to get to and brackets to finish. The Overwatch League Midseason Madness Tournament continues right now.
Bet I beat you to the finish line, cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up. Running up the line and sleeping rough.
The team hits a shadow of his own and pins Choron to the wall.
As long as he can, the point is allowed to flip down the mayhem, sweep them away. Unbelievable!
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
Another one falls to Muse. Oh no, you can't do this. It's really starting to go off now. What the hell did I just witness? Pardon?
All right, looks like Pork's back on the menu, boys.
Lip has killed 2, and Z drops and snipes 3.
It's a double pulse! A double pulse in overtime! Massive opening is Shy. Looks incredible. Mary, what? Wait, was that triple collapse?
Where did that come from?
What is...
Hey everyone, welcome to the beginning of the end. I know it sounds really dark when I say that. Atlanta Raid versus the Shanghai Dragons are in the lower bracket, 2 red teams, but one of them will see red after this one. I'm Lemon Kiwi, this is leg day. And man, it's been a long journey to this point. So many game 5s, and it's come down to this. There's only 3 APAC teams left, and they're all in the lower bracket.
Yeah, lower bracket / APAC bracket plus Atlanta. You know, it's not been a fantastic tournament thus far for Shanghai Dragons. They started off strong, Lemon, beating out one of the best teams coming from North America, Dallas Fuel, 3-0. Wasn't a great end for the Dallas Fuel, but now Shanghai Dragons, the final godfather of Overwatch 1, have been cast from Mount Olympus into Tartarus, and now they're having to make this brimstone-soaked pathway back up towards potentially the finals, but it's going to be a long way to get there. And also, they're not looking fantastic Atlanta Reign stand in their way, and well, Vedeska had plenty to say about Atlanta Reign, and so did I. So let's take a look at these starters, because Lemon, you and I last year, we were casting a lot of North American contenders, and we had ourselves an import. We had ourselves a little bit of the Picante, which was brought over in the form of Venom. We called him the Tracer Supreme, and it seems like in this particular tournament, he's been living up to that reputation. Venom, you saw the graphic earlier against Fleta, is doing so much damage. Not playing as much of a supportive DPS as you might expect when Kai needs all these resources to stay healthy and stay spacious in these hit scans. Venom is still punching out so much damage to allow Kai to get those finishes.
And it just feels like we're proud parents right now for Venom, because I feel like
we
were there, by the way. Like, we were fans since day one when this guy's career truly blossomed, and Contenders Korea was like smurfing in Contenders on Tracer alone. And he was touted as this one trick, and people were just like, oh yeah, he's good enough to be an owl, but what else? And it doesn't matter, because you can sign a Tracer now and be confident. And Venom, well, he's delivered, and more than enough in this tournament setting. But someone who's really had some great development is Hawk, who was previously an off-tank and is now a jack of all trades. You looked at Atlanta Reign and you're like, yep, this is a Doomfist identity team, but Hawk is now on the Winston and the Sigma, and because he's showing that flexibility to so many different tanks, their weaker maps like King's Row are looking immensely better now that they can operate on a Sigma on attack and waste less time on the Doomfist. So there's a lot to expect now from the Atlanta Reign than just the one identity.
Man's a bona fide joke, but here are Shanghai cast from the top down into the lower bracket. It's the same team as last year, Lemon, -1 additional place that allowed for 6 versus 6. It wasn't a huge amount of changes the Shanghai Dragons have went through. Yes, they picked up Bebe, who has stayed around, but the roster was thinned. It was crystallized into a more streamlined form. Alas, yesterday, only one member of Shanghai actually logged in, and that was Lip. Everyone else stayed in the dugout, basically uninstalled Overwatch. It was not filling me with confidence. Yes, Lip does pop off, but Fleta's damage numbers leave a little bit to be desired across the entire tournament so far, and Fate was pretty heavily countered.
I know, like, Reinforce was having some doubts on Fate's performance in the previous matches, but the one thing you can always depend on is Kai and Lib. This Sojourn battle is going to be legendary. I just can't wait to get into this match. And then around them have been DPS that have had question marks in terms of consistency, where Venom and just the entirety of Atlanta Reign, just I feel like they perform so much better in these high stakes. They're the ones that perform well under pressure, and Venom has stepped up to that plate. Now, Fleta had some issues yesterday keeping other Tracers in the league in check, mainly when they went up against the San Francisco Shock, and there was no touching proper from that team. But Fleta, he can at least operate on the Echo, and he really likes copying tanks, and it just makes Shanghai Dragons frontline feeling like indestructible. But one map now will be chosen by the Shanghai Dragons, an advantage they can work with, and they decide to go to Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, it makes sense they wouldn't return to Oasis after the embarrassment suffered yesterday. Shanghai Dragons, they might go up against a little bit of an NA special here. We've seen a touch of Moira Lucio all across Shanghai, all across Lijiang Tower, and there it is. Ultraviolet picking up the old Irish peak biologist, and Atlanta Reign here. When it comes to the pace, will they be able to shell shock the Shanghai Dragons? Or will Shanghai Dragons be able to effectively kite these dives until they can find themselves an early pick? Remember here that Kai might have a touch more trouble building up that rail charge to really deliver the burst damage. But when we look at our Tracer matchup, Venom is putting out a lot more damage on average compared to Fleta.
Is this the Hawk Ball? The myth? The legend? I was expecting the Doomfist on Night Market, where it's just one of the best rounds even for Doomfist. And you can already tell by the Lucio Moira how Atlanta Reign are going to play this all together as they can. But Hawk, and you know Atlanta Reign, they love that confidence. If they can beat you at your own game, they'll do it. Atlanta Reign already have control of the middle of the map. Shanghai Dragons going through the sides of the map, but Lib already strikes first, diffing Kai. A 5 versus 4 point unlock. Sea Dragons have already made their way there. Atlanta Reign not gonna go down without a fight, but Hawk got CC'd, or just his rollout got interrupted and couldn't leave fast enough. And now this is a almost flawless fight for Dragons with the cap first.
Oh, so hard to play those off angles, Lemon. When you're playing with a Moira Lucio, the healing ranges are inherently limited because of the range of Moira's Bardic Grasp, and of course Lucio can only heal via his aura, so Kai couldn't get any long-range healing that you get from an Ana, or from a Repair Pack, or from a Harmony Orb. And I'm actually surprised here that Hawk has gone for a Wrecking Ball, considering that he's not as good a frontline combatant as someone like a Winston, who can stay around a lot longer with a Moira at their back.
At least for now, you see the Dragons, they kind of left the objective, and that's what's really cool about Night Market and the way APAC approaches it, is they'll cap the objective and then play around it, draw the enemy to the objective, and then surround them and pummel them from there. And Dragons have been getting a lot of first bloods, and it doesn't even end there. Now, the second fight won, they'll get to work on some ultimates soon.
Yeah, the real weakness here of the Moira Lucio is going to be that if you expend the speed boost too soon, you will be picked apart from all sides by the Shanghai Dragons. There is still a pulse bomb in hand. Good pathing here from Hawk. Gets on top of Izayaki. That's a finish from OG.
Yeah, Hawk back on his brand name, and you see how much it works. Atlanta Reign now with that quick pick on Izayaki. Lijigon is one. They know Atlanta's chance is to go to the point, but like I said, Dragons, they don't like to play on the point. They play around it, and then Fate had Mines, buys that real estate right back from the Shanghai Dragons as Atlanta Reign scatter, Lip and Flood get to pick them off on flanks. So this is textbook play of Night Market by Shanghai Dragons, and flawless so far.
Thing is, though, the raw damage that Atlanta Reign have for taking down people like Fate trying to contest a point is incredibly low. Without things like the Discord Orb, the tanks can stay around for so long, and even longer now, Solomon, because Shanghai Dragons have both of their support ultimates, and OG is still 15% shy and will stay there from his sound barrier.
Oh, this is last fight too. Reign, they can't afford this. Coalescence starts, and Kai kind of loses LOS on that, and Hawk is separated from the flock, and Shanghai Dragons keep picking them off. Lip is already dominating this lobby, and I was hyping things up, but this is not the way I thought it was gonna be. 100-0 in round one. APAC ain't playing around.
Oh yes. The journey back to the top of Mount Olympus starts with a single step, and that step was taken on control. Shanghai Dragons, they might have only suffered a single death there. I only remember Izayaki dying, but in the midst of those point battles, we might have lost someone else as well. Now Shanghai Dragons, yet again, another look. More of a London Spitfire kind of style here. A little bit of a rush. Here's a replay of Lip hopping off, and that is getting rid of OG and making sure there was going to be no sound barrier for the entirety of that stage.
That's pain. You know what's not enough pain? Dragons having a total of 3 deaths as a team that last round. 100-0. I wasn't kidding when I said this was almost perfection out of the Dragons. And now you got some rush. Fate swings away at the front line. You got the Maywall from Fludda to separate an Atlanta Reign member at the back. And this is already a one-man advantage for the Dragons. Point unlocks in a few seconds. Ultraviolet is off on his own, has been forced to use Fade, and Dragons want to coalesce on that. And they capitalize, and that won't be a fight for Reign for now, especially not with those heals. The Dragons will cap first.
So the dynamic here between the Sojourns is going to be super interesting. Kai's going to have a much easier time charging the railgun because they can charge it off both the the wall of the May and the shield of the Reinhardt. But at the same time, when you have the when you don't have the overclock up, there's no piercing factor to that projectile. So Fate can actually keep his team safe if Kai is on a main angle rather than going on an off angle. And Kai, if he goes on an off angle, has to be super careful about being rushed down. Venom swaps over now to the Genji to try and get a little bit more negotiation around Fate's shield and have an omnidirectional attack on that mono-directional defensive measure.
I like the Ana too from UV. You need the nano for Hawk, and especially on Moira, you use it for the survivability, and Ana just provides way more utility. And there's a sleep from UV, the man himself. Lee Jae-gon's okay though. Good Maywall from Fludda to protect things. Venom gets moved off. He'll be able to climb right back, or maybe not. I guess he doesn't. But it's still a 4-on-4. Izayaki's down. Not a ton of heals from the Dragons. But Reign don't want to take this fight. And will Atlanta Reign win a fight? I guess we'll find out next episode.
It's been a while since you've heard it, ladies and gentlemen, but welcome to Lee Jae-gon Tower. 2 environmental kills, edge guarding Venom. I don't even know if we're in the right game anymore. Shanghai Dragons remain in control, and Venom drags attention back over to a point, beginning to cap it as Lip falls down.
Yeah, Atlanta Reign keep trying to go for these re-engages. It wasn't successful at first, but the sound barrier starts from the Dragons. It's a 3-on-4. Lee Jae-gon only hits two other of his teammates, and it's just not working out. And at least it has them extending the lead that they have almost to 75%. Legion are going to die on that objective. And yes, it is true, Atlanta Reign can win a fight.
Every match win starts with a single one fight. Lemon Atlanta Reign have their work cut out for them if they wish to win on Shanghai Dragon's first map pick here. An overclock stands ready and at attention for Lip, while Fleta, with the Blizzard, is mostly going to be looking to either control the point here or maybe as a defensive measure against Venom's Blade, because a lot of people will be able to flee from this Blizzard.
Overclock starts, but Reign are just going to play hide and go seek. Hawk bumps into Fate. Maywall comes behind. Here's the solo shatter just to stop Hawk and whatever he's up to with this nano. Because OG has moved two people off from the Dragons who are crossing on bridge side or playing around the point. I have no idea how that happened, but OG just solo won Reign a fight.
All by himself. Fleta actually swaps over to the Tracer now, gives up the Blizzard, and I think that might be a slight mistake here. I mean, admittedly, Shanghai Dragons have decided to make an affirmative decision to swap their entire comp, but that would have been a really good defensive measure against the Venom Blade. But frankly, Shanghai Dragons now don't have anything for apart from Fate hitting a big punch. This is what the desk wanted. Fate moving away from a Wrecking Ball onto these other tanks, and yes, Reinhardt was one, but the other was Doomfist.
OG will have to be careful with this beat. I guess he was nowhere close from the punch, and Fate gets overwhelmed, punches in, and the barrier comes after. And a 1v5, not even Fate can do that. But how long do the Dragons want to stay around? They really just can't afford to stagger out anymore. This has been a 0 to 77 plus comeback from the Reign, and now they have the lead.
OG with an interesting use of a sound barrier there, just managing to swarm over Fate after he used both of his cooldowns and got antied. Fleta on the back line, going to put some pressure onto Ultraviolence, trying to distract people as Fate moves in onto the point to at least trigger overtime in a couple seconds.
Last fight starts. Venom, can he win it on his terms? Izayaki and Lip are already down to 5-on-3, no damage and no heals, it feels like. And Dragons just don't have enough gas in the tank. They might have killed UV, but Venom finished things off. A cleanup and a massive 0 to 100 comeback from the Atlanta Reign. That's legendary stuff as we go to round 3, Control Center.
A little bit of a flounder with a full comp swap on Control, and we rarely see those after like the first couple of fights. Alas, Shanghai Dragons thought they had a better chance going over to the Doomfist, but Fate's engagements, they simply were not reinforced. Fate was often engaging alone. Fleta's timings were a little bit off, and it meant that Atlanta Reign could just turn around at different junctures and find themselves 1 versus 3. So there's the first of the environmental kills. Yeah, we may be on Liege on tower, but OG loves himself a little bit of environmental kill too. And we also saw OG grow up in North American contenders. Alongside Venom, they were oftentimes in the grand finals facing each other. But together with their powers combined, North American contenders is here with a vengeance.
Lucio Mora, a lot of speed behind these Doomfist comps, enabling these rotations, both in and out, and now Dragons have control of the server side, immediately give it up. Now it's the Doomfist battle, orbs thrown left and right. Hawk, way more healthy than Fate, waiting for these anti-utilities from Izayaki. He gets one onto Hawk, but there was so much CC that came out of Hawk to stun up 3 members of the Dragons, and they all collapsed. Still, the numbers, you're not too confident you are the Reign, but now that you just utilize the speed, overwhelm the Dragons when they hesitate at the last second, the Reign will get the point with 3 members left.
Yeah, the second the Shanghai Dragons hesitate, they are going to be ran over by this Moira composition. It's all about the speed of being able to engage with that much AoE healing and potentially the damage orb as well to just get that kind of guaranteed damage where it doesn't really have to be aimed as much. You can see Venom already excelling on the Tracer, 81% of the way towards the Pulse Bomb.
Now, you'll have a flame from Fleta. He's close to Pulse. Even just getting on the objective and drawing Atlanta Reign away from server can help things out. It'll be 4-on-4 on servers. Here's the punch from Fate. Gets Venom. No immediate follow-up yet. Sleep on a Venom finished off by Fleta. 1-man advantage for the Dragons coming up to Nano. Meteor Strike more. The trigger's being pulled. A Pulse and a perfect patience to hit Hawk as he landed from Meteor Strike. And now Fate is nanoed. And he's going to just bulldoze this front line. And Ultraviolet won't give this up, or he will give this up with just a little whimper. So Dragons will get the point back.
Oh, that was a perfect round from Izayaki, hitting the sleep onto Venom, who had ready to go. This Pulse Bomb was incredible. And also, the finish there from Fleta gave him the charge he needed for the Pulse Bomb. Stick that onto Hawk as he lands from Meteor Strike, can't do anything about it. and instantly eviscerate that tank. Remember, there's not really a defensive countermeasure here like a Nano to help Hawk survive if he goes too far.
Coalescence first. Pressure mounts for the Atlanta Reign. It's countered by the Lee Jae-gong barrier as Lip just hopes to have the space to use this overclock. And now he has the resources to do so, but doesn't want to strike yet. But as he just is a little bit overly patient on wanting to use ultimates, I mean, Lip doesn't have any supports anymore, so Atlanta Reign will get the objective back.
For Atlanta Reign, though, that was a huge amount of their staying power expended in the fight. Both of the support ultimates expended almost simultaneously. The Coalescence doing damage through multiple people and the healing on top of a sound barrier. Lee Jae-gong expended his, but as Izayaki gets closer and closer towards this now, you've got to deal with the overclock first.
Yep, the fight being kicked off by Lip. Overclock. Oh, and it hits Hawk in the finish from Fate. That is the type of cohesion we needed from the Dragons. Presence on the point now. Range is barely holding on to the server. Fade already used by Ultraviolet. But the flank from Venom and OG is just so strong. They've already assassinated Izayaki. And even though Shanghai Dragons started the fight off on their terms and on the right foot, it's just the flanks from Reign are so strong.
There was a interesting interaction going on in that fight. Shanghai Dragons, though, looking towards the current battle. It's going to be all about this nano boost onto Fate, potentially onto Fleta as well if we can get deep enough. OG so low. Do you give over the nano for the extra burst? Never mind. The burst coming from Kai. Goodbye, Fleta.
OG was just the bait, and you bit. Shanghai Dragons got to do this without Fleta for now, and Venom already gets Hawk low with the pulse bomb, but he's reinvigorated by the nano. But what can he do with it? Forces the jump out of Kai. He wants to focus him down, but he's so deep at the back, and the Reign supports have his back. Shots exchange. Atlanta Reign in overtime territory. Dragons can't leave this objective. They might have saw the fade out of Ultraviolet. Fleta heads on the flank. He has the pulse bomb. He misses it all to Kai. And Dragons now don't have a tank, but they can depend on Lip maybe one last time. It's round 3. Will the Reign strike first in this map 1? Meteor strike at the back. Hawk starts the flank. He goes after Fate, but he's saved by the barrier of Lee Jae-gong, but they don't have Izayaki. Dragons have to win this now, but do they have the damage? The Coalescence from Ultraviolet will heal everyone back up, and now he starts to pressure down Lip, and the Dragons just don't have anything left in the tank at this point. There's so much heals with this Moira, and Atlanta Reign will take the round 3.
On their own map pick, some of the champions of APAC Lemon begin to crumble. Shanghai Dragons find themselves flummoxed by Atlanta Reign. Yes, the Moira composition did not pass muster over on the night marker, but in the tighter confines of the control center, where Moira's Bardic Grasp could get those tighter fights and the best of heals available, Shanghai Dragons found themselves with no answers to the Reign aggression. The Phoenix has begun to flame.
And the Dragons, though, they made them sweat for it, round 3. But as the desk said, the map choice for Hybrid is going to be critical. And we're going to see after this break where the Shanghai Dragons want to soar to.
There's been one player that's very consistent. Ultraviolet has been lights out.
Oh my god, UV is a god! Did you see that bionic grenade? It hit everybody in the dog! Really relying on Ultraviolet to just kind of do the heavy lifting of the support.
What happened there? Darcy got pooped, he got slept, he's got no power block. Goodbye, Venom kills 2. Easy peasy.
Ultraviolet and Zenyatta is absolutely nasty.
Where they just take a pick.
Archer goes down.
Okay.
Dorms across the map. Now one less support for the Outlaws and one less tank. Not good. Not good look. Ultraviolet kills 3 in that fight. Okay. All right, Ultraviolet, I see you.
Welcome back, everyone. Going into map 2, and it will be the Dragons' choice, having to play from behind. I mean, the Dragons haven't experienced this since the beating that the Shock gave them. But even after that beating, the Dragons didn't choose to go to this map coming up. They went to Iconfold there, but maybe trying to exploit some weaknesses or at least some tape that has already been revealed this tournament by the Atlanta Reign.
And also a little bit of an ultraviolet sizzle there, picking up the Moira 2 maps out of 3 on Lijiang Tower. More of an NA approach than an APAC approach, and there's a good chance for Shanghai Dragons haven't had as much expertise scrimming against those particular Moira, Lucio, Rush comps, and they're doing their own support swap ups here, bringing in Bebe, like you said, Lemon. This usually indicates a double flex support approach. Bebe, very good on the BAP, and in fact, Bebe was part of what we might call the failed Shanghai Dragons mid-season beginning experiment, where they played a lot of Bebe and Void, and they went 0-6. They didn't do great at the start of our mid-season Mandus qualifiers. However, they did start to fare a little bit better later on once they really zeroed in on using the Fate Ball. Kings Row, going to be an interesting choice for them. If Atlanta Reign are going to be defending first, it's a lot to try and get rid of Hawk's Sigma. He is a jolt, a jack of all tanks, but his Sigma certainly is something else and is real hard to dislodge.
And like I was saying, Dragons haven't been to this map, this tournament yet. The only time they ever lost control was to Shock, and they chose to go to Iconvault, so this is a different look. Meanwhile, Atlanta Reign have been to this map twice this tournament, both against Seoul Dynasty and the Houston Outlaws. Losing this against the Seoul Dynasty and winning against the Houston Outlaws. But what I liked about the Reign, which I felt like was one of their weaker maps when it came to the regular season, was because they were a little bit one-dimensional around the Doomfist. And it's rather when this map is so narrow, it can be quite easy to counter Doomfist, who doesn't want to play from front to back, but rather on these off angles. But ever since Atlanta Reign started incorporating Hawk and more of the other options, whether Winston or Sigma, Atlanta Reign have seen more success, even just more recently against the Houston Outlaws. So they'll be on the attack. We'll see what's up for bat first. The Hawk Winston.
Touch of Winston versus Winston here whenever Fate is a world-class Winston, a world-class dive tank, in fact. However, over on Lijiang Tower, I think the coordination between Fletter and Fate in those last 2 rounds was severely lacking. Fate's actually been isolated here, has to jump away from that disruptor field, and now has to expend the barrier as well. So Lemon, Fate's going to be lacking in resources for a while. This gives room for Atlanta Reign to start moving around this Mondata statue without taking too much damage from a Winston.
So Atlanta Reign just dive to the top right. Fate's going to body block that, but really, Hawk's been antied though, so he gets already below half health. You got to be careful of that with the focusing beam from Flutta for a quick finish, and Hawk is still getting poked down, and the heals are just not making contact from Ultraviolet. The supports were on the low ground, so without that, they don't even get a tick. But you'll have to keep in mind on how the Reign are going to try and either jump onto Lip or Izayaki or Bebe, who usually want to play in these windows, areas that are very hard to dive. But despite not having a tank, Reign have no problem just walking up to the point and taking almost 2 ticks. Now Hawk has been slept. Flooded doesn't want to interact with that yet. Lip got slept, and he backs on out too. Reign didn't really have too much of a hard time getting the point, despite getting killed a lot.
I have to once again question Fate and Fletter both working as solo artists there. It feels like Fate is almost in a I need to carry mode, and Fletter's playing a lot more reserved towards the back. Oh, Ultraviolet already dead. That is a huge pick from Lip. Might be once again, but Lip has to put on his carry pants for a little while until the rest of Shanghai Dragons are up to speed, or at least calming effectively. Venom's down as well.
Just more stagger kills, more ult charge for the Dragons. Depends what kind of initiative they want to take. If they want to engage with this Nano from Bebe onto Fade, with the Izayaki getting shot, you just have to be careful with these peaks, especially how they charge off the tanks. There, the Nano's actually given to Fleta, and not too close to the dupe, so he has to be careful how deep he wants to go. Kai has been nanoed from the other side, so that's been nullified. Now the Rain can move on forward. They don't have the Transcendence, but they want to chase down these members, these DPS from the Dragons that don't have their mobility cooldowns. But the executions didn't come quick enough for the Rain, and they break out of the choke.
Fleta and Fate finally moved together there on a dive. Alas, they were warded off by a nano-boosted Kai, and he's dangerous enough for about 50% extra damage. Venom with Possum in hand. Do they just want to remove Fate is the question. A deep dive with a Primal in the back pocket. Bebe is going to be public enemy number 1.
Bebe's in trouble. Great dive from Hawk. Lip is slept too, so this is just not going to be much of... Oh, Lip, as soon as Lip wakes up, the overclock, or at least the charge shot hits Kai. So it felt like this should have been a bit easier from the Rain. Now they're going to Primal on through. It's a 2v2, both Primals activated. Discord placed on the Venom. He heads out. The card is halfway to B. Fate is just going to try and exist as long as he can, but he doesn't want to be staggered. Now you can hold your ultimates for the end of point B. That's the fight that matters for the Dragons.
Oh, Fate's actually overextended a touch here. Might be in trouble if he gets afflicted with a Discord Orb, but OG's actually swaps over onto the Lucio, so not a huge issue now. Kai with the overclock, plenty of energy in the railgun, but needs to find the headshots. Shanghai Dragons are cowering away in fear for the moment.
Yeah, Fleta loves the copy of Trace here. It's in his wheelhouse for a reason. The pulse bomb at the ready. Not wanting to throw down to Ultraviolet. Only has a few more seconds. Doesn't connect, but now gets to fly away. That's all that matters. Ultraviolet dead. This is not a good push for the Rain, especially missing Kai too. And they wanted more out of that engage. It was so aggressive with Kai's overclock, but didn't really convert much after Izayaki fragged one.
All right, OG swaps back over onto the Zenyatta. The pathing out of this primary door, I think, is a little bit dangerous. Lip has multiple times attempted for the headshots on supports as they leave. OG luckily there, only suffering a body shot, and so now Fate once again has to recalculate how these dives are going to work, because the Winston's going to be in additional trouble when faced with the Discord Orb of OG.
And how about the Nano onto Fate too? He jumps from the corner, goes right up to Hawk, and he's body blocking him from the door, but still, Hawk had more backup than Fate did even when he had the Nano, but it's still a good dive from the Dragons when you kill both supports that the attack had. You force out the Transcendence, so the Rain don't have to be too sad about this. They have 3 members up. Kai is looking for a flank on the left side. That's a good pulse by Venom hitting Izayaki. And now Atlanta Rain can be more confident. They still only have 3 up. The Dragons will disengage temporarily before recontest, but it's not looking good for the Rain now after that shot from Lip.
Oh, Kai with oh my god in chat. Yep, me too, buddy, me too. They know it, Venom in the back. However, that is a lifesaver from Lit for Shanghai Dragons. A new lease on life after losing out on Izayaki. Hawk could have got so aggressive without having to worry about that Discord Orb. And so removing that initiative means that once again Shanghai Dragons can set up on these corners and control the engagement. Fleta is going to be pocketed over here, alongside Lip, of course, who is going to manage to escape unscathed. However, Hawk has bought a lot of space for his team to work with. Lip's actually going to move in.
The jump in the overclock. I don't know if Hawk wants that smoke, but he still backhands Lip and cancels the ultimate. The Dragons have to head out. Bebe's getting flanked by Venom and was able to win that 1v1 somehow. Not sure if Bebe's okay for now, and so are the Dragons, and especially Fate, who has the Primal Rage. Fleta gonna poke around the corner, see if he can assassinate Kai, but sees that Hawk's there too, so doesn't want to be too eager.
A fairly economically neutral fight right there. Lip expending the overclock and getting the 1-for-1 trade. Hawk now with the Primal though, could move incredibly deep onto Izayaki, try and get rid of that Zen and use his large form if he gets caught in a corner to body block any heals coming in from Bebe. That could be a huge asset for a Winston to use. Alas, Fleta, not been great on the duplicates thus far this year, but maybe somewhat more dangerous.
I don't know if you want to be on the flank on Ana, but at least you'll have a second chance at life. grabs the Mega and heads on out. But especially after seeing Venom on the flank on Ali's side, I like the idea, just not the copy. And it doesn't matter when the rest of the team are doing all the killing for you. You get to do your best impression of a third support. And with a few seconds remaining, the Rain ain't got nothing left in the tank. They have the ults. They just gotta be alive to use them. And Venom's the only person there to keep touching. But Hawk comes back on the Doomfist, keeps the overtime wick burning. But with the Transcendence, there's just no kills that are gonna be had. With all the leftover ultimates that the Rain had, it's Dragons always first blooding them. And that'll be the end of the road for the attack of the Rain before point B.
RIP from the LIP. It was Atlanta Rain's best chance, but was shut down, put in the ground, and consigned to oblivion by a wonderful random headshot from Lip, getting rid of Kai, eliciting an OMG in the chat. And without Kai, Atlanta Rain missed out on so much of their damage that they just could not complete the fight, where, with Izzyaki having been stagger-picked by Venom, Atlanta Rain were in their best position ever to try and complete second. Alas now, I think their best chances holding first here, and Hawk's Sigma holds on this first point are pretty prodigious in the Overwatch League, and Shanghai Dragons are going to need to keep their coordination absolutely perfect if they want to outdo Hawk, who's actually playing the Winston here. Maybe betraying the tape a little, thinking that potentially Shanghai Dragons are prepped for this.
I think this was the shot that made Kai talk in the chat. Yup, it was just mid-jump like that. I think my big issue with just the Rain on that last attack was just they didn't have enough pressure on that left side alleyway, so they were just one-dimensional when it came to the only road they were going to come from. And Dragons either fragged them from Izzyaki or from Lip at a distance, and whenever Rain had ults, it was just matched right back by the Dragons. And every time the Rain thought they had a chance, Ultraviolet and OG would die. There's been a few fights, just failure after failure. Point B, not enough in the tank. So we'll see if the Dragons can match that pace. Getting some initial Sonic arrows to see who's in hotel, maybe some ideas on what comps, and we go back to the tried and true.
Okay, one thing to bear in mind here is that for Shanghai Dragons, their vertical mobility outside of Winston is going to be heavily limited, which means that in order to actually get up onto Ultraviolet and OG, there's a significant setup time that Fleta needs, or Lip is going to have to take a risk and just slide his way into the enemy camp without any means of protecting themselves afterwards.
Now Fate jumps to the very back to see if he can land on some supports, and the anti-kills Kai, and Hawk is already overwhelmed. He's below 50% HP, and at least he's with Ultraviolet, but Shanghai Dragons have them pinned down. They can start to work on that first tick. You gotta be wary of those orbs from OG, who's really done a great job of owning that role more and more as an old Lucio player from Contenders, but Dragon's second tick, recontest at the ready from the Rain. Close to pulse bomb there from Venom. He starts to hit on that flank. He already checks Fleta. There has to be a touch though, and Venom has to take the fight there. OG has got the orb on him to help him out if needed. And you can see how Dragons were quick to disengage, to kind of rely on Lip to get some picks, but it's really the Rain who have fought back even harder. 2 kills for them already, and no third tick for the Dragons.
I hope Kai takes a high ground position this time. I think playing on the low actually was a big liability for the Atlanta Rain. Made it an easy picking, even for Bebe to finish off with an anti-nade. Venom at the moment playing Doorman. And Fate, he'll easily be able to get a little bit of additional damage towards him as he gets Nano straight onto OG.
Yeah, needing to invest ultimates here for Dragons. Nano v Nano, both sides. Hawk is slept though, so that got canceled. The Dragons just have to work on the last tick, 9% more away. But you don't have Bebe, you don't have Izzyaki. But Dragons have closer respawns, so now they have to invest Primal. They're just not feeling confident on their chances of fully securing it. And Atlanta come back for a touch, and Venom hits Faye with the pulse bomb. And Hawk's there too. They deny the last couple percent. Lip now thinks he can take Hawk on, but forgot that he still had Primal. No. He gets off the point. He needed to just live on the point.
Oh, this is so sad. This is so sad, Lemon. Oh, Hawk just not with the proper control of the Primal right there. Overshot the jump just a touch, thinking Venom might be able to come in and get that touch after claiming the health pack from inside earlier, the Mega Health Pack. Shanghai Dragons finally get their capture here and have a healthy 4-minute time bank to try and complete B, and plenty of ultimates to do so with. Fleta, we're creeping through in the subway, getting off at Warwick Avenue maybe.
Bit of a slower push from the Dragons. I think they probably should have just checked the top window of the high ground next to the point, because it felt like some random picks came from there, and Had to invest more ultimates. Gotta work on those back and great pulls from Flood. Ultraviolet's gone. And that's when the cards fall. OG though uses Transcendence. Thought another push was coming from the Dragons. They can wait this out. Until UV gets back, Dragons have their own Transcendence, and they lost Lip. So much damage from Hawk came out, and Izayaki thought he was okay. Still have 2 support ultimates for the Dragons, though, and Lip will get back soon. It's one last fight for the Dragons attack, and there's already great space being made from Fate. Kai has Overclock, and he's made miracles happen before. The Kai factor that turned around series for the Atlanta Reign, especially against Seoul, and he locks onto Bebe, but it's only a body shot. Bebe heals back up to full. Fate is above Kai, waiting for the nano, but it's actually Lip that gets the nano, and Ultraviolet doesn't have his yet. Lip is going after OG, has already killed 2, and now 3, and that's enough! The Shanghai Dragons will tie the series.
You may have overclock, baby, but I just hit 5 gigahertz. What a play from Lip. Shot after shot hitting its mark, and Shanghai Dragons have made sure there are no more sweeps in store. 1-1 on their own map choice, and, well, seems like the research is starting to pay off for the Shanghai Dragons. Alas, now Atlanta Reign, for the first time in this series, were able to dictate a location.
Hawk did a fantastic job on the Winston, though, and you could tell he's just improving every day. Now, Hawk isn't going to be able to touch the Winstons of Fate and others in the league, but he's doing his job. He's pressuring down Izayaki and Bebe, and they're getting picks. But at the end, the Dragons, they're relentless on their assault. We have a 1-1 series, but coming up next, it's Atlanta Reign's choice of map.
boy oh boy, Lemon, I can't wait for our community to say their famous catchphrase, it's arting time. As for Midseason Madness Global Tournament rages on, submit your art celebrating the team or region you'd love to see win it all. On the Overwatch League fan art gallery, I've personally been watching A2 Zyger, also known as Angie, putting out daily comic strips, so they've been fantastic, Lemon. I'm thoroughly impressed.
I know. I also remember the comic strip. That's forgot the name. Shout out to that artist though, who drew the Merit Collat. I should have had that ready. My bad. But
that's been a big moment for artists.
I know. Shout out to that artist. But speaking of creativity, we saw a different look from the Atlanta Reign on Kings Row, utilizing more of Hawk's Winston when previously going to the Sigma. But now we have some even more changes coming in. Now that Venom is out, Nero in. And this is Atlanta Reign's choice of map. And I think a good old favorite for both of our teams will be going to Circuit Royale.
Ah, yes, this has been, since its introduction to Overwatch League, the battleground for some of the greatest Widows in the world. And well, for my money, when it comes to North America, Kai is the best there is. Killer AI, some might call him, and he's going to be joined here by Nero subbing in for Venom. One of the things that I really want you to pay attention to in the audience is how Nero plays the off angle behind the statue when defending first point of Circuit Royale. If Shanghai Dragons have been studying the tape, they need to know that that off angle needs to be exploited because Nero is essentially in a one and done there. If he gets rushed upon by something like a Genji from Fleta, he could easily be overwhelmed, destroyed, and find an easy 4 versus 5 for Shanghai Dragons. But if they don't address Nero, he'll be able to demolish Void.
And Nero comes in to play the Sojourn. I know, over Kai, how could he? But Kai will be busy on the Widowmaker hitting those heads. And Nero also likes to play the Hanzo on defense. The Sonic Arrows can't be understated enough how that information is used. And so that will be on the menu. When it comes to the Dragons, though, hey, they like this map too. They, oh my god, here goes
this
my
again.
Okay, I'll talk about Atlanta Reign first. Atlanta Reign are undefeated on this map. They beat both the London Spitfire, and my brain is falling out, and the Seoul Dynasty. As the Shanghai Dragons, they beat the Fuel, and also the only time I want to see Arissa is play the piano. And the Dragons lost to the Shock yesterday to that. So, I'm excited to see the Lip versus Kai, as I'm slowly losing my sanity.
Ah yes, finally. Scientifically perfect music. Perfected by the Shanghai Dragons coaches in their off time. Lip, of course, going to be out here on the Widowmaker. You'll know what to expect. Usual spot for a Widowmaker, not currently going to be occupied. And one of the things that we got to talk about here for Kai versus Lip is the additional wall hacks he'll be gifted over by Nero's Sonic Arrow here, which is going to give him a distinct advantage in some of these Widow duels.
For now, a lot of space being given up by Atlanta Reign. Able to use that Sonic Arrow on the shop too, just to see who's coming around the corner. Mainly Void has also been substituting in as his Sigma duty rise up. And now you can kind of keep in mind of over on that right statue side how Fleta's going to want to jump around the corner. I think these Sojourns can get also a lot of charge off these Sigma shields. Lip goes for the jump, doesn't connect. Now it's Kai's turn. Oh! I think that was, what is a support around there? Yeah, that was maybe around the statue. He's got to be careful. But he wants to try and build up towards that Ant Matrix so quickly. Now, Nero has gone inside of Shop, and he wants to try and lock heads on the backline of Dragons, but this is an eager position. The shots exchanged by the snipers. No one home yet. The Immortality's out of the picture, too. This is a lot of space for the Dragons, who have to really try and shove Hawk back. You got the Accretion. Hawk gets healed back up to full. Nero is missing. A lot of damage now and no tank for the defense. And it's just as easy as that for the Dragons from point A.
Okay, so Nero here actually took a really different approach to the defense than he usually does, Lemon. Didn't actually play on the off angle and instead went essentially in the same direction as Kai, and that meant that Atlanta Reign had a quite mono-directional zone of influence, and that was really good for Shanghai Dragons. It meant Void could block off both Kai and Nero essentially with the same shield, and it meant that Lip and Fleta could try and find their own off angles to overwhelm Hawk. Yes, Kai will take out Lip here, and that's going to stop a hugely aggressive claiming of space from Shanghai Dragons, but Void's got a big advantage when it comes to generating that grab flux.
Void has that advantage, but Kai has the high ground. And he lots of body shot. But Fleta's like one, and Bebe's dead. So Dragons gotta hope they don't stagger out anymore as the Rain look down below that cliff to see if anyone else is home. But yeah, this is gonna be a big ult fight coming up.
Izayaki had a fantastic King's Row Lemon. I think 11 final blows, drawing equal with Lip. And Izayaki is once more going to be a huge part of a potential Shanghai Dragons win here. When it comes to long-range pressure, the Zenyatta puts out so much with a 20-orb clip and the large amount of damage that they just do generically.
Grab Flux, looking for some friends. Has embraced Void into death, baby! Drops below 50, goes into the doorway, and he's okay for now, especially Izayaki there. Not even needing to use the Transcendence there. It's big too. Dragons, Kevin, big engage. There's the counter Flux. OG's forced to use the Transcendence. He's caught up in it. Now the overclock from Fleta as the Hawk Shield is broken. Look how the Dragons are taking all the space, but Kai still shoots Fleta despite not having a shield there. And Dragons, they're being so aggressive, but really it's trades back and forth when you thought they had such a big advantage with the shield. You forgot about Kai, and I don't think you could ever do that. And oh my god, they're about to hug each other. Lip versus Kai. Who's gonna get it? 4 more meters to go, and Atlanta hold.
Just a couple love taps. Fleta may have been meta before, but Kai, oh my. And Fleta now swaps over after using the overclock onto the Genji. This is going to allow him to close these distances a lot better. And with Izayaki in tandem playing the Brig, this is a dangerous time for Hawk. He can be brawled upon a lot, a dangerous time for Void rather, because Hawk can just be brawled upon. With all of Shanghai Dragons moving forward, they're going to focus on winning the tank fight here instead of winning the sniper duel. And Lip there gets an unfortunate grapple.
I want to see where this Dragon goes. It's not really used for kills, but rather to separate the teams. It goes all the way behind the Dragons. Now the Atlanta Rain can push further. Immortality's already been used by Bebe, so small advantage for the Rain, including the information from the Infrasight. But Rain don't really just want to hold their ground. They're not going to be too aggressive off of that. Now the next ultimate up to bat is the Hawk grab Flux. And there's no support ults from the Dragons, but maybe just building up towards a Bebe Ant Matrix. There's the grab Flux. Trigger pulled. It's always targeting Void if he can, and Bebe's gonna try and heal him back to full. And Void almost dropped there, and it's been a stalemate despite ults being traded.
Lip moving up a little bit further as well. Fleta's under so much duress here, and Void getting stunned out means he's going to have to be playing catch-up upon Kai with the double. Unbelievable. The buck stops here, and it stops with me, he says. And yes, Void may have a Gravitic Flux in his back pocket, but he does not want to be using it now. We're going to talk about the dynamics of answering the Gravitic Flux for Shanghai Dragons as well now that they no longer have the Zenyatta. Here's a quick look at the Kai replay while we talk it through. It means that Bebe has to save that Immortality field for the Gravitic Flux, and it meant that there wasn't really anything else to answer the incoming aggression from Kai. Meanwhile, Ultraviolet and OG, they are loaded for bear when it comes to answering the Flux themselves.
Oh, Kai's expecting to jump snipe. That's one of kind of the interesting ways the attacking Widow can get ahead, just get a surprise, is doing the grapple off of the highway side or even off of the side of this building. Or else you gotta go through highway and then you gotta peek around the corner. The jump snipe there. Hawk wasn't ready for it. There's Void, grab Flux. It gets Ultraviolet. Mortality not forced out. I like that patience, especially no OG Transcendence. They can keep this up. They have Matrix 2 from Ultraviolet placed to stop the upcoming follow-up from the grab Flux, and now that that's gone, the Dragons advance. The rally behind them. Fleta with the blade. The Immortality done with. He still trades out 1-to-1 with Ultraviolet, and now that OG is gone, there's no healing for this defense. And that'll be it. Point B dusted for the Dragons.
And it's unfortunate for the Dragons that they actually had to use a rally in order to finally fulfill their win condition of brawling over onto Hawk. And they just overwhelm this Sigma who can't defend himself from the damage of a Brigitte because the Kinetic Grasp can't eat the mace shots, and it can't eat the Swift Strikes from the Genji either. Lip gets a brand new ear piercing, free of charge of course from Mr. Nero, and Atlanta Rain are going to once again retake control of Pool. This is going to be a hotly contested area that Shanghai Dragons are going to have to invest plenty of time into trying to take back.
Dragon almost gobbling up Void there. And Fleta on the Genji, as he usually does on point C. after he's done with the Sojourn. This is a great kind of close-range combat. That also means there's just quicker follow-up. And it's between Tracer and Genji on which hero our DPS prefer to have some kind of cart presence. Because, yes, you fight over pool, but you also want to get that cart pushing, or else it's just going to go backwards forever. And it doesn't matter what position you have, the cart keeps going back. So looks like they have both Lip and Flutta, and maybe even Izayaki push up on the left side. Forces Kai to reposition further away. See the high ground battle, maybe favoring Hawk and friends now that he has the grab flux, but not even wanting to peek. And Hawk has to try and block these lines of sight, but now that the card is approaching the end, Atlanta Reign's focus is on maybe having to drop and prevent the full capture. But Nero starts off this fight well with a pick onto Flutta. Now you still have the grab flux and many tools available from the defense, but they want a proper group up, and I wonder if the Dragons know the flux is coming, and that's why they're playing so split.
And with this infra site available from Kai, this is bad news for Shanghai Dragons. They aren't going to have any time left in regulation where they cannot be seen. Both of these Widows pop the infra sites, but it's Kai who can control the carts.
Grab flux from Hawk, and it's enough to kill Izayaki. Void's gonna have an answer, but also Rain have to be on the cart. They're gonna use the Amp Matrix, and it's Nero and Ultraviolet using it to clear out the presence of the Dragons from the objective. And OG is ranking from the top, and Dragons just got completely surrounded and got nothing out of all the ults they had available. But it's still a valiant push almost till the end of the map. But Rain, I mean, the win condition is set. They gotta get to that point, and if not, I mean, this decides the series lead.
After map 1, Lemon, we had our UV sizzle reel, and once again, we've got to highlight a play from the flex support. Popping down that amplification matrix in overtime when Shanghai Dragons have to be on the cart is the winning move. Because at that point, it's Zugzwang. You can't make a move without it hurting you. If you move to the cart to keep up overtime, you're taking damage from the amp matrix. If you leave the cart, well, you're C9 and you lose anyway. And on top of all of this, Ultraviolet says, okay, the amp matrix is up. I've got Nero with a drawn back arrow. Hawk, it's time to kill Void. To do that, they hit the accretion on Void to cancel a kinetic grasp and make sure that Void has no means of defending himself when the double damage arrow and Baptiste shots come his way. You instantly evaporate. The enemy tank and Shanghai Dragons at that point just have to feed onto the cart, hope and pray, but their gods ain't listening.
I was expecting more godly-like plays between the Kai versus Lip, and it's been exciting, but sort of a slow push from the Dragons. It took them forever to get point B, and I think that was because Kai was playing so deep, and Lip could never get a handle on that situation. And then even Void's grab fluxes just canceled, not canceled, but just nullified when they get Hawk low, never able to get truly the finish. Even when Dragons shove Rain against the wall, it's never a clear fight win. So we'll see. And especially against a Hanzo, you really can't afford to just sit there because the Hanzo's going to have better shield break than your composition, but Rain out the gates, hoping to get any kind of first pick, especially with Dragons playing this far forward around the Lamborghini. And it's the Hawk shield that breaks first. Jump shots exchange, no connection. It's all about regenerating those shields, getting around the corner. If you can build an amp matrix, that's a good win con, but at least Dragons forcing back Rain more than the previous round.
Neither team have opted into the Brigitte here, so playing on these longer ranges is much better for them, where they can more safely poke without taking damage from the hyperspheres. Hawk giving the Discord orb, but the shots simply aren't connecting thus far, and so survivability is paramount, keeping this alive. Shanghai Dragons have given up yet another corner. It's do or die in the next fight, Lemon.
Yeah, and these Stormbows from Nero are just all going into Void's shield, and this shield battle is going to favor the Rain unless the Dragons hit a headshot. It can't just be body shots unless there's like insane follow-up, but with the double range comp of Atlanta Rain, it's about coalescing on the same target, or Hawk maybe following up on a low target, but even that's tough. He doesn't want to get too close. Here's a Void grab flux already. 40% ahead of Hawk. Again, the Dragons get them low, and finally they can finish off these kills. Flutta and Lip getting involved, and the Dragons will be able to hold here.
Oh, it was so important that Fletta go in and win that 1v1 against Nero, likely waiting for the Storm Arrows to come out so that you can get an advantage when rolling in and trying to catch the Hanzo unawares. If Nero was able to exist in that little cubby uncontested for any longer, it would have spelt doom for Void, because the crossfire of the Hanzo would simply overwhelm the meager health pool of the Sigma. Now, once again, Atlanta Reign have to fight for each of these corners again and again, and at every single corner, you are threatened by Lip.
Even when you know those jump shots are coming, it's still not easy to hit. It's a tiny hitbox, it's very far away, and any pick like that is buying you precious seconds. And the fact that Dragons are not even playing at the end of point A, but rather around this corner is also just good extra ult charge that the Dragons can work for. Now they have Amp Matrix way before Ultraviolet. They have Transcendence before OG. But it's Hawk that strikes first. Grab Flux will get Void low. Immortality's out from Bebe, and here's the Amp Matrix to stop the follow from the Atlanta Reign. Transcendence to keep Hawk up. Dragon Strike to keep the Dragons locked in. Grab Flux from the defense to respawn, and there is the finish once again. Hawk is removed, and the Reign have to head for the hills.
That was perfectly done by Shanghai Dragons. They use the amplification magics to force out the Transcendence of a Nova. Ultraviolet's dead, so there's no Immo field afterwards to answer the Gravitic Flux. Void manages to actually overwhelm Hawk in this instance. Nero's already been stunned, and moving forward takes so much out of the Atlanta Reign. They've used a huge amount of their resources for sustain, so Izayaki has a massive advantage on the Transcendence as we move into the final minute. Atlanta Reign are up against the wall.
Atlanta Reign just focusing on the shield break. No funny off angles. It's just about moving Void away enough to get the point A. And that's a great pick or two from the Atlanta Reign. Izayaki and Void gone. There's no shields to defend Bebe or the rest. And finally a cap from the Atlanta Reign, but you're not exactly excited when it took all of that time to get that done. And that's not even the hardest part of the map.
The timing there, perfect. Taking out Izayaki, he was public enemy number 1, disallowing the use of that Transcendence from a fully charged arrow doing 250 damage. Yeah, he's got 225 HP. He might be a slightly more thick monk than he was before, but the double damage Hanzo arrow still gets the job done to instantly remove that Zenyatta. Now, Shanghai Dragons are going to have to slowly brawl their way out of this area and try and stop the cart before it gets into one-fight territory. But thus far, Shanghai Dragons have not been great about... okay, well, Lip's been great. Lip has been great, I'll give you that.
Hey, Fleta too. He says me too, like they say my name, but...
Me
Dragons,
too.
I mean, their whole win con is about picks. Atlanta Reign, yes, it's about picks, but they have the shield break option as well as a grab flux now from Hawk, despite not having any support, so this is not going to yield much result, and no picks off of that, so that ult is out of the picture for the next fight.
Overclock on the field here for Fleta. It's been a while since we've said it. It'll overwhelm a Transcendence. OG almost has one of those, and remember that when Nero and Kai are either drawing back their arrows or they are scoping in, they're moving slower. They become much easier headshots for Fleta, and so they could be exploited.
Oh, this flank from Nero. You gotta be careful. I really like that flank spot, but you can be punished so bad, and the defense will be able to see it, where the offensive flank can see them. See, Lip is already ready on the pillar side. Kai is down. Reign are just not netting any positive, any first bloods to really kick off these fights. They'll have the Dragon Strike. If Dragons want to play a bit, if they overextend a little bit, Nero can have a good punish on that, but Dragons are playing passive for a reason.
Bebe, where do you choose to put down this amplification matrix first? You must flee the dragon. Hawk up into the air, give him the Discord orb, but below him, Zeno waits to make sure that health bar is filled, Lemon.
At least the immortality was drawn out from the Dragon Strike, and that's where the follow-up was there. Bebe is gone. The Dragons are going to try and do something with this fight with the overclock, but it's just not connecting. Hawk is on the flank, and Dragons are getting pummeled from all angles. And I don't think there is a recontest, not with Hawk at the front door. But again, it costs Reign so many seconds to get these objectives done. The same amount of time as point A. Void is around the corner hoping to touch, but he's getting bopped back. Amp Matrix,
no
but the Dragons don't touch. It was up to Void. They committed the Amp Matrix. It's a mistake.
Shanghai Dragons changed everything. They went Genji, they went Tracer. They wanted one last cataclysmic fight at the end of point B, while Kai was still returning to the fray. The Amp Matrix used as Bebe. Surely Bebe doesn't swap now. There's the option, of course, to go to the Brigitte, but it's not really what Bebe plays. Usually they have Izayaki move over onto that instead, and so it's back to the tried and true for Shanghai Dragons. They forced overtime out of all of these fights previously, so why can't they do it again? Fleta on the Genji. trying to get on top of the elder Shimada brother, but across these longer sightlines, the poke of the Genji is going to be much, much weaker.
Foresight advantage for Kai over Lip and friends. Just all stacking 3, and not really much pool prioritization from Atlanta, and especially off this Amp Matrix, if they can draw dragons towards them, and a flank from Kyle on the left side. They weren't expecting this. He diffs Lip, and now you got the flux from Hawk. He stops the flank from Fleta. A 5-on-3 starts. You got a Nero Dragon Strike that'll flush out the rats from the right side, and the dragons are getting slapped around, and the Rain head for the box of victory, and there's no one there. It's Atlanta Rain going to series point.
Long-term planning and overwhelming the duels from those solo players like Lip and Fleta. Atlanta Rain play together, they have each other's backs, and well, friendship is magic lemon. Atlanta Rain take Circuit Royale off the back of some amazing individual performances. And while Fleta may have started to wake up in this battle with the Sojourn, still it seems like Atlanta Rain are controlling how these engagements work with their tempo.
So smart from Kai with the Inversight, knew where Lip was, decides to take the left side flank and just completely opens up the Dragons who were expecting a pool on, or fight on pool. So that was a great job from the Atlanta Rain to keep up with the little time they had remaining. They go to series point, but after this break, will be the Shanghai Dragons that will decide what's next.
2 shots, dead in the ground. We ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah, bands up, trapped out. I bring the dogs, gang out. Look. Don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain, ain't seen a savage who you.
Welcome back to the ultimate arena between the Dragons and the Reign, an elimination match, a battle for top 4. With Atlanta Reign 1 map away from knocking out one of APAC's last hopes, I gotta say. But it was pretty close, and it was just, catching Dragons lacking on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, it's catching them lacking here and there. A couple of nice, tasty shots from Kai. Of course, Nero backing out for now, back to his Hanzo dojo to allow Venom to return in. It's actually going to be the first time we see Shanghai Dragons play push in the Midseason Madness. All of their matchups thus far have been 3-0 for better or for worse, and for Atlanta Reign, this is a pretty powerful feeling, especially for Hawk, who was, of course, alongside Kai, one of the mainstays on the roster last year. This is a rematch of our 2021 Grand Finals, where Atlanta Reign were not as powerful against Shanghai Dragons. This time, though, oh, how the turns have tabled.
Yeah, but at least you can work with one advantage. And one of the last ones you got left, I mean, Dragons will be choosing our next map. And then out of the 2 push maps, they want to go to Coliseum. Now, from what we haven't really seen the Shanghai Dragons play this tournament so far, but we have enough tape on what the Atlanta Reign have done. It was a close loss to the Seoul Dynasty, but they also got rolled on a previous map. I think this was against the London Spitfire in the first round, 132 meters to 44. Atlanta did not look good at the very start, but that's when they started running Hawk and Nero on like some kind of May rush, and then have since grown to more towards the Doomfist side of things. And Hawk just looks more confident and more experienced on that hero, but Atlanta Reign, I just like that they're changing up the strat, so you never know what you're going to get with them.
Well, we know at least that Fate is going to be part of this one. Lige gone as well, so we can expect either a Lucio or a Brigitte. We've seen some interesting strats from Lucio's. And of course, yesterday, an infamous Lucio performance from Mr. Funny Astro himself, the Frag Frog on Coliseum. And on Coliseum, when you are playing these push maps, the speed the Lucio brings can be super important to try and get your positioning for these first fights, especially on Coliseum, where the first fight isn't always guaranteed to be inside the long lane, but can actually happen out in the middle area with a mega health pack as well. It depends on what geography is most preferential for the main tank you play.
I mean, yeah, the Dragons just haven't been to push because they either win or die by the 3-0. So the first
uncharted territory now, Lemon.
Yeah, and I'd say first, obviously they play push during the regular season, but everyone is looking different when it comes to the mid-season madness. I mean, we have teams like Seoul Dynasty who are out in the first round, even London Spitfire who are kind of like that dark horse out in the first round. Everyone's bringing all kinds of strats, even like some Sombra and stuff like that we don't get to usually see. But this map bodes well when it comes to wanting to choose New Queen Street or Coliseum. I say Coliseum is a lot more open and friendlier to Hammond, while as maybe if you have a more Doomfist-oriented team, you might prefer the New Queen Street. Or if you like your heavy flankers, Sombra Tracers, stuff like that, you'd prefer New Queen Street. But a lot of our teams prefer Coliseum for that openness, so I'm expecting some Hammond from Fate. But it's Hawk that's been this question mark because he's playing so many different things these days.
Alright, so let's talk about the Genji that's currently being hovered in both of the spawns here by both Venom and Fletter, and this might be a big advantage for the Dragons. Venom's got a serviceable Genji, but Fletter's is definitely one of his better heroes, and the reason why the Genji is so prevalent here on Coliseum is because the lane itself in which the bot has to walk in the middle, it has these windows on the side of it which segregate it from the rest of the map, and those windows have a gap at the top, meaning they could easily be wall climbed over. I've been pranked entirely. Fletter and Venom have both swapped over to a Tracer. That'll show me to analyze.
Analysis, but we've been talking about how good Venom has looked this tournament, and diffing Flutta is where you're gonna really prove that to us. Kai versus Lip has still been an even Sojourn battle, with Kai having some more creative plays to catch Lip off guard, as we saw on Circuit Royale, but got the Doomfist versus Fades, and Fade's already been antied, and the Doomfist can kind of displace the Hammonds quite well with the easy punch, and just getting a Hammond off its rocker for a second, just like Hawk is on his back, is how you want to catch these tanks off guard, but it's Hawk first to fall, and all the dominoes after that down, and the Dragons will get an initial push.
So let's analyze the dynamic of this Tracer duel as well. In particular, this is going to be a much better matchup for Fleta, who can have the long-term healing of the Harmony Orb attached to him, or Liege Gon's Repair Pack, and Venom will be suffering from a Discord Orb as well. And you don't get as much direct support from a Lucio Ana backline that Atlanta Reign are currently running. So Venom is trying to do this on his own in what is essentially a 2 versus 1 Tracer duel.
See how this goes. The Tracer duel. See Lip needing some help on that right side. That's when you need a Tracer. But he's been too busy marking Venom. And as soon as Lip shows his face, he just gets collapsed on. So you got to be so careful when you're on this pillar side of things. You want to stay nice and safe and really have some scouting be done for you, whether by Fate or by Flutta. And just Lip and friends didn't see that coming. And it's Atlanta Reign with a good pushback on the Dragons despite losing Ultraviolet and OG. So at the end, we're still left with Atlanta Reign having closer respawns and more bodies on the bot, so the Dragons will reset.
We've discussed how Shanghai Dragon's support line's a little bit better for the Tracer duel, but what the Ana and Velucio really excel in is allowing Hawk to get on top of Izzyaki and Liege Gon. There's so much more support here for Hawk, he can brawl for a lot longer, whereas Fate doesn't have as much direct healing and has to exit the game quite quickly after taking some damage. Not a huge amount of push here for Atlanta Reign, but now Hawk gets Nano to change that.
Hey, Hawk has Nano, but Izzyaki is in his face with Transcendence, so what can Hawk really do? He already has to head back. He's 120 HP, so some momentum lost by the Reign, especially not knowing where Fleta is. Venom is missing, can't keep that other Tracer in check. So Atlanta Reign don't want to waste more time. They'll just try and contest the bot as much as they can until Venom is back, and he is. And now is the call being made, the sound barrier, and the overclock by Kai. 2 down from the Dragons. Liege Gon next. Kai is on the high ground too. Great angle as long as he doesn't drop into those Fate lines that have been left over. Great sleep. That'll be the end of Fate. And we'll see maybe Atlanta Reign with a chance to get ahead.
Might actually finally get some push here. Remember, the Shanghai Dragons are very fast comp, so they can habitually contest this particular barricade. Don't think it'll be happening before a lead is gained for Atlanta Reign, but that was a very expensive fight. They used both their ults in tandem of the Nano and the Meteor Strike, combined then with a sound barrier and the overclock. So only Venom's really desynced when it comes to using these, and Lip can control the next battle using his own overclock.
Oh, that's a good disruptor right at the door where the rallying team of Dragons want to get through, and they just burn right through it. Overclocked by Lip. He's looking at this backside. OG bouncing away, and Ultraviolet is in the wrong position at the wrong time, and Kai's gonna feel that in the morning. So still a lead though, gained by the Reign, 32 meters. But the Dragons got to work on some more ults if they really want to try and take back the fight on Staircase, which is really difficult for this team to do.
With that rally expended as well, Venom now has a choice as to who he wants to try and stick. Both Izzyaki and Liege Gon are both fruitful targets, and the Brig Eater in particular very easy for Venom to stick. If you can make sure that Izzyaki is the only healing, Shanghai Dragons will be playing from behind by a huge margin.
As soon as you see Kai use the jump to get to the high ground, you see the Dragons are on that like butter on toast. That's just the most vulnerable position a Sojourn is going to be in. And Dragons have great awareness. Now, it just sucks that they've lost Liege Gon, and I believe, or maybe even Izzyaki, and just having, you need really all 5 members to get through just the bend. But they still have Dragons have a small lead, even if it's only by 0.26 meters. But they're not going to be able to keep this one going.
Hawk's doing a great job here of controlling Fate on the ball. Essentially, Fate needs to get that first kill on the engagement, which they did find on Kai in the previous fight. But after that, Shanghai Dragons really run out of steam if they can't really disrupt Atlanta Reign and force out a huge amount of resources. Hawk has the Meteor Strike good to go, and that means Fleta now can freely stick him.
Oh, the Transcendence isn't going to help Lip, and Fate got slipped, but he's woken back up. He's got mines on the bot too, so Atlanta Reign have to go all the way around to get stuff done. And as they're just splitting up, it's not working out. At least Atlanta Reign have that first pick onto Izzyaki. You have Fate in the backline, tossing everyone up, even just distracting UV and OG from healing can have a big impact, but so much attention went into Fate that he's dead, so the Rain can take back a lead. Now they start to work on that bridge control where Hawk is already on the right side, but she forgot about Lip and the shots at a distance. And weakening Rain bit by bit is huge, especially denying the chance of a Sound Bearer, but Hawk went so deep!
Yeah, Hawk went incredibly deep there. There was no way for Ultraviolet to support that, and Atlanta Reign, everyone's playing solo at the moment. The second that OG fell down, everyone from Atlanta Reign decided to do their own thing. Like, oh yeah, let's split up and look for clues, boys. And so Atlanta Reign, they may have died apart, but they will respawn together and have to try and stop this barricade before it reaches the sizable lead that they have gained for themselves. Still 4 minutes on the clock. It's anybody's map, Lemon, but Atlanta Reign have a significant ult advantage. The question is, do they use these ults in tandem again with Ultraviolet nanoing Hawk and then the Sound Barrier overclock?
Flutter's like, I had this, bro. Now he still ended up getting the kill on the UV, but you don't have the Sound Barrier. So not sure how this push is gonna go. That was such a cool barrier advantage for the Rain, but a great collapse from the Dragons on the UV, and denying those Ana heals is so crucial. The Rain don't have a lot of resources with just the Lucio. Now the Dragons only have 3 members remaining to get this push going. We'll see if they can even tie it up.
They didn't just deny the heals, Lemon. They denied the nano boost. It was lost in transit. Ultraviolet tried to use it as some kind of dying rattle of a cry, and yet it was lost in the air. Shanghai Dragons simply killed him too fast, and now Fate can actually come in from behind and use these mines to make sure that Atlanta Reign's disengage is no bueno.
Fate placed the mines at the pillar when maybe I would have liked to use that on the bridge, especially where that's where Kai is going to want to be, but Lip just jumps up there and doesn't even find Kai. Atlanta Reign are playing very on the coast side of things. Dragons want to get in there. At least they're getting some card push, but they're 2 meters away. There's a contest from the Atlanta Reign to stop the lead from going the other way. 2.5 minutes. Venom present. Hawk Meteor strikes to assist, and Atlanta Reign are being divided and conquered as UV falls again. Just not a ton of heals. And Lip dips Kai in that moment. Pulse being thrown, it misses OG. And this is just barely being held on by the Dragons, who only have Fate and Fleta remaining. So the lead will remain in the hands of the Rain.
Venom, for now, needs to try and back off from this 1 versus 2. Will allow Fleta to survive simply because controlling the bot at this point is a little bit more valuable. Fleta caught, but can blink out into the safe, loving arms of Lee Jae-gon and Izzyaki. But I gotta give so much credit to OG there. Took a protracted fight against Fleta, even got out the pulse bomb, and managed to stall the barricade before lead could be gained.
It's just a difference of 2 meters and a minute 43 seconds remaining. Fleta with a great double kill starts things off well. Transcendence to keep Izzyaki up. You can criticize that, but as long as all 5 are alive, and before I say that, Izzuyaki's dead, it's fine. We'll see if they can just get the last 2 meters before the checkpoint. Pile drive to slow Hawk down from the contest. There is a contest from the top of the bridge, and there goes the lead for the Dragons. The Rain have to fight all the way back. We could be going into Game 5 if this remains the case for the next minute. And as soon as Dragons get that lead, they go back and try to reclaim Izzyaki.
Yeah, they back off. Izzyaki was going to take way too long to get into that position. And now Fate trying to grab Kais. He wants to try and chase off those who would look to catch the stag. Izzuyaki's dead again. That's the worst possible person to die, Lemon.
I can't believe Hawk's even still alive. I don't think he's going to live much longer, but he grabbed Mega, he had Nano, but all of this just to survive. Now the Dragons are going to close off the road with the mines. Ultraviolet having issues escaping. He needed the Sound Bearer, and Hawk is still there power blocking, but that's all he's really done. And the Rain have at least claimed a kill onto Fleta. 5 versus 4, but they gotta remove Fate from this picture. There's not gonna be much progress to be made, and that's exactly why you just utilize his ham, and there's so much health and survivability. But how long will you live now that Kai has the overclock? He's not too eager to get on this high ground, though. He wants to be in a safe position, especially with the Dragons that are extending to contest the bot. And the Dragons have the lead at 54 meters. Fleta dips for now. You have a 3-on-4 favoring the Atlanta Reign. The Meteor Strike comes down. Izzyaki in trouble. You need the Transcendence if you're the Dragons to maintain this lead. Atlanta or meters away. The support's still alive. Hawk keeping Fate in check behind. And OG keeps the overtime wick burning. You got a Boostio that was probably intended for Hawk, but Atlanta Reign are gonna fight tooth and nail for these last 4 meters to send one of APAC's best out of the tournament. And it's right there, Lee Jae-gong, he's gonna try and contest. He's got the boop. He's the last chance for the Dragons. And there's really no one else there. Here comes Izayaki, but everyone else is coming out of spawn, and Atlanta Reign have done it. The 3-1 series win, and the Shanghai Dragons are going home.
It's a rematch of the grand finals from last year, Lemon, and the sacred timeline has been profaned. The Dragons fall from the sky, and it's not a blaze of glory, but a last whimper as the Reign, the Phoenix themselves, rise from the ashes in a 3-1. They have slain one of the gods of APAC, and they will move further in our bracket towards a retribution.
Izayaki lost hair after that one, I can tell. If we go back
Pulling it out.
I can't believe it. Atlanta Reign, who could have predicted this? They are the team that can perform so well under pressure. It started with a Game 5 upset in the first round of the lower bracket, slaying the Seoul Dynasty, the #1 team in APAC, to going after the Dragons in a 3-1 way more decisive victory, although Coliseum was anyone's game, as we said. 2 APAC teams gone by the hands of Atlanta Reign. And now they move on to the next round to do it to someone else, potentially, because on the other side, they're waiting for the Hangzhou Spark and the Philadelphia Fusion result to be going in after this, of course. And Atlanta Reign have made top 4.
Yes, they have. So let's check in with our player of the match, the Apex-ecutioner himself. It is, of course, the hitscan legend, Killer AI. It's Mr. Kai. And yes, the Sojourn, just as much as ever, has been bloody deadly. And you know what? Just put a little bit of je ne sais quoi, the Widow, on top for Circuit Royale.
You can't deny that Atlanta Reign are this successful because they have one of the best Sojourn players, and you can't even talk about how much he did even on Widow, especially his creative plays to catch Lip off guard, to have that last push, because the Atlanta Reign went into Circuit Royale C with very little time, coming up to the last 20 seconds that they had for A and B. They needed to try and just find a shortcut, and they did, and that was off of a genius play from Kai using the Infrasight, sniping Lip, and all the cards from the Dragons fell from there. And the stats, I mean, speak for themselves. A little higher deaths, and I think that's because just Lip has been one of his biggest challenges when it came to this series. It's a 3-1 for the Reign, but it costed Reign like some sweat and some tears after that one.
That's the thing that Kai also brings to the table. Like, with this kind of reputation comes your very prevalent inclusion in the plans of your opponents, and Shanghai did do their best to try and get on top of Kai and make sure that he didn't have enough space to work with, and that in tandem allowed for Hawk, for Venom, for Ultraviolet to try and find these openings and collect a few cheeky frags here and there that turned fight after fight, and those fights add up over the course of a series, Lemon. And this was a statement, once again, from the Atlanta Reign. They came in as one of the lower seeds from North America, had to battle through our first round of games, and actually lost against the Houston Outlaws in their first outing. We were like, okay, maybe it's a dud here from the Atlanta Reign. Maybe the magic juju simply is not flowing enough with them, but it seems like a Pokemon. They are just super effective against APAC, and they'll have to find out who they are super effective against later on today, because they're going to have to play again against the winner of our next matchup, Lemon. It's going to be the Hangzhou Spark versus the Philadelphia Fusion. But before that, we've got Ovally in the desk, who we're going to be with you after this break.
Tracer, hot clip,
I'm on point, stay point.
Come back. I can't.
Tracer one.
Good point. Lucio left.
Left?
Lucio.
I pipped him.
Lucio nated.
Lucio.
Zen.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here with Hawk from Atlanta. Rain Hawk, congratulations on the win. You again showed your jote-ness.
Status, yeah.
Is that how you use that word? I don't know.
Just certified jote or something.
Certified
I don't know.
jote. All right. I mean, yeah. Let's talk about this match. Do you think you could run us through what happened at the very last team fight on Coliseum?
Honestly, I didn't. I looked at the clock at like 15 seconds, like, oh my god, it's last fight. So we were all just kind of playing our. We were. No one was really panicking. At least I wasn't. And then we started pushing car. I don't even remember what happened fully. It was just a blur in my head right now. But I remember going on lip and I missed a couple shots and I eventually got him and I almost killed Alicia with the power punch, but I wasn't able to. And then we just cleaned up on point because Alicia was the only one allowed to touch.
Yeah. And you guys clutched out the win. So for today's match against the Shanghai Dragons, did you guys have any like particular game plan going into today's match?
No, I mean, we just try to play to our strengths and win our map picks, and hopefully, you know, just win one of theirs as well, because you have to. And kind of just played our game, you know, like we a couple shots didn't work, a couple shots did, and just finally happy to beat them.
Okay. And of course, with today's win, you guys are going to be going up against either Hangzhou Spark or the Philadelphia Fusion, right?
Yeah.
And you are really good at this because yesterday when we talked, you guessed the Shanghai Dragons are going to be your next opponent, and it came true. So who do you think you're going to... Actually, not tomorrow. Sorry, tonight.
Yeah.
Who do you think you guys are going to be playing against?
Probably... I'm going to go Spark. I'm going to go Spark on this one. Unless MN3 just starts aimballing the lobby. And... but Shy can match him, so it's hard to tell, but I'm going to go Spark because they looked pretty good yesterday.
Yeah, well, that match is coming up right after this. Hawk, thank you so much for your time. And with that being said, Ovally, take it away.
Thanks, Danny. Back-to-back Hawk interviews, back-to-back series wins for the Reign. Congratulations to them and the team. As he said, the last, minute he said in the overtime was like a blur to him. He had no idea what was going on.
I can speak to that. I've had the same thing where, like, you have so much adrenaline going through your body sometimes. Like, obviously in the moment, it's like, have you ever driven a car and then you black out and you don't realize what's been happening, but you got to the destination? That's kind of what happened for this Overwatch League. It can happen. You know, so much going through, and yeah, they got the win. So.
Yeah, can relate to that. You know, some of my pro games on stage, just like play of instinct, and then we were like, oh, what happened at Lijiang Tower? And I'm like, I don't know, I think AKM won Cassidy or something, and we won. So, you know,
I can understand that, but Scott, I'm going to speak to someone to revoke your license because that just doesn't sound very safe. But
I haven't crashed yet, but here we go.
We know who did kind of crash today, the Shanghai Dragons. Johnny, what happened? Because you were rooting for them. You predicted them. And meanwhile, we were sitting over here.
Hey, I predicted Atlanta today.
You predicted Atlanta today?
For the match, yes. Look, I was on the APAC train yesterday. I abandoned like half of my hope for the region.
No, you can't half abandon a train.
No, well, Spark are unique, okay? Shy is a very specific individual that I like to keep in mind. But the Shanghai Dragons, I thought that they would come out this tournament and just be this like gold tier, Wrecking Ball, Tracer, Sojourn team, Isayaki and Lijiang put on their strengths. And in the end, no, I'm not gonna go there. You know, they were forced to adapt. They were forced to adapt, like I said. Like in the pre-show, I said if I was the Shanghai Dragons, I just didn't have enough like comfortability playing the Wrecking Ball and just like leaning on that. I think throughout the tournament they recognized that Fleda was not able to keep up with the Tracer play of the likes of Venom and so many other good Tracers. Cest for the Fusion, of course, Prophet, Kevster. Like Fleda is just not that good of a Tracer anymore. He can't really compete with those guys. And so it makes it really difficult to pull off these, you know, mechanically skilled dive compositions when you're losing that Tracer battle. And so I think the Shanghai Dragons, they lean into the Doomfist. You know, they even play some rush on Lijiang Tower. We saw Circuit Real come out, which, you know, was Atlanta Reign's pick. And they looked pretty, you know, competitive here. But Fleda swapped over to the Genji, Isayaki to the Brigitte, because they recognized we can't take this sniper duel. So we're just going to put our entire bet to be around the Brigitte rally and the Genji dive, and we're just going to push in as 5 and try to win like the brawl. So the Shanghai Dragons, they kind of abandoned hope like I thought they would. It just seems like individually they weren't able to compete with some of the elite teams here at this tournament.
I would have liked to have seen more of the Winston Echo from the Shanghai Dragons. Obviously, like, you can't do that on Circuit Royale, but even on Coliseum, you can kind of make it work because they're going in with this Wrecking Ball Zenyatta, which isn't working really against the Doomfist. they couldn't win in that Doomfist mirror as well. We saw that on Lijiang Tower. So I don't know, like the only time that they really looked comfortable and it felt like that they were at full power was when we had Fleta on that Echo and Fate on their Winston. They're comfort heroes. So a little disappointing to see them go out, but I agree with Johnny. I expected more from this Wrecking Ball composition in this tournament, but it just didn't show up.
Yeah, I have to say as well, like the Winston was something that I mentioned in the pre-show. It's like, you know, if you force Faith Winston versus Hawk Winston, that's a matchup you can win. That's really good. But, you know, you win hybrid, so you don't get the escort pick, and where you could have played the Dorado, you instead play Circuit Royale. This map pool is not very friendly to Winston players compared to Wrecking Ball and Doomfist. And so, you know, maybe future stages we change up the map pool or something. Maybe you can play that Winston a bit more reliably, but in the current meta, like Doomfist and Wrecking Ball is usually the way to go.
But again, Shanghai Dragons being eliminated, this is our 5th seed team out of 12, of course. So, I mean, having this... I was calling them a Titan at the beginning because you thought that they were going to push all the way through, I believe.
You took my word for it.
Yeah, exactly, right? I was like, well, if Johnny, my analyst, says that they're going to crush, they should, but it fell a little flat.
Are you saying my analysis was poor?
No, honey, just your prediction from the beginning of the day. But just really quick, before we hit into the brackets, just this team getting knocked out so early, what does that mean for the rest of the event? Kind of anything can happen?
Well, Seoul Dynasty went out in the first round as well. Like we said, from the East, the two teams to look at were Shanghai and Seoul, and they just fell flat. And now we have to put our hopes and dreams for the East in the Hangzhou Spark and the Philadelphia Fusion.
No.
This is the darkest timeline as an East region as a whole.
Sorry, Avril.
Spark has been playing well. Philly has been playing well. Maybe they can pull out some magic, but it definitely looks like the West have a better grasp in this meta right now.
Well, let's take a look at the updated lower bracket now that we have the results of that game, because next up we are going to see the Fusion take on the Spark. And would you look at that, Atlanta moving on to the final match today later on this evening. And next up, we're gonna see the Spark take on the Fusion. Woo! And I do believe, Scott, you and me have predicted Fusion. We're keeping the Fusion faith alive. Meanwhile, Reinforce, you going with Spark there again, buddy?
Are you arguing against Shy and Super Rich team up?
I am arguing. I have baseless claims, but I know that the Fusion is going to win just purely on faith.
Yeah.
They're going to make the loser bracket run straight into the finals.
What you can do is you can say that you're baselessly cheering for the Fusion, but you can't say baselessly that you're going to win. Because that's not what it's like being a Fusion fan, okay? That's where it breaks apart.
Saying that they're going to win?
Yeah.
What, they do that all the time. That's kind of their thing.
You couldn't even keep it together. You couldn't even keep it together. The Fusion winning. No, it's not happening.
No, okay. Johnny's right. Here's the thing, okay? I have baselessly gone for the prediction for the Philadelphia Fusion just because you swayed me and just because I think it's a funny narrative. I'm just having fun. I've strapped in for the
join
ride.
the Spark.
No,
join the Spark, buddy.
Okay, here's the thing.
No,
join the Spark. Join the Spark.
Wait, here's the
Come
thing.
on,
Here's
Spark.
the thing about it. Philadelphia Fusion
Shy
can
is
do
the
it.
superior
They have
scout.
zest, they have M-entry, they can do great
Come
things.
on.
But Shy and the Hangzhou Spark have been a better team. So,
there you go.
I'm sticking with the Philadelphia Fusion for absolutely no reason.
Let's go! Let me see the faith for the Fusion in the chat. But of course, if the Spark do pull ahead, I guess Shy is kind of a good player. Reinforce is not having this at all. We're gonna go ahead. We'll get you some, headache medication. Then we're gonna get you a box of tissues for when the Spark inevitably lose to the Fusion. Completely baseless claims, but that's our analysis for the day. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, we are going to see the super hype match of the Philadelphia Fusion versus the Hangzhou Spark. Johnny, don't cry.
It's going to be okay.
It's going to be okay, buddy.
No, you're going to lose.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League mid-season madness. It truly is madness out here. Atlanta Reign, if you are just tuning in, this is a spoiler stream, but they have slain both Apac's top favorites of the Seoul Dynasty and the Shanghai Dragons. But Apac's last hope remain in this next match is the Hangzhou Spark going up against the Philadelphia Fusion for an elimination and for top 4.
Yes, some of the Shanghai Dragons have been sent to the graveyard, and ain't no monster reborn going to be bringing them back. Alas, we shall have to say goodbye to yet another APAC team, and it cannot be avoided. It's APAC versus APAC down here in the APAC bracket, also known as the lower bracket. And moving into this, we need to just get on and talk about these players, because while everyone's in the lower bracket, everyone here deserves to be in the tournament. Let's bring up those Philly starters so I can tell you all about my boy Belos Ria. It's not been the greatest start to the season for Belos Ria, coming in a little bit later compared to the rest of the team, where they mostly had Fury as the start of a fusion, but Belos Ria has really come into his own here in the mid-season madness, picking up the Wrecking Ball that the desk were just talking about. The map pool lends itself really well to Wrecking Ball, and the more speedy, stealthy, and from behind engages, he is working incredibly well with MN3 and Zest to architect those.
And Belos Ria's role on this team as usually the Hammond player is so important because of that space creation. Because guess who's going to pop off with a little bit of space and peace and quiet? It's MN3, who's really the star of the show when it comes to Ashe and Sojourn, but really just a standout player in APAC when it comes to the Ashe. And I'm excited to see what he can do. He's definitely in the discussion of top hit scans in the league. And, you know, the Sojourn and the Widow, it stacks up well, too. But you can't talk about MN3 without Zest and how he's a beast on the Tracer. He might even play Echo on more open maps. Still prefers Tracer on even more open maps like Lighthouse. But their opponent is a tough one. The Hangzhou Spark around the corner. Let's see their starters.
Yeah, from one top hit scan to the top hit scan, it's Shy, baby. I think that right now the only person who's really holding up a candle to Shy is probably Kai, and there's a reason that their names rhyme. Shy, when you look at the Sojourn, when you look at the Ashe, when you look at the Widowmaker, this guy flicks like nobody else. He's got patience of the hunter in his blood and puts it to excellent use to always find the frag.
I mean, Shy also had, what, 85% rail accuracy on Sojourn yesterday? Like that, I don't think this person is real. Shy is... I don't think anyone can argue with me. Statistically, he's just the best Sojourn in the league. But when you look at Shy and Alpha Yi together, you gotta say it's a top DPS duo in the league. Alpha Yi is just very flexible. Whether on the Tracer, I called him the Alpha Yeet because his pulse bombs are just out of this world. But he can also flex to Genji and Echo and other things, and he's the preferred Tracer on the team. And he's pretty disgusting and is having a really good performance this tournament too. And I think, you know, talking to some APAC kiddos out there, Alpha Yi is in the conversation for Rookie of the Year because he's projectile player by trade and, you know, has played some Echo, but hasn't had the most ideal Echo targets. We've seen some Lucio and Moiras, but if I really had to nitpick perfection, that's where I would draw at.
Well, you're talking Alpha Yi and I'm talking Alpha Gamers because unfortunately we don't have Philadelphia Fusion's webcams at the moment. That's because we're all at home quarantining because of COVID. But I don't know about you, Lemon, but if I hadn't heard it from the source itself, I wouldn't know that they were suffering from COVID. Philadelphia Fusion, the resolve, the resolute determination to continue owning in the mid-season madness has not been affected by circumstance. The only circumstance that matters to Philadelphia Fusion is that they are in this match and they're trying to avoid a limb.
Now, Hangzhou Spark have the better seed coming into this tournament. So that means they get to choose our first map, and they want to go to Oasis. Now, APAC really loves their Winston, their Ball, and their dive tanks in general, but when you see Bernard in the lineup over Gushue, that tells me either Sigma or Hammond. And as we go to Oasis Gardens, it's good for both those things, but mainly the Hammond, and I wonder how that's going to match up against Belos Ria, which that's mostly what he's playing as of late, with the occasional Zarya here and there.
The occasional Zarya peppered in for Bernard, of course he is, and for Belos Ria as well. Philadelphia Fusion, I expect them to try and match the Tracer here, but Alpha Yi, I think that has probably been the best individual Tracer thus far, probably matching wits with Kevster and Venom in that top echelon, but when it comes to individual pop-off moments and claiming all of the frags, it's either Alpha Yi or Shy who just commandeer a fight for themselves. Neither of these players is more of a supportive DPS. They both are titans in their own right. Already, Philadelphia Fusion have positioned themselves atop the point as it is going to be a mirror matchup here.
And the Spark, when they faced the Fusion in the first round, it was a 3-1 victory. So how do the Fusion rewrite this script? See Belos Ria below, either hoping to knock off those members from the Spark off the high ground or into the low ground or really into the water. That'd be great. But already Alpha Yi is getting involved and the rest of the Spark coalescing into the Fusion. But Alpha Yi accidentally blinks into a pile drive. It's okay. Bodies falling both sides. And only Super Rich remains as a healer for the Spark. He's trying to play passive, but he's been isolated, and Bernard has left him. But it doesn't seem like Belos Ria wants to commit because he's more concerned with trying to cap the point while the rest of the Fusion are dead.
Yeah, neither of these teams want to give up the first control in particular because it's so important to be able to start accruing that percentage as you continue fighting. Zest claimed by Burner after Shy softened him up with a little bit of pounding from the railgun. Speaking of pounding, he continues to do so. Aim God is on the bad side of the rail, and Hangzhou Spark can now settle into a defensive position, which is so advantageous for a Wrecking Ball and a Sojourn because it means that you can start building up that rail charge early on these teams as they're commuting, and you can start on high ground so you can get yourself a freebie pile driver.
And speaking of pile drives, Belos Ria doing a whole lot. Already 15 off of mines, could be one of the first ultimates if you don't count the pulse bombs, which is fastest generating ultimate in the game. There goes Belos Ria. Pile drive on the high ground. The shield from Super Rich blocks the impact as he heads over into hallway. Bellisria can flush that out with some mines. We'll get that in a few seconds, but Zest has the pulse bomb, and already Fusion have started to ward away Spark from the objective, but Fusion just can't seem to get the flip yet, and that's all the Spark have to do is just survive. But as Super Rich goes to contest the point, he jumps into a pulse bomb, and MN3 has already shot 2 people. Fusion hoping slowly but surely to turn the objective over, and it's 57 for Spark before they do so.
Fixer's little grippers can't get back onto a point, unfortunately, but in the end, Lemon, Fusion still flipped the point, and it feels like Zest and MN3 are coming in hot today. Yes, Shire's got a couple of picks onto AimGod, but MN3 in the midst of a fight has had a much easier time negotiating themselves into some headshots on some more prepared targets. Now Fusion from this defensive posturing have themselves a minefield that's going to be countered by Bernard, and Irony is outpacing when it comes to the Transcendence, which is so good for clearing those mines. No overclock for you.
Shy says, I'm the better Sojourner already. Overclocked exchange. MN3 getting no value out of his, dropping first in the fight. Rally from Fixa to keep whatever is remaining from the Fusion, which is everyone exiting, but at least you trade that with the Transcendence of Irony, so not all is lost, but Spark have regained the point.
I think while it does keep Fusion alive and not staggered, I don't think Fix is going to be overly happy with that rally. Now AimGod is going to be under an immense amount of pressure when people start to get low to pop this Transcendence, especially after Bernard and Alpha Yi move together as a diving unit. Belosria at least is creating some space here, and Super Rich could be in trouble.
Looks like Super Rich was able to dodge the mines for now. Still have the Transcendence and a Pulse Bomb from actually either side. There's the rally first from Super Rich. Pulse Bomb though on the Irony, and Super Rich again doesn't have much to heal, not even himself, as Stars is going absolutely feral for Fusion. But it is 97 and growing for the Spark, and the Spark don't have any healers. They'll have to give this up, so the Fusion have to fight tooth and nail if they want to turn this round around.
Good news for Custer and Overly on the desk. It seems like Zest and Bellos3 have both plugged themselves into the same Matrix terminal. Their target focus is looking real good right now. We've been killing Super Rich through the rally, which is a quite difficult thing to do when you're continuously getting that additional overhealth from the ultimate. Hangzhou Spark now, they're making a wide orbit here, trying to catch out anyone who's on too epic a flank, including Bellos3 right now. You can see his silhouette just exchanging fire with Shy and Bernard.
Through the fire and the flames, we'll see if the Fusion can hold on to the objective. It's really only Zest contesting it, stopping the flip from the Spark, as the Fusion want to control the sides of the map and start to pressure out the Spark supports who are trying to hide. But the chase is on for Alpha Yi, and he finds Belosria. Shy gets the diff MN3 again, who's been a big star for the Fusion, getting those multi-kills, as Alpha Yi gets 0 kills with that Pulse Bomb, but all that matters is who's going to be touching the point for the Fusion. It's overtime for the Spark. The Transcendence and the rally overlap. That's the type of presence that Alpha Yi has in the backline to scare those supports to death. But the Fusion don't get really any kills from the big advantage they had until now. A great pulse from Zest, but it's traded back and forth, and Bernard is pummeling the backline. As we look at the point, there's 3 members of the Fusion who are successfully getting the flip back. 3 members of the Spark remain in the middle of the map, and Shy is taking bullets to the face from Belosria as Irony uses the Transcendence to keep Shy up. He knows he can't afford to lose Shy, and the overclock could be a big win condition for the Spark. 99 to 91, flip back over to the Spark. Overclock from the low ground, hoping to connect on MN3 when he's hiding. And that's what you gotta do. You can't be taking that duel, but a jumping jump, and Shy is dead. A great pile drive from Belosria to stop any more kills from the Spark. We're left with a 4 versus 4, and this is just a fight that never ends, like they.
Spin to win for now. Philadelphia confusion is all about, and MN3 has popped themselves an overclock. Rail charge for days, baby, but the flip is not forthcoming just yet. Finally, Alpha Yi is slain, and once more, this point will change hands. Unfortunately for Philadelphia Fusion, in the midst of that final fight, they actually allowed Hangzhou Spark to flip it, and that's why overtime was going on and on. I don't know if anyone's here to touch, and the overhead map says no. Philadelphia Fusion claim our first stage, and I would love to know what's going on in the truck at the moment. I bet there are some words being exchanged.
The fact that poor Avali, like her first week in the Overwatch League, and she became a Fusion fan, and just, we tried to warn her, but so far, you can have hopium in the Fusion, but you can't be happy until the series is over. But who could have predicted Fusion fighting for a top 4 spot over Shanghai Dragons and the Seoul Dynasty. It really is the mid-season madness.
Madness is everywhere, Lemon. However, for Hangzhou Spark, we've got to remember they've claimed a very valuable scalp on this map, previously defeating the LA Gladiators, who are going to be playing later on today against the San Francisco Shock in our winners final. That is by no means something that should not be considered. MN3 returns to the Ashe, the same for Shy. Both of these Ashes, they're all about instant DPS being delivered in tandem with the pile drivers. But the question is, whose Wrecking Ball will be able to path their way to the backline first?
And when it comes to those Ashes, they do be headshot. You got the consistent damages, which is what makes Ashe unique over Sojourn. Sojourn does scale up and has insane one-shot potential, but the headshots, just the accuracy that MN3 and Shy have is unbelievable. And the coach gun doesn't hurt if there's a messy Hammond up in your face, which has been, I mean, Bellasaria and Bernard are relentless. But first cap going over to Spark maybe, but Zest is trying to deny it, but has already forced to use recall. He comes back up. And Spark are playing really passive. It has to be Bernard that wants to shove everyone back, but he's more concerned with the backline of the Fusion. Here comes Bellasaria to assist Zest to stop the cap from the Spark. 75% of the way there, and still no cap. Bellasaria, though, hoping to pressure the Spark, who have taken shelter over on the highway side as the Fusion want maybe to take over the high ground, but for now, they do get pile drive, but Bernard didn't have enough health to really get away with that, even with Alpha Yi in the picture. So it will be Fusion up first, but without Aim God and Bellasaria low, we're really gonna come down to some ultimates before we see a first cap like that.
Okay, supportal combat gonna be the order of the day today. Look how much Irony has outpaced Aim God when it comes to this Transcendence. 40% ahead. Irony's been doing a lot more damage and getting some value out of that Harmony Orb as well. And now Spark, they've been able to take this first fight without any ult expenditure. They are ready almost for a 5 ultimate defense, and that's going to take Philadelphia Fusion so long to break through, as Zest seemingly is already trying to use his Pulse Bomb, even if it hasn't borne fruit.
I'm one with the plant. The plant is with me. Can you plant this pulse bomb somewhere nice? Eat, but no stick. Not enough air on that one. Spark, though, because they got the first cap, they can just play stall. They don't even have to take a fight. They can just roll around and keep contesting until 99%. It's going to be so difficult for the Fusion to get this back. They need a decisive victory, and they've already started the rally, but they lost MN3. Who might have thrown the Bob, but the Bob went over to the Mega side where the teleporter is. Yeah, there it is here. So any stragglers that want to go on any type of flanks or just on the coast side, they get shot at. And Shy found that out the hard way. Now people are getting shoved into traffic. Already look both ways. It's too late. He's dead. And now Spark don't have any healers, but they can just try to live for as long as they can. I think they still have Bernard. Nope, he's gone. So a decisive fight for Fusion and the flip in their way.
Unexpected value there from a backstab Bob, and Hangzhou Spark actually used all of their armory in that fight as well. Every single ultimate they had available was used, and admittedly Alpha Yi did enough damage to get back up towards yet another Pulse Bomb, but Zest is keeping pace. And now Hangzhou Spark, they don't have much to deal with Bellasaria Minefield here. If he makes a good engagement with a Minefield and Pile Driver, it could be curtains.
He's hoping to drop those mines in either the teleporter or the bridge. Chooses the bridge. So it seems the Fusion, or sorry, the Spark, have to clear those before going on to the high. Irony just, oh, okay, I thought he walked into that. No, it was a Zest Pulse Bomb. He's been sticking those really well. Now, you go after Shy. He's already forced to use Recall, has to head on back for Mini or the Orb from Aim God. Fixa has the rally ready, and Bellasaria is just bulldozing people. And without Super Rich, Sparker's just gonna have a tough time taking this, so they're gonna actually full reset.
Yeah, Spark's formation there was actually spread super wide. And it was Shy. No. You don't get to get 2 random headshot kills. The DPS of Fusion are dead. How do they try and play this now? The rally, Lemon, is the choice.
Yeah, for now it's a 5-on-3, and the Spark know they have a chance to flip this while Fusion play passive for their last remaining members to get back. Bellasaria has taken a lot of hits. Shy so close to the Bob too. If he wants to flush out the Fusion, he can. And the kills continue to go the Spark's way as Fusion even try a pile drive so low. But they're really just throwing bodies on the objective to extend with the lead that the Fusion do have. yeah, you claim Shy, but the Spark should be healthy beyond this, and they have ults to keep this going even more.
And the thing is, Fixer had to pop the rally there just for Fusion to even get a fight. Here's a quick look at how Shy managed to dispatch of both for Philadelphia Fusion's DPS. And look at this, Belos Rear was actually reporting over the location of Shy with the 3D peek as well and the pings, and they both still got shot in the noggin. Unbelievable. Shy now has a Bob to try and contest this point, and this point's easy to contest anyway. So it could be that Hangzhou Spark actually try and play this from the high ground, while Philadelphia Fusion have to stay on the low to keep overtime ticking.
Yeah, MN3's last Bob actually went towards the side that you just saw Belisria bowl from, and we'd like to see more point presence with the Bobs, unless it's really about what position you want to force them to be in. Now the Bob first from MN3 at the back. Hangzhou Spark thinks it's killable. They deal with the Bob first, but they lost Shy in the process. Rally starts from super rich. They have the Irony Transcendence just in case. Alpha E hopes to land a stick, and Bernard sets up the pins for him to hit down. You see, Fixa was isolated for a second. Alpha E realizes that Fixa has him marked. And there's a pulse bomb at the ready, but you don't even need to get the stick, but it forces out the Transcendence from Ape God. Now Fusion need to win this fight here and now while they have the resources, and the kills are already going their way. It's 87%. Fusion still looking for the flip, and the Spark keep contesting. They keep thinking it's winnable, and they somehow drew out the rally from Fixa. I don't know if that was necessary.
Drawing out the rally is huge. However, the real thing that needs to be dealt with here for Hangzhou Spark is this minefield. If Irony has to use the trance to get through the minefield to contest, things will go very wrong very fast.
99% for the Fusion. Spark looking for the flip. They go down on stairs, but the mines for Belisria, it's so good. They'll force out the Irony Transcendence. He'll use that to clear the mines potentially. The red carpet laid for the Spark. Fusion head to the high ground, a pile drive right on the super rich. Fusion start to coalesce around them. They have the Spark's backline against the wall. Shy is trying to protect them, but he's so low himself. But the Spark's flank of Alpha and Bernard is even stronger, and Shy hits the third kill. Spark head for the flip. Overtime is about to go away in the blink of an eye, and Zest is dueling. He wasn't concerned with the point, and neither was Belisria. We head into round 3.
Oh my, Hangzhou Spark, yes, they had their Transcendence forced out by that minefield just so Irony could join the fight, but Philadelphia Fusion could not find the frags on the isolated members like Bernard, who were in the midst of their backline trying to continually tap upon this point, keep overtime going to reduce the pressure on Irony and Super Rich to put themselves in a dangerous situation. It will all come down to University Lemon. Previous sins have been forgiven. The slate has been wiped clean, but the plays remain just as dirty. Bernard is going to move over onto the Doomfist.
Because these dives have been crazy. The fact that Spark's backline survived just a little bit longer. Here's the Symmetra teleporter to get Spark into a favorable position to the mini-pack side. And with the Doomfist, these close-range quarters is exactly where Bernard wants to be. Fusion, they like the open space. So Belisria already heads to coast side, and that makes space for MN3 to have a bit of a high ground to work with. But MN3 is dealing with some troubles over there, and Zessa is not able to help him out. Meanwhile, you got Shy dominating the left side until MN3 gets charged up and finishes him off. Now you got this tussle and the hustle, but it's Fusion hoping to cap first, and Belisria is choosing whether to get involved in the fight or go for the objective, and he caps first, but because of that decision, MN3 dies. So Fusion might get a couple percentage, but we'll see how long that'll be held on for. Alpha Yi and Shy are on the objective, and Fusion immediately lose control, and there's nothing Belisria can do about it.
Bernard with an excellent take there to try and isolate Fixer, and you can see that Belisria is under consistent pressure. The Doomfist does such a good job of trying to control the movement of the Wrecking Ball, and now MN3 forced to use their slide to get away from Bernard. That means it's going to be much more difficult to escape Alpha Yi later on.
Oh, big pick from MN3. Irony and Super Rich are dead. This dive from Fusion is nuts. So besides sometimes being the Philadelphia confusion where they don't work together, when they do have that synergy, they look incredible, and I think that's why they are this far in this tournament, so they will have the point for now.
He's also the bottom as well. There's nothing to really answer it. Irony does not have the nano yet, but you'd give over to Super Rich to try and give that additional hardiness. And of course, you can try and bully out. There we go, perfect stick.
I gotta throw a $5 to my stats people and see what this pulse bomb attach rate from Zest is. He does so much for the Fusion. Vixus starts the rally, and I think that was getting scared by Alpha Yi throwing the pulse in the back. Doesn't connect onto anything. So Fusion may rest for now as the Spark regain.
63% attach rate for Zest thus far. Belosria with the mines up into the air and down into Hades, maybe no. It's a nice disengage from a Hangzhou Spark, and now they'll simply take their time. This actually allows Shy to build up a railgun as well by shooting the mines.
Cap for now for Fusion. Transcendence and Overclock almost up, but it's Spark had the 3-ult advantage. Nano, Rally, Overclock at the ready. Shy has mini pack room with his supports. The Nano given to Shy as he wants to finish off Belosria. The only thing contesting this for the Fusion as Spark desperately needs a flip, and Shy gets 2! He sees the recall from Zest, wanting to read this. What a sleep on the Fixa! Irony's just built differently. And Zest will contest for a few more seconds to get it up to 82, but it's Spark back in the driver's seat.
Just like Belosria at Midseason Madness, Irony has really had a couple of breakout games here in this tournament, proving himself to be a flex support who deserves to be on a top 4 team in the world, potentially. MN3 with the overclock, looking to try and emulate Shy's previous performance, and thus far I'd say we've been going about equal. The attempt to boot them into the bomb, Lemon.
That was almost so cool by Belosria. Zest is down, and so is MN3! Shy and friends just coalescing, Spark moving as a unit, looking for even stagger kills any second they can buy to get this lead back. Spark will do anything for it. They're overextending. They haven't been punished for it yet. Alpha Yi uses a couple blinks to get away, and as Fusion looked at Alpha Yi, Shy looked at them back, and even harder, and Spark will kill off Zest and buy some seconds.
Okay, I said that Shy and MN3 had been about equal, but that's twice now that MN3 has popped overclock and instantly been told to sit down and shut up by Shy. And this means MN3 now been forced to go over onto the instant damage that's offered by the Ash. The Dynamite, yes, can force people out of positions, but it might be a little bit harder to follow up on those.
Oh, Alpha Yi is just too good. It's just him versus Zest against the world, and the 2 picks at 94.5% for the Spark. The Transcendence is forced. Someone from the Fusion has to touch, and it has to be Zest. He's already recalled out. Who is next? Zest comes in, but he's antied. Belosria's in the picture. He's close to buys. He's been slept. All the damage of the Spark is going to Belosria. He's barely escaping. He's drawn the Spark back, but there's no front line for the Fusion to keep this one going. You have the ultimates. Overclock, ready for Shy, and the Nano. Who can possibly stop this man? The Fusion have nothing left in the tank, even through the Genji and all the soldiers they sent to the battlefield. The Spark will ignite and take map number 1.
You line them up and Shy will simply knock them down. Hangzhou Spark, what a masterclass from their DPS. Shy, every time you say that this ends now, he says, yes it does, but not the way you wanted it to. And Alpha Yi making sure on that Tracer that no one was ever safe in any of their hidey holes. The sticks came thick and they came fast, but unfortunately, for the Philadelphia Fusion, it's going to be an ignominious beginning to their lower bracket run.
The 63% attach rate from Zest. I mean, we'll probably get to compare those to Alpha Yi because it's been neck and neck, especially even between MN3 and Shy on the Ash and the Sojourn. It is chaos, and Spark are ahead first. We're going to throw it to a break. Let the Fusion decide where they want to go next. Hey Jabari, long time no see. same map between our superstars of the East. Spark taking it in round 3, but it's been the MN3 versus Shy on the Ashe Sojourn and the Zest versus Alpha Yi on the Tracer duel, and the stats have been really interesting to look at, like that.
Yeah, the stats for Zest and Alpha Yi are about as close as they could be. They're almost equal on final blows and deaths, and there's about 80 damage between them, which is not a huge gulf considering they got about 13,000 damage each. But the pulse bomb attach rate for Zest has been a touch better. However, as you can see at the moment, Lemon, we have Fury coming in for our next map, and Fury's not had the greatest season so far, but I think where Fury really has his value is in his veterancy. This was our Season 1 Overwatch League winner with the London Spitfire alongside GOATs like Gesture and like Prophet. And for Philadelphia Fusion, with the exception of AimGod, this is a ridiculously young team. So many members that were sort of in T1 daycare in Korean contenders for a while, just sort of like being sat on like a goose waiting for the eggs to hatch, like they're going to be 18 any day now, right, Tucker? Yes, they finally became 18, but now they're under the biggest pressure that they have felt yet. Yes, Kickoff Clash. It was a close one for Philadelphia Fusion and the pressure was mounting, but this is the big international event. This is mid-season madness, and Fury needs to be the captain who steadies this ship.
And Bernard brings that same veterancy too. I mean, when I first started casting, Bernard was in contenders and was like the diva guy. And now both these off-tanks have grown and to give a lot of options to their teams. Fury, interestingly, has brought out the Doomfist, especially against the Florida Mayhem, which I think is why they've brought him in for this next map. The Philadelphia Fusion, because they lost Oasis, they get the advantage of choosing our next map, and they want to go to King's Row. Last time the Fusion went to King's Row, they full held the Florida Mayhem, which went the distance at Game 5 even, but it was off the back of Fury's Doomfist, and it looked pretty good.
Yeah, not the best known Doomfist player, but evidently Fury is someone who can pick up heroes very quickly. In fact, even when Sigma first came out, I think it was at the end of potentially Season 2, Fury actually picked up the Orisa from Gesture and allowed Gesture to play on the new Sigma hero, and has an incredibly wide hero pool in the pre-222 era as well. We even saw Fury play a little bit of Farah back in the day to play a third DPS of a London Spitfire. This guy has it all. Even if Diva was always his best hero, I trust in whatever Fury picks to be of at least a consistent grade of owl-ready tanking. However, as we've seen in our previous rounds as well, especially in Hawk versus Fate in our previous matchup, the Doomfist does a great job of controlling those wrecking balls, and it might limit Bernard's options if he doesn't play the Sigma.
Yeah, the attacking Doomfist can have some troubles just getting up to that high ground. I've seen a lot of success of Doomfist going through hotels, but we also have a lot of success just looking at these DPS. Kind of the statistics that really stood out to me from that last map was Zest having a 50%, ended at, we said 63, and then ended at 50% attach rate, while Alpha Yi was at 25% with same damage. So it kind of tells you Zest can really get the first blood for the Fusion, but even though Spark won the map, it's about, are you following up with the kills that your Ham and really the rest of the team are setting up for you. While as it comes to the battle between Shy and MN3 on the Sojourn, I felt like their Ashes had very similar damage, deaths, and all that, so they're very equal there. But Shy's Sojourn really stood apart from MN3, almost doubling the damage at 9.8k versus 5.6k. So Shy had a better performance on that front. I think I remember it was Gardens. So we'll see how that goes. We might see MN3 return to the Sojourn after that initial Widow snipe. But more Fury Doomfist up to bat.
A little bit more of the, oh, okay, there he goes. Over to the Sigma. One of the things I really want to concentrate on here is the focus fire on Fury to get him below 50% HP. Because remember, Alpha Yi has access to the focusing beam while playing on this Echo. And that's going to be super important for taking out Fury, because he's going to use his shield first, and that's going to get broken quickly. And the Kinetic Grasp is his secondary defensive option, which can do nothing against the focusing beam of Alpha Yi.
It's really interesting to see actually Zest on the Ashe, and I guess that's why you bring him in for that. On the high ground, dominating the backline, goes back in the hotel for Mini, because usually when they want that double ranged hit scan, they bring Carpe into that picture. So we'll see how that goes, but for now, even though the picks came out for the Fusion first, they're all dead. They do have respawn advantage, so the kills might matter slightly more for Fusion.
A wicked exit from MN3 right there, sliding away, getting the headshot. Alpha Yi has already moved over onto the Tracer, and Zest in tandem has mirrored over to the Genji instead. We know Zest has a fantastic Genji. Part of his debut in Overwatch League was actually playing some Genji on King's Row. And this is going to give a little bit more brawling power where you can easily skirmish against Bernard and try and force out some early cooldowns from him.
Zest has control of Hotel. Hangzhou need to go recontest, but they'll have to deal with the flank first, and Shy didn't see it coming. The communication from Alpha Yi just not there. Great immortality to save Zest at that moment. Fixa had the right idea. They also, Fusion almost have a second tick. Spark hoping to recontest at the last second here, and it's gonna come from the high ground. Bernard trying to lead that charge. Fusion only have one person here. They're all trying to stop the doorway. It's only Fury, but he's full health. Is anyone really gonna touch? It's Alpha Yi that keeps trying to duel Fury. Dips, dives, and dodges, but Bernard is trying to stop the backline almost. Finally, he goes after Fury. Zest is gonna get involved, but Bernard is okay for now. The defense don't have much left. They have some members in Hotel, but it's Fusion have the closer respawns, and eventually the balances tilt the Fusion's way, and they get the point and the card unlocked.
It's a long and attrition-based battle, but in the end, it's actually Fury who cuts it out with a well-placed rock against Alpha Yi, predicting a blink and crushing the Tracer up against the wall. Now Philadelphia Fusion, they're going to have access to the Blade, but think about the amount of countermeasures that Hangzhou Spark have against this. All that Hangzhou Spark needs to do is make sure they only utilize one of their defensive measures while killing Zest, because he's going to be blading without a nano. He's going to be very vulnerable during that. You can't use both the Trance and the Immo, though. That would be a tragedy.
Yeah, now Fusion have two on the cart. They have Ant Matrix too, so as soon as Sparks show their face, it could be just the Ant Matrixes that can buy some space, even force the other one to back away. Somehow, the defense have already fragged MN3, and that was actually because MN3 was trying to jump up and flank on the right side alleyway, where you see kind of Shy jumping up at, so gotta be careful. And I like the marking that the backline of the Spark are doing. Well, we have a ton of ults, all 10 of them online. Oh, that stick! But the immortality from Fixa! He saved someone's life again the second time this map. Now the Spark are just at a stalemate, and the Fusion are just waiting. It's like both teams are waiting for each other to play their hand first. A little bit of Fusion space as they head around the corner. Zest has the Blade. He has to dash out, though, as a grab flux from Fury gets canceled. And I think Bernard didn't do a whole lot either. Either way, we're still not at much cart push for the Fusion.
Bernard trying to hold this corner right here, and look at that. Fix has already had to expend the Immortality Field now. Double damage through the Ant Matrix.
Oh, and MN3 has to head out of there, but Aim God says, I got you, buddy. The Transcendence around the corner to reestablish the Fusion on the Ant Matrix, and Spark head all the way at the back of their alleyway to create some distance. Pix has been picked. It's just these random defensive picks from either Shy or Irony are just really ruining the Fusion's momentum. I think that's why they're playing so slow. They're just so cautious. Now Shy's on the flank, and he's gonna look for any picks while the Fusion are waiting. Disruptor shot out. Fury's gonna at least push Shy out of alleyway. Now Fusion only have the Blade to depend on for point B.
Yeah, Fusion, they didn't get to force out Irony's Transcendence, which is a massive pain for Zest to try and deal with. That Discord already applied to him. Does not want to try and run in here. Oh my goodness, fully charged Rail is gonna try and be punished. That kills Shy.
Oh, good deflect. But he's just hesitating on wanting to get the dash through, and just the one and done as long as you live. But Super Rich is dead. Zest sliced through, or got the deflector or something. I have no idea, but the Fusion are ahead. They force the Transcendence out. The Spark want to stabilize as much as they can, but they're down two, and it just keeps getting worse and worse. But at least Spark did a good job of draining a lot of this time bank from the Fusion, but it will still be a point B cap.
Oh, irony there. Holding Transcendence for Overwatch 3, not ideal at already. Let Super Rich die. Admittedly, Irony could not save Shy in any case with that Transcendence. There were simply too many walls between them and the travel distance would have been too long anyway. MN3 fails to get up to high ground, so this is a little bit of an opening for Hangzhou Spark, and Zest has to address that while MN3 gets stuck.
That's good. You deny MN3 any chance to get some kind of flank or opening angle on the Mega Pack side, and Zest couldn't disengage in time for the Hangzhou Spark, took that area back over. And without any DPS, the Fusion do not want to get staggered anymore, but Spark don't want to overextend and make a mistake either.
Bernard getting close here to the Gravitic Flux is going to be an issue for Philadelphia Fusion. They don't have the Immortality Field. Best case, only one person gets caught and they get Nano to try and survive it. Zest just going to continue keeping people off the high ground for the moment and building up towards that Nano Blade potentially, considering the Irony's out of sync.
Yeah, Irony used Transcendence at the end of point B, but you're going to start with the Grav Flux, and MN3 has already killed one, so maybe you conserve the Nano Blade for the end of point B. But it's an AMP Matrix in the face of Fury. He uses the Matrix, and he does get out for free. The Nano's given to Zest, but he doesn't want to use the Blade. He got a little too overconfident, I guess. Not sure if he thought the Transcendence was still up. Now the Fusion hesitate and are missing some members on this final push. You see Fix is far forward. The Transcendence now from Ape God? I don't even think Fury's in this picture at all. I'm not sure, but the Hangzhou Spark aren't too healthy, and the Fusion are going to be relentless on this push. Now the Blade going after Bernard, but the accretion and the follow-up is so good. You shut down the Blade. It's up to the overclock of MN3 to help the Fusion get the last 2 meters. Someone has to touch, and Irony can't get there in time. So somehow the Fusion cap with 53 seconds.
Speed, power, and ferocity, Lemon. Never give up an inch. Never give up a fight. It's always #winnable. Oh my goodness. Philadelphia Fusion there, they just decided to take the momentum they saw and roll with it, even though there was a little bit of a kerfuffle going on in the back when no one wanted to kill the Immortality Field. It was like, oh, Fury will kill it. Ah, Zest will kill it. MN3 will probably kill it. No one did in the end, and I think that may have given a little bit of additional time for Super Rich and Bernard in particular to stay alive, and that meant Bernard could actually slam Fury down with that Gravitic Flux, even though he was in a very vulnerable area. Still, Hangzhou Spark, they may not have given as much respect to the Philadelphia Fusion as was needed when Philadelphia Fusion just started investing so heavily in trying to reclaim that space, because Hangzhou Spark, they thought, oh, no team would be silly enough to do this. Right, guys? No one would do that. Alas, Philadelphia Fusion did that, and Hangzhou Spark, this is a very similar situation to what we saw yesterday when Shanghai Dragons got beaten down on Eichenwald by the San Francisco Shock. They just kept going into these positions they assumed would be safe because most teams would not peek this. Alas, Philadelphia Fusion, they do.
Yeah, the Fusion, they just know. Even though they lose a member or two, they just know where their advantages are and they know when to push. And Spark had just no space at the end to work with. And the Irony Transcendence at point B, I think, was such an error because Fusion had a free Blade out of it. Now, Bernard has been keeping Zest in check when he was on the Genji, but now it's the Hanzo. So, important information from the Sonic arrow, especially just knowing he actually places it on the statue and not hotels, just to see, especially where Alpha Yi is rotating to. Now, for now, the Fusion defense on the high ground, and somehow Alpha Yi hits the headshot. That'll open things up for the Spark. Bernard also protects him well, but now starts to anchor the objective as the Fusion have to figure out how many ticks they want to give up, or do they want to contest the first one, because Fury's around the corner, but he wants to make sure Alpha Yi doesn't get 3 shots into the backline if Fury just drops a contest point. So Fusion are giving up the first tick. Are they going to give up the second? They're just so tunneled on Alpha Yi on this right side. They don't want him to have access to Aim God and MN3 in the window. Now almost the third take goes through, but Fusion finally dropped.
Well, this is the weakness of the composition, Lemon. When you're playing this double sniper kind of approach, no one's able to go down and really brawl on the point except for the Sigma. And if the Sigma gives up the high ground, he's going to take hours to get back up there. Next time Hangzhou Spark attack, Fury's going to have to move faster. Otherwise, he's going to get exploited.
Just healing Bernard up to full so he can just be the person who caps the point. and then draw the attention, draw these vulnerable members of the Fusion out so Spark can get the picks, but it's really Zest on the high ground that has angles above the shields of Bernard, has taken care of Alpha Yi. Bernard takes a ton of headshots, almost gets killed if it wasn't for the immortality of Super Rich, and just Spark gets so close to capping. It was 10% away. Now they have the Amp Matrix from Super Rich from the hotel, and Zest gets a 3K off the Dragon Strike to flush them all out. I just can't believe this. Fusion have ordered away a massive storm.
So this has finally started to work because Zest is actually hitting his shots now. He's getting the headshots that he needs, Lemon. And before, Philadelphia Fusion simply were not removing any members of the Hangzhou Spark, so Fury didn't feel safe enough to go down to the low ground because he would have been surrounded and torn apart. Hangzhou Spark now, though, they have so many ultimates to work with. Fury is going to have to play this Flux perfectly.
Fusion are playing so passive, you just can't seem to find them. You can't get a shot onto them until they find you first. Dragon Strike as Fury goes to drop down. The immortality is already dealt with. Fury's in a lot of trouble. And oh my god, Spark, 3% away. Finally, the Fusion straggle their way back to the objective, and then Spark can finally win a fight. It took so much time, though. Definitely significantly slower than Fusion's attack.
Yeah, unfortunately for Philadelphia Fusion, the second that they gave up 2 ticks in that initial fight without being able to find any picks from Zet. The Bastion.
What?
Oh, never mind. Oh, no beat boop today. Okay, fine. I will settle for the Echo. Alpha Yi also swaps over to a Genji here, which has an okay matchup. And then back to the Hanzo once more. Both of these teams trying to outplay each other when it comes to these counter picks. And now Zest, once again, is going to feel pretty vulnerable up in the air. Alpha Yi will be able to do a significant amount of damage. The wing hitbox of the Echo is really good for the Hanzo.
I think the Hanzo is great for just these narrow streets, but the Echo might be better for the more open area of the map at the end of point B. And depending on who you copy, can just add the extra resource, the extra damage, extra frontline, whatever Zest thinks the team needs. Shy goes for a flank over on Ali's side. MN3 keeps him in check with a disruptor shot. Zest has already assassinated Alpha Yi, so MN3 is going to get a bit more eager, has drawn out the immortality from Super Rich. Now Fusion can definitely play more aggressive if they want. They have the Transcendence if things don't go their way. They also don't want to walk in the line of fire of Shy, who can easily trade things out.
Check out how MN3 and Fury actually play kind of like as a faux tank. Sometimes MN3 will just call for a pocket and then push on the opposite side to give Fury the room to move up and try and crunch in onto a tightly packed Hangzhou Spark. Zest, no stickies right there, is going to move in onto Alpha Yi. Was that an accretion in midair? Bloody hell!
The fly has been swatted and Alpha Yi claims 2, so the Spark head towards point B. They might have lost Alpha Yi, but they haven't lost hope. And Fury, speaking of which, last hope for Fusion with the grab Flux, and you have 2 support ults. See if Fusion gonna keep the contest going. Shy is above and he has 100 charge. And Zest is in his sight, but he's so focused on dislodging Fury. He is the anchor and he wants to kill him before the grab Flux, but too little, too late. The Nano has to be placed on the Fury to save him and to keep the Flux going. More ults from the Fusion, including the Transcendence, to revitalize the defense, to stop the Spark from capping. Now we're left with really very little ultimates as blow after blow has been exchanged, and it's only Alpha Yi with the Dragon Strike. Goes up to the left side, and he's met with 2 DPS, and no one touches from the Fusion. They were running from the Dragon Strike from Alpha Yi that was right on the cart, and Fusion's DPS were flanking left side. Now 2.5 minutes for C, I guess, for Spark.
Alfie did a really good job of playing the off angle there and getting a clean line of sight onto the supports of Aim God and Fixer. That meant that Fury had to adjust and then was once again forced to move by the Dragon Strike. Admittedly, Alpha Yi, an early casualty here to Zesh just popping in through the window and hitting the stickies. The Hangzhou Spark have already got themselves some significant distance on this cart from Philadelphia Fusion's late deaths.
Oh no, you ran out of gas! It's out of gas. So, Fusion.
It's expensive these days, Lemon.
Yeah. Well, Zest will be back with Dupe. Someone's getting beat in this doorway. It's actually Fury, who's holding things down and Fixer anti-Shy to stop him. He was just getting so aggressive on Fury because Zest was still coming back, but guess who's back? Respawns are pretty close for the Fusion. Spark only have 1.5 minutes. just around the corner with only a grab flex to depend on, but it's Fusion that can pull the trigger first, and Nano's given to MN3. Zest copies the Hanzo. It's an all-out assault from the defense as they take flanks around the doorways and through the Mega side. They deal with the immortality from Spark, but Spark really haven't lost much. They have all 5 members, I think, still alive, so a grab flex is thrown from Bernard and from Fury as Irony uses the Transcendence to keep his front line up. And now surely we're out of ultimate soon, and you're definitely without Shy now.
All right, coming around the back, Shy's dead. MN3, plenty of charge in the overclock. It seems like, yep, Super Rich has been identified, taken out, and the rest of Hangzhou Spark, they're in pretty poor positions here, Lemon, essentially hostages. Goodbye.
Oh, Bernard. He's dead too. The Spark could be dead too in the next 40 seconds if they don't get something done.
Yeah, we could go 1-1. Tie up our game, and that's exactly what we want here in Midseason Madness lower bracket. No 3 Overwatch, please. Let's keep them being bangers. Philadelphia Fusion in the back pocket, a Transcendence here, but what is going to be the trigger for it? Ideally, you need to keep your team safe when they're forced into a bad position by the Dragon Strike, and you don't really have the speed to avoid it if it's used close enough and in the midst of a battle by Alpha Yi, so Engod needs to hold off on this as much as possible.
Spark have the DPS ultimates. It's a Dragon Strike right behind the Fusion, but a little too far back. Fusion are still comfortable with the space that they have. Now Shy may be trying to battle for the high ground against Zest, but the Genji is so great at getting back into the high ground and climbing back up, but Shy just dominates the low ground, has already killed 2 with the overclock, including Fixa, and Engod's already used Transcendence. He can't keep this team up all by himself. But the Fusion can still frag at a distance. They get further and further away towards their respawns. They don't want to get staggered. And Zest has killed 2, even through the immortality. And Spark are down 3. They can't keep it going. It looks so good. But the Philadelphia Fusion will tie it on King's Row.
Philadelphia Fusion surviving through the amplification matrix, using that Transcendence meant that they could catch Shy in a position where he was not hitting the headshots and couldn't kill anyone. He slid a touch too far, and Fusion were quick to answer and to punish it. And after that, well, what more can I say than it was Zest in time, baby. On the Genji, kill after kill, the high ground was challenged, and the high ground was claimed. Lemon, this is gonna go the distance. We are 1-1.
They might say that the West is best, but in the East, it's Zest that's best. Some fabulous Dragon Strikes and plays and more. The Fusion fought so hard for that. We have a tie series, so we're going to throw it to a break. We're going to hear from the Spark on what map is next.
They were waiting for Zest to rejoin the fight, and when he does, oh boy, is it worth the wait. Here as he fishes for a little bit of extra primal charge, but man, Zest went off on this attack. He showed that he has a fire and a fury in his belly. Spellsria tries to get that kill, can't make it happen. Blade gonna be pulled first and foremost here by Zest. Dashing in, gets both of the supports, doubles down for another one there. Zest is there for the alley-oop, comes through to help finish off the supports.
Want to get that combo underway, beautiful false bomb from Zest. He's kind of walks into that one.
Zest and Fixa continuing to find these kills. The Fusion might have just now brought it back.
The from Zest, the young rookie for Fusion, gives them the opportunity to save the fight when it was looking so dire. Talk about profit clutching, that was a Zest clutch.
Zest has definitely been a treat to watch. A huge playmaker from the Dragon Strike to really open things up on the point of King's Road to his Genji multi-kills. He really can do it all.
Yeah, Lemon, it's hot Zest summer, that much is for sure. These are the stats from Genji, but of course played a multitude of heroes over on King's Row. In fact, 20 final blows all in all for Zest, and that was a large amount when it came. It was almost a deadlift for Philadelphia Fusion, who admittedly all showed up in that arena. Speaking of someone who's showing up, Bellosaria has returned to the fray alongside Gushwei, and you know what that means? Once again, the 1,000-folded Gorilla Steel shall be drawn from its sheath as the Primal Blade has arrived on the scene, and you know exactly where Spark want to go for escort. Every time they get to choose, they decide, you know what, I think it's Dorado time, so that Gushwei can come from his Kung Fu Panda Tai Lung prison and dominate.
Yep, Gushwei really known for his Winston, and really there's just not many other Winston players left in the tournament that can touch Gushwei. And then Bernard can just focus on Hammond and the Sigma, so you know why you bring Gushwei in. And, well, we also know what map we're going to next, and it's the Sparks choice. And they've cooked up a good one. We'll be going to Dorado. And I think that's exactly why the Fusion have brought back Bellosaria. No Carpe today, at least not yet.
Yeah, Carpe not playing as much in this tournament. MN3 and Zest being committed to us for Philadelphia Fusion. They're two rookies. They have seen the light and they have brought them to the forefront. And Spark, we've got to say that Shy and Alpha Yi, probably one of the most consistent DPS duos in the league in terms of just the overall playtime that they get together. We've only seen a couple of substitutions when Architects come in. I think it's been to play Anna, and I think Pineapple has played one map, a Circuit Royale alongside Ligue, and I think that was when Spark had already qualified for mid-season madness. But as we head into Dorado, Lemon, I wonder if Bellosaria is going to return to his main tank roots of Winston or continue playing the Wrecking Ball, because the Wrecking Ball definitely has its place at the moment, and it's very good for setting up engages for both your Sojourn, if she's got a charged up rail shot to follow up your Pile Driver, or your Tracer. But where the Wrecking Ball lacks is in its ability to hold space effectively. That's where Winston excels. He can be a long-time duelist. He can continue to play around carts for a long time with his shield, and of course usually with an Anna at his back. And holding space is super important when you're more reliant on your players like Shy to have the space to operate.
Well, I think Hangzhou Spark know a thing or two about space, especially if you guys... Did you guys catch the Hangzhou Spark Gladiators match yesterday? Because that was some of the best Overwatch we've seen. It went all the way to Game 5, but they also went to Dorado, where Hangzhou Spark, well, they won that map and even had a minute 23 to spare to win the map. It was behind a Gushwei Winston, Alpha Yi Tracer, Shy Sojourn, and then some Brig Ana. So clearly playing to their strengths, and if you're able to beat the Gladiators on this map, I got some hopium.
Admittedly, I'm yet to see Super Rich sipping the Super Rich tea thus far today with his excellent tiny little cup. That's a man who understands portion control, Lemon. We're going to be heading into the map real soon. I wonder what Shy has got hung over the back of his chair there. Seems to be some kind of t-shirt, but I can't quite make out the message.
Yeah, someone let us know what that is. I'm sure it's like... Well, it could be also a sweat towel, but maybe it's something like memorable.
Is this part of the Shy lore? Are we going to have a Shy lore drop? I'm sure someone will let us know what it's all about. I love the Hangzhou Sparks custom chairs as well. And
just to say quickly about, we think Super Rich is like this calm guy. He meditates, or at least he jokingly meditated before one of his matches. He's got a little teacup, and we did confirm it is tea. Shout out to Twitter for that. But also, this guy talks smack. Like, the Hangzhou Spark and Gladiators yesterday was obviously entertaining because of the level of skill, but also the amount of trash talk that happened, which is from Super Rich, writing easy and whatever, stuff like that. So that was hilarious.
Admittedly, Super Rich never throws the first punch. He was up against Reiner, and Reiner's a known motor mouth. He's like the he's the player equivalent of Mitch Uber-Leslie. Likes to pop off sometimes, shout some things, do some all caps messaging. As we head in to Dorado with its brand new funky soundtrack, Hangzhou Spark. Going to be starting off on the attack here, I believe. And Philadelphia Fusion, I want to see if Belos Ria is going for the ball or for the Winston, which is going to be important in determining how they're... Oh, the MN3 Ash as well. I quite like this in particular for Dorado because on the high grounds, it means you can peek out and deliver instant damage without having to worry about over-peeking to try and build up the railgun using the primary fire of Sojourn. And that could be dangerous when you're going up against potentially Widowmakers.
I just think MN3, especially on the Ash, is just so impressive. But even through on map 1 Oasis, Shy's Sojourn did diff MN3 in terms of damage by about 4 or 5k. So already had a good performance there. I would say MN3 looks like the stronger Ash. Shy looks like the strongest Sojourn. Maybe you guys want to argue with me. I'll tussle and hustle about that. But Hangzhou Spark will be out the gates with a Widow to get some initial snipes in. And Gushui will have to see what space he can make on the Winston.
All right, plenty of targets arrayed there, but none which are easily slain. And so Alpha Yi, Tracer or Genji? Tracer it is. Lack of verticality here, but it does mean that you'll be able to brawl out a little bit better against Belos Ria and chase him down when he tries to make these escapes.
So the Spark just have some push going for now on the Fusion. It's all about those picks. You'll have the better dynamite angle for MN3 if you can build up towards the bot. That's also nice, but Shy can easily slip and slide up into the top right. You just maybe want some help with that. But how could she possibly feel comfortable doing anything if you're the Spark when you got Belos Ria just pounding her backline and just stomps Irony like a bug?
Burning to death. Bad way to go, Lemon. But for Philadelphia Fusion, this defense is going rather well. MN3 was actually isolated. And that means that Gushui can pick up the kill. But unfortunately, Gushui is a little bit too far in. And Irony there actually had his sleep baited out by Belos Ria, who kind of faked going for a pile driver when he was actually just sailing over the top. And after Irony had expended that sleep dart, that's when Zest and Belos Ria actually committed to the dive.
Might need the Spark to... react to Belos Ria, hit the sleep, but then not having the Zen to just Discord or Belos Ria might mean they might lack in damage to really take them down, but we'll have to see how that goes. Shy at least can snipe MN3 at range. Is that a sleep on the Zez? Kind of nasty.
Oh, yeah.
So Spark are up by 2, and they'll get to go towards Market.
Couldn't hit the Wrecking Ball, but the Tracer, apparently for Irony, just slightly easier, charging up towards the next railgun. You know that every time Shy has that up, everyone on Philadelphia Fusion has to cower. There's plenty of space, alas, for Philadelphia Fusion to get themselves a second contest here, and no major ultimates to stop them. Over the course of this next fight, Irony should be able to build the Nano, and that's likely to go on to Gushui to force a fight on the objective.
Oh, does he get out? He does. Irony's having a pretty nice performance on the Ana so far, just sleeping Zez, Belos Ria a little bit more. Now the Nano though, to Gushui, tries to clear that left side, pressuring it out. On the right though is MN3, and you can't forget about him. Zez also wants to flank from that side, and Gushui just took too much pressure, not able to use the Primal in time. And at 36 left, the Spark, they either need to give up now or start heading away. At least they draw out the Transcendence from Aim God, but it's matched by the Rally and the Overclock by Shy. So Spark think this is winnable, and it's really 3 members of the Fusion preventing this from getting capped. They can trade this out between Belos Ria and Zest to keep it contested forever. And if things get real hairy, they can always depend on an MN3 Bob, but you can invest less, it's always nice. And Spark just ran out of wind in their sails to keep the momentum going, so they'll have to head back.
As good as he's been on the Winston recently, I think Gushue actually jumped the gun a little bit there with the first engagement. Irony gave Gushue the nano, and Philadelphia Fusion, they weren't even really committed to the fight yet, so this engage was super easy to handle, and Gushue over-chased, looking to try and extract value from the ultimate, where admittedly, maybe just giving up and going back to the cart would have been the better idea. Zest forces out an early recall from Alpha Yi, so now he's going to be out of the fight for a little while longer.
Ooh, that's a zesty one. Doesn't hit, though. So Fusion chill. They'll have a Bob left over. And the Spark, maybe you want to just try and punish Belosria. He's not too worried, though. He escapes into the shadows on the right, Spark on the chase, and you have Bob just thrown in the middle of the map, so it forces Spark to be trapped on the right side. Hangzhou a little bit split from each other, and I don't see Fusion wanting to punish Spark's presence in the mini-pack room. So at least the Bob from MN3 did buy time, but MN3 will have to buy a new life. He's gone for now. Belosria is too low. Alpha Yi has the hunt and the chase down. So the Spark just have to keep pushing the cart, but it's overtime. It's last chance, and Irony's dead before he can deliver the nano. But the kills still come through on the front line. You still have 4 members of the Spark, so they cap. So I might have freaked out too soon there. Irony, that's my boy. He gotta live.
Once again, it's Shy who opens everything up. He is the Omni tool of the Hangzhou Spark. Getting that headshot onto MN3 was so important, and now MN3 goes back over to the Ash once more, having swapped over, I believe, to the Sojourn to try and slide back and return faster. Gushue is doing a little bit of poke to try and control the high ground. You can see that Alpha Yi's on the other side. This is simply to make sure that Philadelphia Fusion can't freely poke down on the less vertically inclined members of the Hangzhou Spark as they bring this cart into a more fightable position.
Alpha Yi just trying to sneak by, but Aim God is doing a good job of marking him. The double blink took too much damage. Ooh. And MN3 coach guns back, headshots Alpha Yi. And Spark loses their chance to get an opening kill on the high ground. Gushue jumps back up though, you have the nano advantage, but he already gets flailed back down thanks to Fixa. So Spark, their next win con will be around the nano, or maybe they even want to save it for the Primal Rage from Gushue.
Overclock in the hands of Shy. Given the Discord, you can see that he is a primary target, and removing Shy from the battle as quickly as possible is always in the interest of a Philadelphia Fusion as Super Rich pops the rally.
Zest doesn't hit on the pulse. Rally starts. Gushue Primal 2. Irony waits for the moment to hit the nano. It gives it to Shy, who jumps around the corner with Overclock and hits 2! The snipes on this man! That was the 80% rail accuracy we saw from yesterday, and he certainly do be hitting different. Shy is a one-man army, and the Spark head for point B.
He is simply the railgun of Damocles. Yes, there's going to be a Zest contest, but how long can he last for? The recall used, Gushue's in the way, and Hangzhou Spark, they make up for lost time on point B, with Shy continuing to dominate. MN3 here is on the Ash to try and deny space from Gushue, who can be knocked back twice. Once by the whip shot and once by the coach gun. But that's simply Gushue forcing out resources. It's all about making space for Shy to do this magic that we know he is capable of.
And the Spark chill for now. Thinking about where MN3's positioning going to be, which is currently not on the high ground. Alpha Yi does some initial scouting just to see where Fusion are coming out of. Right now, just some free cart push. Pile drive from Belosria. Force out the bubble from Gushue. Discord Orb on Super Rich. Fusion send MN3 towards the mini-pack hallway on the left side, who's close to Bob, and that can be a good push if he can get the Bob behind the Spark while they're disengaging. But I guess you don't even need the Bob if MN3's on that power position high ground and hits headshots, so Spark are going to take a second to recuperate.
And MN3, if Fixa plays with him, he should be undivable for Gushue. Alpha Yi might be able to get a touch more purchase after those cooldowns have been expended, and that will give good pathing to try and get a pulse bomb stick. You can see what Belosria is actually using the 3D peek at the moment. Beautiful stick, Irony, no nano today, baby!
The pulse and then the Bob on top. The Spark are also getting pushed from the front by Belosria. But Fusion don't want to invest any more ultimates there, so the Spark had to just deal with the Bob, but without Alpha Yi, this is not a good fight. With Shy getting headshot by MN3, I'm still not feeling good. So, yeah, Spark are getting kind of Thanos snapped in these fights, and we got 22 seconds left to see if they can complete.
Not quite high noon, but Rifles at dawn goes the way of MN3. Philadelphia Fusion now. If you want to come onto this cart, you're going to have the brave farmer Belos Ria's Field of Mines. And man, he's been growing them with a green thumb and a tender love and care. Alpha Yi's going to have to be the one to contest the cart, but guess who's waiting? Mr. Zest.
Almost 5 ults from the Spark, but 2 support ultimates from the Fusion. They got to layer these properly to survive the assault from the Spark. The Nano to Gushui, he's in the back. He has Primal. You don't have to worry about that main tank, but you got to worry about Alpha Yi versus Zest. Zest heads back to get some rally over health from Fixa. Belos Ria chases around someone on that high ground just to buy some space, but he gets antied, and Belos Ria just got too eager and overstayed his welcome. Spark have the overclock. Shy forcing MN3 to drop down. Fixa has to go with him, and Spark have now trapped the Fusion carry and have battered him against the wall. But Zest will claim 1-2. Irony's out of the picture. Super Rich is forced to use Rally to make up for those resources, but it's matched by the Transcendence of Aim God. Belos Ria buys time. The respawn advantage is for the Fusion. MN3 has the last hope with the bomb, but Shy has the shot. The recall. Zest don't want that smoke, but Belos Ria goes behind, and Shy and friends of Spark aren't worried. They want to stop the reinforcements. They want the cap in overtime. It's do or die from the Spark, and MN3 dies with bomb! Oh my god, Alpha Yi makes it happen! They just have to kill Belos Ria and stop the supports of the Fusion from touching, and they can't! The Spark will complete.
A biblical brotherhood of DPS demons, Shy and Alpha Yi, continue to say, we refuse to die. The lower bracket means nothing. We will slay our own APAC brothers if we have to get back and get our revenge on those who disrespected us. Alpha Yi, unbelievable timing. Making sure that Bob couldn't appear was absolutely critical. But when it comes to my opinion, Lemon, Belos Ria there was the real criminal misusing his minefield. He could have negotiated a 2 versus 1 against Alpha Yi on that cart, using the minefield with Zest, and made sure that Hangzhou Spark had to fight in overtime in the minefield. But instead, went elsewhere. I think he tried to assassinate Irony instead. I didn't see where the minefield went, but it certainly wasn't in the location that we wanted. And because Alpha Yi was able to survive that 1v1, he was able to do this.
Watch this. Kill Zest from the sky. It's that eagle, it's a plane. No, it's the angel delivering the win and stopping MN3. He actually had bomb and could have thrown it, but was just trying to do it the old-fashioned way, I guess. But Spark still complete. And this is for the series lead, series point to remain in the lower bracket. And we'll see what Fusion have up their sleeve, starting not with a Widow like the Spark did at the start, but with a Sojourn Tracer. And instead of a Hammond dropping down on the defense, it's Gushui on the Winston.
Shy, currently on the deadlift. 12 out of 18 final blows for Hangzhou Spark. I call this guy the best hit scan in the world, and right now the numbers are backing me, Lemon. Philadelphia Fusion slowly creep this cart forward as Gushui pokes from the top and then moves into position. But what? They stopped his disengagement. They actually caught Gushui as he jumped out using the pile driver. Perfect timing from Belos Ria.
Great punish on the defense so far, so the Fusion get a free push. And remember, Spark's defense back then took a lot, or Fusion's defense took a lot of time at this particular point. So already a head start from the Fusion. But this is the toughest part of the map to get through, at least for point A, of course. MN3 almost connecting on the Alpha Yi, but it's a body shot. Shy on the card, advances forward. The defense collapsing on the supports, but not yielding any result. It's the DPS of the Fusion that strike through many members of the Spark, only leaving Shy and Alpha Yi to defend. MN3 has come alive, and he's not making this duel against Shy and MN3 just that easy.
And that was a mechanical masterclass as well from MN3 and Zest. When it came to the tempo, Hangzhou Spark should have been winning that battle. They forced Belos Ria out, and then Hangzhou Spark managed to move forward and look for picks. But Zest and MN3, they negotiated their way into the back line, found the soft underbelly, and put the damage exactly where it needed to be. Yes, Zest might get forced out here by Alpha Yi, but the thing is, Zest gets the Harmony Orb at range from the Zenyatta, so can take this duel for a lot longer than Alpha Yi, who has a much more rigid sightline from his Ana.
good Belosaria bowl arounds. Is either gonna force mobility cooldowns like the jump from the Winston to just get back up. Might even get an assassination, because there is no immortality. There is a sleep that Belosaria has to worry about, and maybe Zest should have worried about that flail. So it's a 4v5. But you can see that Spark have already dropped down to stop some of the cart push going, so Fusion are going to take a second.
Great surveillance there from Alpha Yi. Just crunched from 3 sides. Zest had no time to react when all 3 members just put some damage his way. Still, the cart continues to move. Belosaria's had a couple of suspect grapples at the moment. And Alpha Yi caught on the recall. MN3 was counting the seconds and counting the pixels.
Yeah, Alpha Yi has been holding this guard inside, and finally Spark Fusion identify that. So you got the overclock from MN3, but Shy is nanoed and he has overclock too. His energy is over 9,000. He's already killed 2. The immortality can't save you now, Fusion. And they run. And Gushui wants to line things up for Shy, but Belosaria is just too quick with it.
An excellent decision made there by Irony. Shy was in danger of getting no value. Not only out of that overclock, but out of this defensive fight. If he had caught another shot from MN3 before that nano came down, it was curtains for Shy, curtains for the ultimate, and maybe curtains for the defense as well. But Hangzhou Spark stand fast behind their avatar of war. Irony certainly knows where his bread is buttered, and now Belosaria once more has to try and support a high ground fight where Zest is currently alone. The timing suspect.
Yeah, Zest and Belosaria at least working together to pressure Spark on that high ground, forcing them down. Alpha Yi trying to mark Zest the best he can while not letting the cart progress any further. Fusion have a lot of time, but they can't waste it. MN3 and the supports of Fusion head for Bank. It's a nice shelter from any high ground assault that the Spark may have cooked up. As Belosaria blaze the mines on the high ground there, and Super Rich runs into one of them. Kind of needed him for the rally. Also, Irony is blending in with the plant, and I don't think Belosaria saw him. Either way, his job was to go to the cart because Fusion almost pushed it in front of Spark, who have now lost 2 members. Gushui is low. He's got this corner on him, and it was only Alpha Yi just keeping the cart contested, so Fusion can't be.
All right, Belosaria being the pop-up pirate right there. That was a lovely minefield. And of course, a pile driver that finished it as well. Super Rich had no idea what hit him from behind. And getting rid of that rally meant that Philadelphia Fusion could fight on the cart so much harder because Irony was having to give away his heals one by one. And they had to choose between Gushui and Alpha Yi. And Alpha Yi was also trying to hide from Philadelphia Fusion on the same angle, which meant Irony was having trouble getting that getting those hits in. Zest is very stealthy here, yet to be noticed. Still no one knows.
Peekaboo! Zest hits the pulse bomb, Irony's dead, so this is looking kind of sketch for the Spark, but they're going to make do with what they have, and what they have is a rally, bit of overhealth. Just playing super passive here. Shy is above on the high ground too, could get some picks to try and equalize things. Gushui's going to help out. He's got the primal, and he's going for the back line. The Transcendence is activated. He's battering the supports against the wall, and they somehow live. Transcendence did help a lot too, but Gushui's back in this. He's got the nano. Shy will have to return soon. He's not in this fight yet, but Spark will make do with the 4 that they have. Respawns are close too, and Fusion have lost 2. Shy just does it again. You can never be safe when Shy is on the field, but Fusion, they at least have time to spare.
Gushui's nano engage right there forces out so much attention from the Philadelphia Fusion, but it allows Shy and Alpha Yi some space to negotiate themselves the angles needed to find the shots with the overclock and with the pulse bomb as well. Philadelphia Fusion, admittedly, they still have plenty of time. 2 minutes and the ultimates to try and make it work. Zest with an early pulse bomb doesn't appear to connect onto anything special. Must have been a whiff as Belosaria. This is huge.
He shoves them all into the corner, and somehow no one dies, or not even Super Rich at this point. And now with the mines gone from Belosaria and the pulse bomb from Zest, Fusion don't have any ultimates. This could be just about generating those, punishing Spark where you can, and Shy advances forward with Gushui, claims aim god while he was hiding in staircase, and jumps back to safety. The 1 kill is all the Spark need to ward away Fusion.
Philadelphia Fusion, their timing's just off, Lemon. They're playing Overwatch like a mortgage. They're doing their dive in installments. First Zest, then Belosaria, then the rest of the Fusion come in afterwards. They need to move as one, and yes, Belosaria and Zest have finally found that timing now, but it's too late. They don't have the resources to really force anyone out of these positions.
And Shy uses the disruptor shot to stop any pushes from stairs and uses the shot to kill MN3. It's just as easy as that. MN3 just feeling the pain. Shy dominating the lobby, receiving the nano love, and now Spark going for more picks where they can, but never overextending to a point where they're getting picked, and that's just the intelligence that the Spark have.
And the thing is, once Belosaria is forced to disengage and look for health packs, that's when Hangzhou Spark get their counter dive in, and they can really control the tempo of the fight using Gushue and Alpha Yi. For now, it's all about defense, making sure that Belosaria is not going to be present in the majority of the fight, playing counter dive instead.
Zest needs to yield something with this pulse bomb. At least getting close to killing Alpha Yi here. It's forced a couple blinks out. No recall though. Hangzhou Spark have 2 support ultimates. The nano to Shy, and he needs it. He dropped down below 50% HP. He's in the backline of the attack and has killed 2. Fusion just can't seem to start these fights on the right foot. But they will be now. Spark will now lead the series 2-1. The Fusion unable to go to the finish line.
It's 3 AM here in the UK. Lemon and Shy is in your backline with a nano overclock. There's nothing to be done. Hangzhou Spark identified the weakness. Once Belosaria had to go and look for a health pack, it was all about finding those engagements. And the thing is, when Belosaria leaves as the main tank, that means that Shy can be a lot more audacious with actually joining that dive and making those flanks into the backline alongside Gushue and Alpha Yi. That's the weakness of the Wrecking Ball. When his downtime is exploited by Hangzhou Spark using a high uptime main tank like Gushue, there are openings that can really be exploited by players like Shy and Alpha Yi.
That's why you got to invest in those Shy stocks. 21 out of 32 final blows, I believe I heard from the stats team. The Spark go to series point behind some fabulous Sojourn play. But we go to push next, and we'll see what's left of the Fusion.
Gamers of the court, Benvenue and doff the cap, there is royalty in our midst. That's right, a Midseason Madness legendary skin Royal Knight Mercy is on sale now through August 19th for just 200 League tokens. So make sure you get yours today and play with a Royal Flush.
Yeah, I'm on my hands and knees for the new Mercy skin. But not as down bad as Fusion right now, who are on match point against the Hangzhou Spark, who just took Dorado if you are tuning in. But at least the Fusion have one advantage they can work with, and it's their choice of push map between Coliseum and New Queen Street. And they're opting for New Queen Street, which makes a lot of sense. They chose this against the Florida Mayhem in the Losers Round 2 in that long Game 5 series, and they're very successful. Fusion are very successful on New Queen Street. 111 meters to 75, a big win against Florida Mayhem there. They also went on New Queen Street against the Dallas Fuel, another 3-digit meter, 122 to 42, and that's when they absolutely rolled the Fuel. Like, it was 122 meters right off the bat. And their kind of signature composition, their go-to stuff, is Ball, Tracer, Ashe, Zen, Ana. So we'll have to see if the Hangzhou Spark have studied the tape throughout this tournament, because Hangzhou Spark, we've seen them a lot more on Coliseum than New Queen Street.
Well, on the other side, we have a Hangzhou Spark, and here's a quick look once again at the Shy stats. It feels like the card that just keeps on giving. 21 final blows as Sojourn on Dorado. 16.4k damage. We didn't even go to extra rounds. Oh my goodness. Shy is a monster to be dealt with. But when it comes to monsters, Lemon, I'm thinking about MN3 on the Philadelphia Fusion. This is the place where MN3 stuck his flag in the ground of the Overwatch League and said, "This is my year." On New Queen Street, MN3 absolutely decimated at the end of the Midseason Madness qualifiers and put on one of the greatest individual performances I have ever seen in a pro game.
Well, it also helps when Shy gets nanoed. I mean, we're even hearing some talks on Twitter of just, oh my god, like, just nanoing a Sojourn who already does a ton of damage, has a one-shot potential, but it's the damage mitigation, the fact that Shy can stay alive when he jumps into danger. He's not jumping away, he's going in there. And you just depend on Shy to just get 3 or 4, 5k these fights. It's insane. The clutch potential that Shy has, even in that last fight, he was in the attacker's backline by himself. The guy's nuts. So can Spark depend on him again? They're on a series point. A win here is top 4, and I think a minimum of 75k, so a lot of dollars. But Fusion, fans, don't give up hope now. It's all about Fusion just making you go through an emotional roller coaster, and they can do it here on their choice of map.
Yes, Fusion, they teeter on the edge of oblivion. For Hangzhou Spark, the siren song of glory and victory is ringing loud in their ears. All they need do is take that final step and claim it. Here, the major difference is going to be in the tanks. Belos3 is keeping the pace up on the Wrecking Ball. Meanwhile, for Bernard, it's all about the slow and steady energy that wins the race. With this Zarya being a little bit more brawly, maybe giving over additional resources to Shy so he can play a little bit more brazen on this Ashe.
Yeah, the Zarya is going to do well at scaling through long fights. They have the resources, both the Ana and the Brig, to help out. And it wouldn't even hurt to just, I know Shy gets a lot of love, but nanoing the Zarya just to have the frontline potential, because where Zarya is weak is taking too much pressure. She only has 2 bubbles, and she has other people to care about. Somehow Bernard has already stopped MN3 from being in the tunnel. So really, I'm surprised Bernard's even just in this tunnel. That's usually where you want to see Shy or MN3, and I think now that Shy has that clear way, he actually gets pushed off from being on top of the tunnel. With Bernard all that space for nothing. Alpha Yi also gets chased down by Belosria. MN3 has burned 2 people alive from just existing on the low ground. So with that alone, that gets Fusion in some initial push.
Okay, MN3, that's not very nice. I think that there was a big problem there for Bernard in being able to actually generate his energy. We saw AimGod actually give up a 5-orb play just because it would have given Bernard a lot of charge, and playing slowly here is in the interest of Vizaya to get so many of these bubble rotations, but they're just not being fed by Philadelphia Fusion, because Philly know that if Belos3 is absent and Bernard has charge, things are going to go poorly. Huge slap.
Bernard actually got shoved into enemy fire and he gets finished off. So Fusion still can continue this push. This was against the Dallas Fuel where Fusion just had this initial 100-meter push. And look, it's just the passive plays, but also reacting to these small opportunities that the Fusion have. And when you shove Bernard, you can capitalize on the front line. Fusion now have a ton of space, so they got the capture point. They do see the Spark on the high ground. Elistria does want to get up there, and MN3 has taken a flank. He's thrown the dynamite up in Spark's little hideout. Alpha Yi has been nanoed somehow by Irony, throws the pulse, doesn't connect somewhere off screen, as now Fusion from on the car and behind the enemy team have now thrown the bomb to help stabilize a bit on the front, but Fusion got maybe a bit too creative on that front.
Maybe a touch of performance anxiety there from MN3. I don't think any shots were really hit with that. The Shy is hitting plenty. One to the back, a Fixer's head. The Snow is pink with brain matter now. And Shy grabs themselves a quick triple. Yes, you got yourself a quick butt-scratching cap, but we'll be taking this now, thank you very much. On the other side, Bernard finally has a Graviton Surge available. And remember, there's not really much to counter this from a Philadelphia Fusion. They don't have any consistent shielding. All they can really do is try and nade themselves in hopes that there might be enough healing. But AimGod is so shy of that Transcendence that Bernard can essentially get a free kill onto AimGod and Fixer if they play close enough. Spacing is everything here.
Oh, well, that's some space. You got the mines to trap whoever was on the top of the tunnel there from Spark. Oh, there's Shy. The rally starts from Super Rich. But you lost your carry there. Shy and Alpha Yi dead. You throw the ground just to stop Belosria, but does Spark even have enough damage? They just straight up don't. I don't think Bernard even has a lot of energy. No, just sitting at 30. So the solo grab on the Belosria does absolutely nothing. A sleep from Irony to lock down Belosria is kind of nice, but again, the lack of damage not working out, especially when you aren't utilizing a Zenyatta to get the Discord orbs out, but Spark are getting some good push going.
I think the Fusion may have got a touch too aggressive there. Maybe AimGod could have hid around in the back. Admittedly, it's a risk, though. Could have been staggered. Alas, going in with not really much behind them. Now Hungjo Spark are in a pretty good position to try and take this next fight with Shy so close to that overclock. If anyone feeds him over ult charge, this is going to be available before you know it and will be for this most important of fights.
Yeah, this is for the lead. To Spark to win this fight. Shy has been nano with a sleep! Fixa stops it, and the orbs from AimGod to clean things up and even kills Bernard with a headshot. Spark were depending a little, maybe too much on the Shy, but I mean, who expects an Ana to hit a sleep mid-jump like that? That is insane.
He's not just your healer, he is your playmaker. Fixer, the stand-in on the flex support, usually playing on the... It was actually a body block! Oh no! Get down, Mr. Bernard! Oh, bloody hell, that's tragic, mate. That is absolutely tragic, but for Philly fans, that is a big old smile.
The Fixa upper, but he's about to get pulsed. Oh, dodge! He does in fact dodge. He's a little bit low though. It's okay. Fusion takes shelter in the pack room. But Fusion got real creative last time off of these left side flanks. And it was usually MN3 who went there, and Fixa could even do that if he wants to throw a nasty ante. The Bob from MN3 thrown right on the bot, I believe. But either way, that is doing work, but you can't discount what Shy does. Trades it up with a double kill. Spark have the respawn advantage, so that's huge for Shy to just impact this fight and stop Fusion from getting any further. But the lead is still heavily in Fusion's favor with 73 meters, and Spark get the cleanup nonetheless.
No sleeps this time, mate. And Belos Rear staying alive also means that in a pinch you'll be able to contest the cart because you can kind of weave in and out quite effectively as a Wrecking Ball and just keep trolling Timmy to stop him from moving. Bernard critically needs to build up a good amount of energy for this next fight because the mortars heading towards high ground are what are going to zone away Aim God and Fixer from being able to rain down free damage.
Belos Rear has mines, and we learned this the hard way. Bernard.
They lost Venano. I think it got lost in transit.
Not sure how that happened, but Spark are just putting so much prioritization of putting Shy and friends on the top of the tunnel because it accesses that pack room where Aim God and Fixa like to sit at. But Belos Rear just is not letting that space go for free. And with those 2 picks, Fusion are back on the card, increasing this lead to 80+. And this is the red zone. Spark need to win a fight, but do it as economically as possible because they need to match that same 84 meters. The rally starts from Super Rich. Shy is on the high ground, not connecting much with these charged shots, but at least is getting back up to 100 thanks to Belos Rear. And the card is not going further. Fusion don't need it to. The pulse from Alpha Yi draws out the Aim God Transcendence. So if you're Spark, you take the wins where you can as the Fusion slowly but surely run out of ults and don't feel like pushing any further.
Where did that grab go? Where did Bernard's grab go? That was supposed to be a big fight winner. That should have been a free kill onto Aim God and Fixer. They forced out the Transcendence using the sticky. I mean, it was going to be all Bernard all the time, but I've got no idea where that little cosmological construct went. No stick, no kill. But Zest still is going to be this annoying little pest in the backline. And Bernard's got no armor as a Xayah. He could be torn apart by that Tracer.
Fusion don't even want to push further than this. They want to keep the Spark trapped, and they're doing a great job. MN3 has thrown the bomb on top of his own body. He's 1 HP, and he's getting well defended, but Bernard got nanoed, and he's walking into the backline. He's cleared of MN3. He goes after Fixa. And Fusion, well, they can't keep this trap going forever, as Bernard really rethinks the Zarya approach. Alpha Yi's on the Tracer, and Bernard, he swaps to something else, the Doom Fist.
Well, the Doomfist at least has a better pace because that's the thing that's happened to the Hangzhou Spark. They have not been fast enough to respond to Philadelphia Fusion, giving different stimuli from different angles, and Alpha Yi swaps as well. Over to the Genji. This provides a lot of brawling power in the front line alongside that Doomfist, and this may be troublesome for Aim God when you don't have a consistent tank in the front line to protect you.
Yeah, these grabs haven't been much, and the close-range quarters, Bernard hopefully can shine, but at least we can know we can depend on Shy. It's a double kill and a third, and the supports of Fusion head away, but Bernard's on the chase. Any stagger kills is big for Spark, but they still have to bring the bot back to neutral point without affording to lose anyone. And Spark have done that. They still have to win one more fight and probably 2 or 3 to even match what the Fusion have.
A new dynamic for these battles now with the upgraded pace of the Hangzhou Spark. Philadelphia Fusion are going to have to adapt here on the fly, and Belos Rear needs to realize that while he has downtime on these engagements, Bernard and Alpha Yi are fast enough to get in onto his backline. Fixer stands ready with a nano boost. Do you give it on to MN3 again? The avatar of death on New Queen Street. He's actually LOS. No way!
The anti was disgusting from Fixa, and just an unlucky jump down by Shy. Quick capitalization by Fusion. They have to use the Transcendence, though, because they lost MN3 and they start the struggle. The Nano on the Belos Rear, not a prime target, especially while asleep. And the rest of the Spark cleaned up all the bodies around Belos Rear. And he was last on the hit list, but they didn't even manage to do that. But Spark had to use quite a bit to get that done. Still got some left over for a fight to take the lead.
Miscomms and panic here. Belos Rear tried to move into contest, but it's just going to have to give away this checkpoint now. Still, there's so far to go for Hangzhou Spark, and only 15 seconds in which to try and do it. Overtime, yes, will be in their future, and one fight win for Philadelphia Fusion can do it all, but they've spent most of their resources, and they've lost Aim Gods.
Bernard got slept again! How does Fixa keep getting away with this? MN3 barely alive, but even through 1 HP, MN3 kills 2! Fusion may have just done it! They could have forced the game 5! Fixa's in trouble, Bernard's got the push, he couldn't get the Mega in time! And on the cart, there's only the supports of Super Rich and Irony remaining! The Fusion, just on their strongest map! They done it again! They forced the game 5!
What else could it look like When we ascend the steps of the pantheon of APAC, no one was going to back down, no one was going to whimper, no one was going to blink. Two warriors with swords drawn, and whether it's the anime guns or the power of the sun in the palm of their hand, neither of these teams is willing to die.
Of course, Hangzhou Spark have to tweet the cat girl pic from Shy as an explanation of why Shy is just so good at the game, and I'll believe it with my eyes. I mean, the stats speak for themselves. Shy makes this happen, but Fusion pull out ahead on their strongest map, 80 meters and growing. I mean, they've defeated so many teams on this map alone, but we go to Control. It'll be Spark's choice, and we'll see you after the break. It's game 5 and last life for Hangzhou Spark or Philadelphia Fusion for their opportunity to go up against the APAC Slayers of Atlanta Reign in the next round. Fusion, I mean, they had the 80-meter push on New Queen Street and then Gatekept Girl Boss Spark until oblivion. What a map that was.
Only one team from APAC Lemon will be coming out alive of the next 20 minutes. They've been forced to fight each other, but that's just the way the bracket crumbles. Gushue has returned once more, the main tank extraordinaire, to lead the troops from the front. This crown must be earned. It will not be given. Let's bring up our map set in a little bit so that you guys can see where Hangzhou Spark have decided to bring us on our final control. With Gushue coming in, you could probably take an informed guess, but it's going to be Lijiang Tower. Because Gushue, he's got himself one heck of a Rhine, as well as a top-tier Winston.
Yeah, when it comes to Lijiang Tower, we saw Hangzhou play this against the Philadelphia Fusion. Hey, guess what? In their first match, their first meetup, and it was 2-1 for Hangzhou at that point. So Spark going back to what they know best. When it comes to Fusion, though, they're no strangers to love or Lijiang Tower. They defeated the Florida Mayhem just yesterday in their final Game 5 on Lijiang Tower, where that also went the distance. That was crazy. They had Uber shaken over that round. So I'm excited to see how this final battle is going to be decided.
I think it's going to be all about the order of the maps. I feel like with Belosria in, yes, there's going to be the main tank in the back pocket for Philadelphia Fusion. Do they want to try and mirror some kind of rush here? Do Hangzhou Spark want to try and attempt that as well? Thus far, Shai has been putting on a clinic on the hit scans. He almost has a deadlift over the entirety of the entire series here, Lemon. I believe he has 65 out of 138 total Spark final blows, which is 47% going into map number 5. That is almost uncanny, considering that he's sharing final blows with people like Gushue and Alpha Yi.
Wow. I mean, we really
Yes.
have... wow. We really have some of the best of the best. Like, at this point, there are no weak players on any teams anymore. It is Stardom versus Stardom. We're going to go to Lijiang Tower and see what round we end up on first. When it comes to at least the Fusion, again, a lot of Ball, Tracer with Zest, some Ashe, and Sojourn for MN3, and then they kind of hover around the Zen Brig or the Zen BAP, especially the BAP when you have more of a poke phase on Control Center. Speaking of Control Center, here we are. I got to guess it just off the scenery.
Oh yes, map expert Lemon reporting in. Do
Heck
we see
yeah.
the Reinhardt is the question. Do Hangzhou Spark wish to engage in a touch of brawling? No, instead. Bringing in Gushue and having him play Doomfist would be an interesting angle, considering that they just had Burnos up over onto that hero, and Burnos been playing a considerable amount of Doomfist. Philadelphia Fusion, I'd be surprised to see Belosria stick to this Wrecking Ball, as Wrecking Ball does suffer from the lack of high ceilings in the server room, which means that engaging into one of the most potent areas for a support to hang out means you have very limited options to try and make your pile driver work. But hey, if anyone can make it work, Borlosria can.
Well, Fusion tried the rush last time they faced the Spark on this, and let's just say it didn't work out. It was 199 though. But what did work for the Spark is this very comp. They did have Alpha Yi, on the Genji, Lucio, Ana, and everything. So quick rotations for the Spark. And there's an engage from Gushue on the coast side, the right, and has already punched out Aim God Cold. And MN3 booped off. So Spark around this Lucio Ana are just coalescing together, and it's working out.
Aimgod got booped off as well, playing on the edge. They did not expect Gushue to be on the Doomfist. They probably thought the same as me, that he was going to be on the Rhyme. That's why they went up and around the outside. But here's the engagement from Gushue. The pace there, unbelievable. And guess what? Gushue fell off as well. Okay, 3 environmental kills in our starting battle. How else could it end here in our APAC Battle Royale? Shai already so low as Hangzhou Spark have got themselves the first cap. Do they dare contest here?
Yeah, it's kind of a big reason why you don't hold that coast side. You're so vulnerable to boops, and Belosria got slept and anti. Good job by Irony once again. I felt like Belosria just lived a little too long on New Queen Street, so I'm glad he could get to know what dying is like a bit. But Alpha Yi has already killed 2, and he wants to dash fix this so bad without, running into the shield bash and all that. He is gonna harass Zest some more, get a bunch of blinks out of him, and now dance around, because remember, it's Spark that have control of the points, so they can play this ring around the rosy, this cat and mouse forever, and benefit from it. And now, because of the Lucio Super Rich, reinforcements are back from the Spark, so they're almost at full force.
And Alfie also heavily outpacing these defensive ultimates when it comes to the Blade. He's been hitting so many shurikens that if he uses it in a good amount of pace, then it could easily confound the Philadelphia Fusion. Losing Gushui means that space is going to be hard to come by, and Alfie gets nanoed here for a big old... He's dead. He's dead!
Wow, he just got one clipped and dove on by Belosaria. That was disgusting. The guy was like ready to whip out his blade and everything, and he just got sat on, so Spark don't have any DPS. So it's a go next, and Belosaria is just killing everything. Okay, he has mines. I wonder, I don't know if you want to hold choke, but we'll see how the mines will be used.
Was that a Belosaria ace on the bowl? Not only was that potentially a Belosaria ace, but that also stopped the Nano Blade. And now the window for the Blade's effectiveness is closing for Alpha Yi. Aim God's getting closer and closer to that trans, and Fixer is also going to have the rally, which will give enough space during the knockback to get the additional health.
Oh, the sleep on the Zest. Somehow he's alive though, but the blade from Alfie comes out. He's got the Sound Beer of Super Rich to supplement him, but he had such a hard time closing the gap with him in the Fusion. At least he doesn't extend too much. He conserves his life, but the blade got a total of 0 kills. So Sparkle has Super Rich. Advantage is starting to go away. Gushui got so eager because he thought he had the Meteor Strike, but he was still 3% away. And the punish from Fusion is so nasty. The disengage against Alpha Yi, so smart. The Fusion are now back on the point, and they can chill for now.
In the end, it was more Dragon Bait than Dragon Blade trying to get Zest to chase them in. Alpha Yi so low. Gushui finally has this Meteor Strike, and it can't be forced out early by a Pulse Bomb from Zest, so instead you can use it to make a much more aggressive dive and then try and finish off one of those low supports, potentially even force out a Transcendence from Aim God in a suboptimal position.
Just Hangzhou Spark just want the server control so bad so they can access this backline. Cool takes from Gushui. You scared the heck out of Aim God. He just used Transcendence. Now Fusion really want to take a fight, and they MN3 got isolated. So Spark forced the Transcendence and then jump immediately on MN3. It's a 5-on-4. And Fusion, they have control of the point, so they can probably just die on it, get to 99, and head on out unless MN3 gets back soon. Pile drive from Belosaria. Spark dodged the pulse bomb from Zest, and now Spark don't really have any ultimates, and they got to get away from these mines. It's 99% from the Fusion. Fusion never even reset through losing Aim God, through losing MN3, and now that he's back, he can shoot away, and the Spark ain't looking too good without Gushui, without Shy. What could possibly pull out a win here? You got to use the rally. Super Rich used it immediately on acquiring it. Gushui will be back soon on the Hammond. And Fusion are just wasting so much time. You can get a pick on the Fusion, and they'll just never give up. But at least they kill Super Rich and Irony! Zest makes the miracle happen! And Fusion take round 1.
And Zest did that against Overhealth as well. Against the rally, Zest got the 2 versus 1 against the supports. Unbelievable for the Philadelphia Fusion. And think about this, they were coming from behind. They got knocked off instantly. 2 environmental kills in the first fight. Control Lemon. It was all about getting that first fight, getting control and playing from a defensive position, but Philadelphia Fusion, the grit they showed. Here's Alpha Yi being denied for Nano Blade. That would have been everything because Aim God and Fixer were nowhere near in a position to try and deal with that. This is Belosaria's piece de resistance. This is his magnum opus of competitive Overwatch, and it's a round of Control Center.
Disgusting. I mean, the last time Spark and Fusion went to Control Center, it was Spark that won it. Fusion had to change their strat, and Belosaria, this speed is just so much to handle. And he gets out too, so you can't even kill him half the time. So now Spark, we go over to Gardens. And Fusion won this 194, and of course that was when MN3 even brought the Sombra out. A little bit too much creativity sometimes. But now he's on the Ash. Point unlocked. Belosaria wants to prevent it, gets involved, tries to stop the cap, but no one else is there. No contest from Zest because he's dead. He got booped to death by Super Rich. So Spark gets the first cap, and now they have the supports of Aim God and Fixer trapped! What synergy from the Spark in the moments that matter the most?
faster, stronger, harder, better. That's what Hangzhou Spark have demanded going into round number 2 of potentially their final map of the tournament, raising the tempo, pushing on the gas. Philadelphia Fusion got absolutely struck out there. Even with Zest managing to get as much damage as he did, was the first one to die. And now Hangzhou Spark, as Philadelphia Fusion make their way towards the point, they can choose where the battle happens with Gushui's initial dive.
Hangzhou doing some scouting. So is Zest. Knowing that most everyone on the Spark are near the point, as Belstream was trying to separate them and got close to just getting the supports of Spark low. Shy has a pulse bomb too. Zest too, and a stick on Irony, he's gone! 5-4 for the Fusion, as Belastria continues to be utter chaos on the point, as Spark can't even take shelter on the objective they own. Belastria is separating them, and the Fusion capitalize, even Fixa with the 2K, Zest with the other. And it's the flip back over to Fusion with 67 to Spark.
An unbelievably large fight there from Zest. A couple of blinks to find Irony and deny that nano. Now it is going to be available. Would you put it onto Alpha Yi again? Would you risk the conflux of Belostria and Zest bullying him out with that Discord orb? Once again, Zest is just being such a pain in the bottom, and it's a turnaround from Hangzhou Spark trying to ambush him on the disengage.
Oh yeah, I thought Gushui was gonna get the nano, but it's the Alpha Yi. We'll see if the second time's a charm. He's close to nano, and they drew out the Transcendence, so this Alpha Yi blade could be big, but maybe he wants to wait out the Fixa rally, especially now that it's accumulated to this point. The Mindsels from Belastria flash out Spark from Dojo, but it doesn't really matter because they own the entirety of the rest of the map. So the Fusion are wiped away, and we get a flip back over to the Spark, 43 for Fusion.
This does, however, mean that Super Riches use that sound barrier much more aggressively than maybe they anticipated, and that means there's nothing to stop MN3 from tearing through all of these more squishy members when that overclock's available, and we've already seen what Zest can achieve with these pulse bombs. His stick rate this series has been impressive, and Irony's been feeling the brunt of it, but Alpha Yi with the blade in the sheath, dare he drag it out and call upon the Dragon to once more bring Hangzhou Spark to a stage number 3 on control.
Oh, the pulse! Again! Mid-jump! Zest does it again! His attach rate is crazy! As Fusion start off on a good foot this fight, Belastria wants to separate the Spark, but it's Yi who brings out the blade, slices through the supports, and the Spark at 99% have won the fight in round 2. They'll force the third one.
2-2, Lemon. 1-1. Neither team wants to die at this juncture. Both want to be the representative of the East, the champion of APAC, the one who would wear the crown going into our third portion of the season. So many teams are arrayed before them. It is a harsh path, and it's one that will tear them limb from limb. But both of these warriors, they are bloodied. They are ready to take their first step upon it. However, it all starts with a single step here on Night Market of Lijiang Tower.
And Night Market was the last round that the Spark and Fusion faced off to define that first map, and the first time they met. Will the script be rewritten as Spark took that map the last time and took Night Market as well? Behind Gushui's dive. And it was Shy actually on the Sojourn last time, switching things up, going for the GT Genji Tracer dive to see if they can work together for the final time in their last life this tournament. Fusion on the point, working on the cap first. Alpha Yi juking things out, jumps over the wall, sees the supports, gets some good right clicks in as the Shy is behind, and surely they can finish off Ape God. They do, but they lose Irony in the process because the flank of the Fusion was on the Spark's tail equally. Spark don't have any supports, neither do Fusion. All damage is permanent, and there's 3-on-2 for Fusion, and they already have the point. So Spark are the ones that have to reset.
We call those backline races, Lemon, where you just race to try and kill the opponent's supports. And well, Philadelphia Fusion said, ka-chow, baby. Philadelphia Fusion now have Zest with another pulse bomb. And well, we know what that means for Irony. Luckily, this time it's survival as Irony clings to life with his little grippers. And now, Philadelphia Fusion are going to have to retreat back to a point and wait for Hangzhou Spark to come to them, potentially.
Oh, MN3's already dead. Shy can throw a pulse, sees a bunch of supports. I mean, it's just a blur at this point. That's all Fix is seeing too, is dark. As Hangzhou Spark hope to just flip this point back over. There's still the DPS and Velociria hanging around, but they don't have much to say after that. So Spark gets to farm them up a little bit and flip it over, 58 for Fusion.
And critically, Hangzhou Spark are now going to be in a defensive position once more, almost with access to that Nano Blade. They've enjoyed giving a Nano over to Alpha Yi when he doesn't have a blade in hand to see if they can force any defensive countermeasures out of Philadelphia Fusion. The problem with that currently is that Philadelphia Fusion don't have the defensive countermeasures. If Hangzhou Spark get too aggressive here, though, Velociria can roll in behind them, put the minefield on the point, and try and exploit Hangzhou Spark's disengage.
See, Velociria wants Spark to play on the point to drop these mines. He's already found Super Rich, he's found Irony, but Super Rich boops him, and now Spark head for the middle of the map. They've already nanoed Gushue. Velociria focuses on the flip, and it's not even successful at doing that. But Shy, I guess, accidentally runs into the mines as he returns to the point to contest. Now Alpha Yi on the hunt, slices through Zest. Velociria is pretty low, but Alpha Yi's not feeling it. Would rather stay safe on the objective, and Spark hold on for now.
Aim God. He needs an Iron Will when it comes to this Transcendence. If he uses it too early, if Gushue can force it out with a Primal Rage, then Alpha Yi will have himself a clear landing strip to bring Hangzhou Spark to the next match later today against the Atlanta Reign. Velociria plays Distraction, but this simply means that Alpha Yi has a clear path to victory.
Who will be the last remaining team in APAC? Spark have the ults. The Sound Bearer starts, but they couldn't get Shy involved, so Aim God and friends behind the Transcendence have the 5-on-4. They rotate back to point. The rally starts from Fixa. Fusion trying to revitalize a bit as the flank from Zest has been unsuccessful. The bomb from MN3 is thrown in the market side, so near the middle of the map. And now people are getting pooped off the map left and right. Fusion working to hold on to this objective to get the lead back. And Alpha Yi gets his fight shut down. Are you serious? But Irony is gone, and so are the hopes of the Spark this fight. As with the fight win here, Fusion will take back a lead.
It was messy, but with a blade from behind, simply could not find the purchase. It was not sharp enough, nor with a Hangzhou Spark as a holistic group. Look at this. Irony, once more, the only ult available for Nano. If he gets stuck here, it is over. Philadelphia Fusion will go and face Atlanta Reign later on, Lemon. This is the last battle.
The Nano available from Irony. Shy heading for mini pack. And it's the battle in the middle of the map. Gushue received the Nano from Irony, making the space, working with Alpha Yi. They head into the support line. MN3 is separated from the flock. Couldn't get any healing from Aim God in time. Spark had the numbers, but Velociria has the space. The mines! The double kill! Alpha Yi and Gushue removed. Irony gone. Fusion at 99% off of a tank who's grown from a caterpillar to a butterfly. The Fusion have done it further than any other APAC team in Game 5. They are top 4.
Dallas Fuel, they could not stop them. The Hangzhou Spark, they could not stop them. COVID-19, it could not stop them. The power of the sun in the palm of their hand. Philadelphia Fusion are going to face the Atlanta Reign later on today. The lower bracket, the crown of APAC belongs to them, but there is yet more to be earned here at Mid-Season Madness, Lemon.
Only Fusion can make the fans cry and get frustrated the way they do, but only Fusion makes my voice go like that. I'm gonna feel that in the morning. What a heckin' series. This tournament has presented some of the best, most exciting Overwatch we have seen this year, and the Fusion will get top 4 minimum of $75,000, go up against the Atlanta Reign, the Western team that has slain the Seoul Dynasty, and the Shanghai, and we're gonna find out if they can do it again. But before we head that way, of course, we're going to have the winner's bracket, because the Shock and the Gladiators is going to be crazy enough. If you guys thought this match was entertaining, wait for the ultimate battle of top 1 and top 2 in the West. But we also have to crown our top player of the match, because there were so many stars in this match, but only one as citrusy as I am. Your player of the match is Zest from the Philadelphia Fusion.
Him's name may start with a Z lemon, but Zest was the X factor. When it came to attaching those pulse bombs, when it came to bullying irony, there is simply nobody better. And what a case Zest is for the scouting for the rebuild that we saw happen for Philadelphia Fusion. A bunch of new players that they've been holding on to, having dibs on for years and years under T1, and finally the investment has come to fruition. Finally, Philadelphia Fusion have made good on the promises made, and Zest is at the forefront of that victory march.
Insane stats from Zest, just an incredible Tracer player, flexing to echo Genji even in just a singular match. This is a guy you can depend on, but I also want to give a special shout out to Belos Ria. I've even talked in the past how I felt like this was the weaker pillar of Fusion at the start of the regular season. I don't think too many people can argue with that, but the amount of work that Belos Ria has done to improve as a player, improve as a tank that can actually initiate and take the space. The double kill at the end for Night Market when MN3 was dead, Fusion turned around a 4v5 to win it all off of a Belos Ria play. So I gotta give, a shout out to what he was able to do in that final fight, and just throughout as one of the most improved players, I think, in the league. So shout out to the Philadelphia Fusion. Fans, you can at least rejoice because they haven't let you down in the lower bracket yet. But on the other side of things, in the upper side, we have the ultimate battle of Gladiators and Shock, number 1 and number 2 in the West. That's going to be insane. Joss and Necker are going to get on the mic because, we sound like dying cats at this point because we're done. We're done. So Gladiators and Shock are next. We'll see you guys later.
a Philadelphia Fusion fan is the best and the worst thing at the same time.
Oh, that was incredibly stressful, especially since they took it all the way to the freaking like final round of the final map and the final heart rate just going like this in my chest.
And Night Market, it had to go to Night Market. Johnny said it, we were on Gardens, and he's like, they almost have to lose Gardens, so we go back to, are you okay?
You good there, Johnny?
Yes.
You got your little
It's okay.
emotional support hamster? Does he remind you of Belozria smacking off the spark from the stage right there and potentially just being the best staying player we've ever seen in our whole lives?
Am I a Fusion fan now?
Oh! Did we get it?
Yeah! Think about it, it's so fun. Belozria is like the best wrecking ball that we have in the league right now. His ability to move around the map and just the sheer amount of stuff that he did in that match, like that clip on Lijiang Control Center in the first round was crazy. Like he gets the Nano Genji, he gets everyone. It was so good. Honestly, everyone on the Philadelphia Fusion really pulled their weight. Like, you know, Zest was crazy. His pulse bomb attach rate was high, as, you know, Leg Day and Lemon Key were saying. But the big thing about it was he wasn't just pulse bombing the tanks and getting that high percentage. He was hitting high impact targets time and time again. The number of times he stuck Irony in this match was nuts. And then you have MN3, who, I'm not going to say he was the better hit scan in the server, but he was holding his own. And I think as a team, you saw that dive come together a little bit.
Shy is so good
He's
at
so
Overwatch.
good.
Yeah.
Shy is just unbelievable. I'm really... actually, never mind. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. King's Row. Cest was really good on King's Row as well. Cest deserved player of the match, in my opinion. Yes, I understand that Belozria had all those closing out plays on Lijiang Tower, but Cest throughout this entire match was sick. We went over to Dorado. Shy had about 65% of his team's final blows. 65. That is absolutely bonkers. That might be the highest we've seen in a map win. Don't quote me on that, because you know this sleep.
Oh my gosh.
This was meant to be Fusion's way. Okay, there's been a few matches in Overwatch history where things just fall into place, and like you go back and watch like the VODs, and it doesn't make sense how things turned out. But it was just meant to be. Okay, you can't give Fixa credit for that sleep but it was just meant to be, and that's just you just gotta accept that. It just fell Fusion's way. Now. Lijiang Tower, as you said, like Belozria was amazing. His mine placement and discipline with pulling out the mines. The boops, both here on Control Center, but also the boops on Night Market, were phenomenal. And I think Belozria is making a name for himself as one of the best wrecking balls in the entire league. This is someone who was signed after the season started for the Philadelphia Fusion. So amazing, like breakout performance by Belozria. Really, I think we've praised Belozria's wrecking ball throughout the entire tournament, but this play in particular, like saving it here for the Fusion. Really unbelievable play by him on Belozria here, so gotta give him credit.
I also want to give like a final sentiment to the Hangzhou Spark. Like they were really good in this tournament.
The Hung Shy Spark.
The Hung Shy Spark. And honestly, it's felt like but I want to give a little bit of credit to the supporting cast. Like they were good. Like they did their jobs. Like Alpha Yi had some good moments, and they were pretty solid. But it is the Shy show, and they can't even deny it. Their strategy on Dorado was, we're gonna nano Shy. He's going to press the overclock, and he's going to kill 3, which seems like a bad strategy. It is a bad strategy. It should never be, but it worked for them. He got multi-kills consistently, so,
They broke the game. Like, they genuinely made Sojourn look overpowered.
Should she be nerfed just because of how good he is at that hero?
People are playing Ashe. We saw Hangzhou Spark bring out Genji Tracer. So it's not that other heroes aren't viable. Like, Sojourn's not broken in that she's like a high percentage pick, even though she's just really good on some maps. And then on some maps, you can just like nano and rally and armor pack, and it just breaks the game. I think you have to give Hangzhou Spark some credit, because not all teams can do that. And I think that's a testament to how good Shy is. So, Hangzhou Spark, you did great.
They won a full 5 maps. That's nothing to be, feel ashamed of, the fact that they made it this far, and unfortunately just lost to the best team in the entire league, which is the Fusion.
They are the only remaining team in the APAC region.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I sure know how to pick them, but listen.
Now, sorry to interrupt you once more. Now is the time Fusion fans, they go like, is Overly gonna make us win the tournament?
Yeah, but no, here's where I want to start stemming the bleeding a little bit, because this has happened before. Guys, Philadelphia Fusion fans, including you, Overly, you need to calm down, okay? Because you guys are doing great. You're making it far. Everyone's really proud of you guys. You guys, I'm really excited for you. don't assume you're gonna win, because this is what happens. You guys get your hopes up. Remember,
who are you saying this for?
Everyone.
No one on Reddit is gonna be like, oh, Costa. Yeah, he really spoke out there. Common sense, love that.
Think of the seconds graphic. You know, with all the seconds, just be careful with your hopium.
Well, then let's say this, because for the Fusion, their action is not, or rather, their journey is not complete with this game, especially for today, because they have to face the Atlanta Reign. And we could talk about this match as we take a look at the lower bracket, because again, Fusion, moving on, they're going to be taking on the Reign today. And how do we see this match going? Because right now, Atlanta is just on the same lower bracket run that Fusion is on.
Honestly, flip a coin.
Yeah,
flip a coin?
They both have these like playoff moments where they just go crazy. Both have been incredibly inconsistent so far throughout the entire like qualifying, but when they get to the playoffs, when push comes to shove, Atlanta Reign and the Philadelphia Fusion, they're just on a different level. So as Johnny said, flip a coin, who shows up in the server.
Yeah.
I'm excited to get into that game, but before we do that, we gotta at least let the Fusion take, a breather. And we have to let all the fans take a breather, because the next game that we're gonna get into, the Shock versus the Gladiators, the battle for California, NorCal versus SoCal. I grew up in NorCal, but now I live in SoCal, so guys, I side with the Gladiators.
Okay, I like it.
But what are your thoughts going into this match? It makes sense, Johnny. It makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Love objectiveness. Favorite traits.
I put my faith in the Gladiators. I think overall they are the kickoff clash winners. I think they've been dominant throughout the entirety of the tournament. But the San Francisco Shock, they have just been on an absolute tear recently.
Yes.
I highlighted in the pre-show that Kev's the verse proper head-to-head on the Tracer. I think that's going to be really awesome to see those two go head-to-head, because it's been almost 2 months since we saw those guys go. So honestly, any pick is valid. NorCal versus SouthCal, whatever you said, that's a completely valid guess. But
yeah,
Johnny,
it's going to be interesting to see what the LA Gladiators do here, because they relied a lot on Skewed and Shu, of course, to get them through so many of these matches this season. But Funny Astro, he had an incredible performance on Lucio just the other day that came in super sub on the 4th map, and then they won the 2 remaining maps, right? This minute on Ilios was absolutely incredible from him. Here the boop, and then Puttypan gets Alpha Yi out of the duplicate, so the few frames, he just fell down the pit. And then, survives this moment as well. Funny Astro just absolutely went crazy. So this was a strategy that worked really well against the Hangzhou Spark. I mean, Costa dreams of this stuff.
Yeah, it's hard to state if you are on a losing player how difficult what he is doing and how he is staying alive against the best players in the world. It's so crazy. And this is, interestingly, going on to Ilios, this is something that the San Francisco Shock don't want to do. They do not want to move Violet over to that Lucio. If they do, they're gonna get dipped.
Yeah, they are.
And so I'm excited to see how this is going to play out, just because, these are the 2 best teams. And then we talk about the tank matchup that you highlighted in the pre-show, Rhino versus Kaluge. They have a history of playing together. Now they're against each other in, one of the penultimate matches in the winners final.
Yeah, so there are 2 ways I could really see this going for the Shock. Either you commit to the Sen and Ana, and you have Finn and Violet. Violet was a top 3 MVP candidate in 2020 because of his Senora, and Finn is an amazing Ana player as well. Or, if the Gladiators diff you on that, do you go to Baptiste? Do you slow things down with a Brigitte? Violet has a fantastic Brigitte.
Yeah.
Maybe you slow it down all the way to Diva play. I really don't know how this match is going to turn out, but the strategic options that Shock has with Diva, multiple different support compositions, it's going to be a treat. I can't wait to see this match start.
Can't wait to see this match. The first seed taking on the second seed. Only one of them is going to lock in their spot to tomorrow's grand finals, and the other is just going to have to fight it out in the lower bracket. I'm excited to get into this match, but before we do, we're going to take a quick break. But don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we're going to see that Battle of California.
welcome back after that short break. This single match stands between either the Glads or the Shock, making it to the Mid-Season Madness Finals. The other one will jump down to the losers bracket, where they will have to continue to fight for that place. The Glads and the Shock, well, they've both been exceptional throughout the start of the tournament. Both of them find their way through the upper bracket, and they meet right here in the upper bracket grand finals. And Rose, the Shock still on a massive win streak, by the way. They are still undefeated, 8 matches in a row. It's insane. And in those 8 matches, by the way, they've only lost 4 maps.
Yeah, well, I think what's really incredible about getting a chance to see both of these teams duke it out in the winners finals of the Mid-Season Madness tournament is that these are inarguably the 2 best teams in the Western region, and to see them go head-to-head now, I mean, this is just fantastic. I can't believe that we've got kind of 2 giga bangers of matches back-to-back, like Jen and Harry taking you through an incredible matchup earlier today, and now we get to roll right into this clash of titans. Jaws, I cannot wait to see what's going to happen for this series. Like, I'm expecting 5 maps. Can we get 5 maps, please?
Yeah.
And no C9s!
Okay, no C9s, that's okay.
Please.
That's a little bit of a hard one.
Is that too much to ask?
North American Overwatch,
Or-
so yeah. Let's have a look at the Gladiators, though. I mean, look, the Gladiators, they had a tough game yesterday against the Hangzhou Spark. It went to 5 games. In fact, a lot of our ridiculous games or matches recently have gone to 5, and that was no exception. It did look like the Spark were going to win it out, but Glads clutched it in the very final few moments. We do have Kevster, Padapan, Reiner, Shu, and Astro starting us off today.
Yeah, we do. And so this definitely tells me that they want to go fast and they want to hit hard. Funny, Astro got subbed in for the final 2 maps of the Gladiator series versus Hangzhou yesterday, and you could feel the impact that that particular player had on the roster. It's not to say, obviously, that Skewed wasn't doing a fantastic job throughout the rest of the series, but Funny Astro just provides something so different in that Lucio pick, and it makes it very aggressive.
God. Lastro is just Lastro. He's also crazy, but Astro is a phenomenal Lucio player. His aim, I tweeted it out, but his aim is the best I think we've ever seen in terms of Lucios. Let's have a look at their opponents. The San Francisco Shock, 8-match win streak, and in those 8 matches, they've only lost 4 maps. They had an unreal series versus the Dragons, a series a lot of people were thinking that would go to 5 maps, but Shock just kind of ran away with it. There were maps that just weren't even close. Like the Shanghai Dragons fell over. Circuit Royale, Eichenwalde, like a lot of the maps, they just were not stopped. It was insane. Proper, Sam, Mikey, Finn, and Violet starting today.
Yeah, and this just provides so much diversity when it comes to San Francisco Shock's lineup. The fact that Mikey over there is going to be in that main tank role here for the Shock. Comes in playing the Wrecking Ball. We get a chance to see some Winston, and the fact that we're kicking things off at a control map does speak that we will be having that as an option. So definitely expect Mikey to be playing both of those heroes, but proper. We talk about the meta all the time, but Jaws, we have to talk about the fact that proper is meta. Proper is so meta.
Yeah, I think the bingo slot has already been filled. The casters talk about Rookie of the Year. I think that's happened a few times, but he's in contention and is, I think, right now far in the lead. The amount of clips he generates is astronomical. We are going on to Ilios Rose as our first map, and it was Shock's choice.
Yeah, it was. And so that's why I think it speaks a lot to why Mikey is going to be starting off for us. Definitely playing the Wrecking Ball, the Winston, and I love those choices when you look at how Shock has been able to capitalize off of the power that DPS like Sam and like Proper really bring to this roster. You know, Mikey able to create so much space with the disruption provided by the Wrecking Ball and the Winston, and also if you wanted to go over to other incredibly flexible hero choices that Sam and Proper have access to, then I think you just get a lot lot that Shock get to play around with, being such a strategic hive mind playing against these other teams. But Gladiators will provide a formidable opponent for them today, when Reiner also has that same type of flexibility as the starting tank for the Gladiators.
Sam's going to be rolling out on the Echo. I mean, this is kind of classic Gladiators 2 on this map. Funny Astro we saw yesterday, and you picked up on it already, but he was just out of control, like keeping the Glads in the game. Des spoke about it. Playing a Lucio, hitting all those Cheerios, those left clicks, and also staying alive against some of the best players in the world, almost impossible, but Astro always manages to do it somehow. San Francisco Shock pushed back just a little bit. Glad setting the tempo of this game for the time being, pushing all the way up to the Shock. Making sure they can't get let Mikey on the backline is quite important. A couple of try shots hits Reiner's head, however, so he has to back off, but Mikey is going pretty low. Small dive in from Reiner to try and finish the kill, but the Gladiators actually end up capping the point. A trade for Kebster for Violet, but with Lastro going down, the Gladiators might be in a little bit of trouble. Reiner falls to Mikey. Shock more than happy to let the Gladiators dive in on the back line. They have Violet and Finn sitting there, just chunking health bars down as they do win the fight and find the cap.
I love that you brought up how San Francisco were really playing that first engagement, right? Allowing Gladiators to take control of the objective first, and then you saw that Mikey got really low, started to back up towards the rest of his team, and that's when Gladiators decided to initiate. And that ultimately ended up being their demise, where you had Shock waiting for that particular moment to be able to turn the tide back in their favor. And now Proper has a pulse bomb already ready to go for the backline of the Gladiators.
Ryan's going super low, already used the leap out. There's the stick. Can they heal him up in time? No, they cannot. The Gladiators, however, in all of that commotion, managed to cap the point. Pidepan gets nanoed straight to the back line. Violet in trouble. Double kill for the Genji. He's got Sam in his sights. Takes a couple of sticky bombs. Ends up falling over, but does enough damage to Sam for Kevster to finish off. Gladiators with unreal point control. Shock once again recoiling a little bit and allow Glads to cap midway through that fight.
Well, that's the power of Funny Astro Lucio. It's not even just Funny Astro just being such an aggressive player and being super slippery and survivable, but it's just Lucio allows the composition of the Gladiators to go so much faster, and Shock doesn't really have the same type of pivoting ability because they do have that more inflexible backline of the Zenyatta and the Brigitte.
Pulse bomb on the floor, unlucky. Pancake that one. Oh. There's the slam and the mines for Mikey. Once again, playing a little bit more defensive wrecking ball. A sound barrier for the Gladiators doesn't hit Reiner because he's already dead. Sam's now in the back line. Maybe goes for the dupe just before the Ana goes down, but can't quite get that beam damage off. Luckily, the try shots land, and Shu does end up falling, and Shock find the cap once more.
It's going to be so back and forth, and a lot of this is just both of these teams paying so much respect to each other. They know that these fights are going to be very, very fast, and you can't make any mistakes. Gladiators already walked away with 72%, but you can see that the Shock are postured to keep this rolling and to match that, especially when you look at how Proper is poised with another pulse bomb, and Sam's got the duplicate online. Get ready for an aggressive echo.
You've got to go aggro right now. If you're Padaban, you hear that rally go off, you've got to kill that Brig, but he's so low. No nano to bear. The Gladiators didn't want to combo those ults. They just throw the blade in willy-nilly. Shu, Reiner end up going down, and the San Francisco Shock, they come out king on that one. They only used the rally in that fight, Rose. Still have both DPS ults, and in fact, Padapan switching over to that Sombra instead now.
Wow, so I guess like really feeling the power of the Echo right now from Sam. You cannot deflect any of those focus beams coming out from that hero, so maybe the Sombra will help to pressure down the front line of Shock just a little bit more with those manual hacks onto Mikey. But, ooh, Ana, dude.
Yeah, I think it got I'm not sure what happened there, but Sam's dupe did end up going down as Kesver finds 2.5, you'll call that. Make that 2.5 now. Violet ends up falling. Gladiators just get disintegrated by Kevster in the backline. Nice little sleep on Sam. He does kill Shu, but it shouldn't matter. There's Astro with a couple of Cheerios to the dome. 96% to 86 and building, Rose. And Gladiators still have the Nano and Primal.
They do. That's huge because that could be enough sustain for the Gladiators to get to that final win condition of the EMP if they need it. Patty's already 60% there, and we are approaching the end of this round.
It's Pulse versus Pulse. Rookie versus Rookie. Proper sends his out. It does land on the bubble, so no damage. Reiner pops the Primal Rage, now trying to juggle Violet into the rest of his team. And Nano Boost lands on top of him. He ends up jumping straight back in. Can't really get the Primal Blade, but helps Panapan secure the kill on Violet. Overtime is here, and Shock now pressured to touch the point, but there's almost nobody left. It's only Proper and Mikey who's taking a nap. Proper is 1 HP, struggling to find a health pack to pick up. Wasn't quick enough to get back to the point in time. The Gladiators claim the first round.
Well, an exceptional example of these two teams going head-to-head already in that first round and how quickly they are to adjust to each other. Gladiators didn't get any value from any of the Dragon Blades that came out from Patapan, immediately switched him over to the Sombra and started to go ahead and take the round. But Shock also playing that so well to deny the Gladiators the aggressive stance that they wanted to take with the Lucio for so long. But boy, oh boy, this is going to be so back and forth, and I cannot believe we already got such a treat for that first round.
That was an unbelievably well-executed dive by Reiner and Kevston.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going onto Ruins. Reiner's now on the Doom. A little bit easier to counter the Wrecking Ball, of course. Can just kind of boot the Wrecking Ball around. Oh, okay. Patapan just gets logged. All right, that's a good way to start if you're Shocked. Nice sleep on Reiner. Shouldn't result in all too much, though. Gets anti, but it's whatever. Yeah. All right, go again, maybe. Maybe a little bit of poke, but with Sam setting up like this, Rose, Gladiators are going to watch their heads.
Yes, they do. We have seen many a player recently get surprised, maybe, by some of these dome shots. And Hanzo definitely provides that utility. Quick capture for the Shock, though.
Yeah, Reiner's getting rolled in the front line. He put out the power block, but he was already antied, and if you shoot him from behind, it doesn't really matter. Oh, Astro, yeah, okay. Can't do any funny business, son. You have to sit down. However, Patapan and Shu still end up finding kills, but with Mikey on the back line and the health bars dwindling for the Gladiators, it's a pretty easy win here.
Yeah, that's just going to allow San Francisco Shop to keep the ball rolling, and we might start to see some adjustments coming in from the Gladiators. I mean, already we're going to see Reiner switch from the Doomfist to the Winston, and that should help to initiate on some of these dives onto the backline just a little bit better. Violet this time around is going to be playing the Ana instead of the Brigitte, but it's still a pretty stationary backline when you take a look at things. That's a huge pick.
Not much of a log, maybe a digital log, but it still hit Violet's head and he ends up dying. Good start. Paddy finds 2. Gladiator is happy to walk this one home. Maybe Proper comes back with the pulse bomb, but rather unlikely. I think they just want to go again. I mean, you take that 50+%. Okay, well, Vin's trying to kick Patapan to death, but I think it's going to work out.
Well, you gotta try, right? You walk away with as much alt charge as you can. So at least Finn will be even closer towards that Transcendence heading into these next rounds. Sam, though, switching off the Hanzo now onto the Sojourn, a little bit more mobility afforded, and you still have a lot of that one-shot potential with those charged up railgun shots, but you also just have more consistent damage, it feels like, when you have such mobile pieces of the Gladiators on the other side.
Kevster just blinked through the sure, why not? Vin does get nanoed, and Violet somehow still alive. Proper kills Shu, so Gladiator is just kind of falling over. What happened there? That was, I mean, I thought Kevster was just going to go for the pulse bomb onto Violet. It seemed a pretty easy target, but I guess their ideal engagement was just killing Finn. The Gladiators, at least they have that beat left. And here's Finn. Yeah. He does get nanoed too. Just kind of goes crazy with it. Yeah, the entire line of the Gladiators just dove to the backline to kill that Zen, but Kevster had a chance to pulse bomb Violet, but just chose not to. Now approaching the point once more. There's a beat for the Gladiators. Might just want to go quick, force out the Transcendence from Finn. There it is. Spin forced, and Patapan on the wrong side of that bubble. The beat does end up going out anyway for the Glads as they do surge on forwards all the way back to Shock spawn. Reiner jumps on top of Finn, turns him to mush. Make that a double as Violet goes down, but the San Francisco Shock still on 95%. Mikey is on the point, still contesting, making sure they eat individual percent towards their victory and their win condition. Astro going pretty low as Proper is still alive, hunting him down. Oh, he's 1 HP. Just finish him. Get health back as well. Maybe take the 1v1. Throws out the pulse bomb, goes completely wide, but he is still alive in the back line, but Gladiators still control the point.
Yeah, they did get the flip in that engagement, just trying to finish off the last dredges of the San Francisco Shock, so Proper goes down. That should stop the recontest from the Shock for just a little while. Especially as that extra shot from Patty comes through, but this is a pretty big flip for the Gladiators here, knowing that Kevster still hold on to that Pulse Bomb.
They're finding some nasty staggers. This is not good for the Shock. They need to just complete, reset as 5, go again. They don't want to bleed any more time. Gladiators just want to force this final fight. I mean, we're at 75% already, Rose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we took a look at how we actually saw kind of Proper playing in the backline as well, just to be able to deal with Patapan and all of that, I really thought that Shock might be able to keep the control of the point, but at least Shock have some tools to come back in now with Final Fight.
Sam trying to join on Patapan. Patapan's having none of it. Shu in a little bit of trouble. Can Sam land the shot? It's only a body shot, but no follow-up. Reiner gets the nano, jump straight to the back line. The Gladiators just rolling the Shock right now. The Glads do end up losing Shu, but they're in control of the point. Reiner just absolutely decimates the Shock, and they claim map number 1. Glad's coach, good map pick. Claps all around. Remember, Shock comes in, Rose, choosing this map. Glads, yeah, whatever, we'll take that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's exactly what you want to do as, do we even call them the lower seed here? We're looking at seeds 1 and 2 right now. Lower seed doesn't really seem to be any sort of indicator of skill gap difference here that we're going to see between these two teams. But it does feel good as the lower seed coming in, winning your opponent's map pick, that's for sure.
Yeah, the confidence booster is huge. You bet the boys are hyping them up now. You can see Interface and Smash. Just give them a few words of advice before they go to map number 2. It will be Shock's pick once again. We'll see where they want to go after this break. Lads off to a strong start as the San Francisco Shock looking a little bit more like a side character right now. As the Glads kind of steamroll the control, took it 2-0 as we head to Hybrid, and Eichenwalde is the next map.
Yeah, and that's not really a surprise. I would love to call up something that the Watchpoint desk talked about during the pre-show, and that is the hybrid map records for both of these teams coming into the mid-season Madness tournament. I mean, Eichenwalde is Shock's strongest record, and when you take a look at the fact that the Gladiators don't have much official experience on this map, and they also don't have a positive map record on it, I think that speaks volumes to why Shock would want to take us here. Not only that, but during the mid-season Madness tournament, San Francisco Shock have pulled out a Kaluge Diva, which I think has been a surprise to a lot of people. But speaking of that, well, let's talk about some of the substitutions we're seeing for this map.
Yeah, Kaluge is coming in, which is good stuff. It's kind of, yeah, you'd expect it. Skew is coming in for Astro, and when we talk about this Diva pick, Rose, I want to say, like, some people are hating on the Diva, some people are liking it. I personally quite like it. On second point, Eichenwalde, I think it's very, very strong. Just because you can get up to the high ground so quickly and so often, but with Diva, more often than not, right now in the meta, you're playing more of a defensive style of things. But we'll have to see how that ends up going down. Maybe they picked that up, or they got something else they're saving.
Yeah.
I think the Shock tweeted out something a little bit earlier on as well. You know, we got a lot of traffic on this side of the break. I mean, look at that. When two Chads meet.
Wait, you know what's really impressive about this, though, too, Jaws? I think we all know how tall Kaluge is.
Yeah. Is there some weird camera angle thing going on here?
I don't know. Are they both this tall?
Ryan is also pretty ginormous, I will say. Just a little peck on the cheek before you start the game. That's how two Chads end up. Okay, there you go. Well, there you go. Okay. Who can crack first? Ryan has already lost.
Oh.
Okay, this is a Peggy 12 stream. Peggy 12 stream, by the way. Okay.
I love it, though. No, definitely two Chads. I mean, you saw that, and you're going to see that throughout the remainder of this series, how important that tank role is for both of these teams, and how much they're going to be playing around that heading into these future maps. I mean, I think the fact that it looked like San Francisco got folded over like deck chairs on a warm summer's day there is because Reiner became the unbeatable raid boss. Did you see how many resources the Gladiators were putting into this man to take out the Shock?
Look, at the end of the day, if one player's popping off, you just continue throwing resources at them to make sure they can pop off. Yeah,
just nano shy.
Just nano shy every single fight. If you don't have nano and you don't have if shy's not alive, then it may be GG. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. Okay.
Oh, it's too soon. It's too soon, Charles. You can't say GG yet.
All right.
Anyway.
Going to Eichenwalde as our next map. And yeah, Rose, like that scoreline for the Shock is kind of insane. Like 6-2 on this map. Not so hot on Midtown, 1-3. Not great. Not great.
I guess that's... Well, at least they got the choice, though,
exactly.
Right?
That's what I was about to say. At least you get that benefit, right? Oh, we've lost the first map. But we get to choose the next one, right? So you're hoping that plays into their wheelhouse. And like I said, maybe we do see a little bit of Kaluge Diva on the second point. You play a little bit more defensive, using your Matrix for your support. It can get kind of run over if you're not careful, and it's a bit of an old battery too, or I wouldn't say an old battery, a railgun battery for the Sojourn.
It can be.
Because you have to use that Matrix so sparingly.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right, and I think that's why there's this love-hate relationship right now with seeing Diva as a part of this meta, and San Francisco Shock relying on this particular hero choice for a lot of their team comps. It's a great boon when it works for your team, and if it's in the right hands, like Kaluj piloting the mech, I think you're going to be fine. But depending on the team that you're playing against, it can also be a detriment, and I feel like if you've got a Sojourn with Patty behind the wheel, that might be a detriment. We'll see. We'll see. How do you get gapped, Flippin? Okay. Anyway.
It's when two Chads meet. That's the title of their love story.
I love it.
All right. San Francisco shot. They are going the Diva, but it's on first point. Gladiators, I think, are more than happy with this. They can obviously switch if they need to, but Rhino running the Zarya. Typically, the Zarya rolls the Diva. Beam goes through Matrix. Very nice. Micro missiles charge up the bubble, charge up from the bubbles super easily. That was a nice little sleep on to Paddy. Doesn't result in anything, but it's up to Rhino here to make the space. But when you don't have those bubbles, Rose, very tough to do so. Up to 40% energy, not the worst, but they just have to watch out. Proper's in the backline, and 70% ult charge. Make that 75. Counter with numbers right now. Make that 80 almost for the San Francisco Shocks Proper. He's close to pulse, and it hasn't been like a minute yet.
Nope. Nope. That's Proper for you. Proper's meta.
He's gonna get it.
Proper's meta, and the Pulse Bomb will come online very quickly.
Will they expect it? Not sure. Violet's already dead. Proper needs to do something with his pulse, but already hit him with the recall. They do trade 1-for-1 as Skew goes pretty low. He's getting perma-pocketed by Shu right now, who's earned the nano off of all of that damage that Proper's been doing. Skew DMX, Kaluj, kills Finn.
What?
Easy game. There's the point. The Gladiators end up unlocking the payload.
Yeah, wait, what? Shock just got 2 picks.
At the very end, that's
but
unfortunate.
You can't tell me they weren't close enough.
Yeah.
Throw their bodies on the point real fast.
I don't know. It's hard to tell.
We'll go back and check the tape in a little bit. Regardless, Shocker set up on the second point where we expect to see the Diva perform just a little bit better, especially when you know that, hey, there's still a Pulse Bomb that Kaluj isn't going to block his own team's Pulse Bomb, but you've got other things that could be coming your way. Like, Reiner's actually working up to a Graviton Surge very quickly here. The defense matrix could be very important.
Yeah, you got to eat it. This is one of the better points for the Diva to be on. Rhino going pretty low. Kevster trying to disrupt the high ground here. And it's all up to Kaluj to touch this payload. Like, he's the one that has the permis in on it. But against that Zarya, it's a little bit harder than you might think. Rhino got the grab online. Kaluj has to escape to the high ground. Kev's still trying to build up towards that blade. Proper still holding on to this pulse bomb, but the rest of the Glads catching up with the ultimates. Sam's going to get nano, dive straight to the back line. Kaluj in a little bit of trouble. Perfect defense matrix there from Kaluj, stopping all the healing, landing onto Reiner. The blade's been pulled from Kevster. He does find 2. Both supports now dead for the shock. Sam transforms into the Sojourn to try and keep his team in this. A nice slide headshot kill onto Skewed, and the San Francisco Shock, even without support, managed to hold on.
Wow, look at that. Yeah, I mean, you had to use quite a few resources there. Sam using Duplicate, that did help keep the defense alive for the Shock, but now you are looking at the fact that you've got a bomb, you got 2 bombs. Is that enough?
You got a bomb in Kevster too. Hasn't got the blade, but doesn't need it. Transcendence actually from Skewed, potentially forced. Not sure what happened there. Vitus in a little bit of trouble. Does anti-Kevster. Deflects up though. Padapan finishes up with the clean. And the San Francisco Shock with a sleeping Proper. Yeah, it's about over. The Gladiators on a good little push here. 3 minutes to go as they cross this bridge.
Oh, look at this. I love that we're seeing this change from Violet. Violet's actually going to go ahead and play the Batiste. Sam also switching off of the Echo. Wow. Finding not the right type of value that we would have hoped to see from those hero picks, and Shock kind of just forced here to stop at the door.
He almost sees his grab of his life there, but Sam just slides out of it. Self-destruct gets launched into the stratosphere, still manages to kill Padapan. Perma-pocket onto Kevster now. He's got no nano, but he's got the blade. 2 kills with 1 slash. Violet does end his life quick, sharp, but the San Francisco Shock will hold. The Skewed, doesn't win that duel versus Finn. The Violet with the Batiste, very big brain play. That lamp saved them a whole heap of damage and made sure they could kill Reiner on the Zarya.
Well, that's the biggest problem, and that's why you're seeing Gladiator start to also make some adjustments of their own. Reiner's off the Zarya now, onto the Wrecking Ball. A bit more mobility, plus you're playing around that bridge, which means you might get some sweet environmental kills. But this is just the strategic minds of both of these teams. They're making these mid-map adjustments to play against the meta of the other team. And that's absolutely big. You can see that Gladiators are constantly trying to think about what is going to get them one step further towards their goal of going to the finals here. Shock just trying to get back in this one.
Proper is flirting with the idea of just blinking onto the back line. Padapan used the overclock, spotting Kaluj, but he's eating most of those rails. Perfect use of the Matrix. He's just looking at him permanently. Proper does a miracle stick. How does he get those? Lobs it in, kills Skew. Kevster ends up going down, and Proper is still destroying the backline of the Gladiators. It's a tough ask to push onto this this second point, especially with how close the spawns are for the defense. The Shock are holding firm for now, but Glads, they got a minute to play with.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why Gladiators are really hoping that they might be able to get something else done here with the Padapan Sombra switch. Just it worked out for them last time on the very first map of this series. Is this last second pick going to work here as well? May not be enough time to actually get an EMP up, but the manual hack to be able to remove something like the defense matrix from the Shock could prove huge to busting open these castle doors.
Got a problem on their hands though. Rose, double support ultimate for the Shock. Like, okay, Paddy is just scouting, knows where Violet is, can go for the hack if they can set up the dive, but everybody's super far away. Does get a hack from Kaluj, but it's more of an interrupt now, so the Matrix comes back online rather quickly. Sam's already killed Kevster. There's 15 seconds to go as the Gladiators are getting actually wrecked by Sam. There's a nano on the Sojourn. He's got the overclock. And the Shock, well, they're still sitting on 2 ults. The Gladiators need to be able to touch, but I don't think they're going to get there. Well, I guess Padapan is, but he's quickly put to sleep by Violet. The payload is going to end here, unless Kevster can get back to the point in time, but looking quite unlikely. The San Francisco Shock backline looking like a Gordian knot right now. Unbreakable. The payload just before that second point, Rose. It's so tough. You're sitting on 2 support ultimates, you're golden.
Oh yeah, that was, I mean, Finn just used the Transcendence there celebratory. Didn't even need it for the rest of that last fight. It was great to have as an insurance policy though, especially with the Paddy switch over to the Sombra. Maybe you get the hack, maybe you force out the Transcendence. But there wasn't really anything else the Gladiators could have followed up with that either. And unfortunately, when we did see those swaps come through, felt late.
Yeah.
But Shock definitely have they know where the goalpost is here to get another map win under their belt on Eichenwalde.
And this Sombra didn't end up really working out for Paddy. And then you look at the other side, Sam has 12 out of the 24 kills for the Shock right now, like the final blows. Yep. It's pretty remarkable. Like, Padapan's just not having that same kind of impact. We'll have to see how they do on their defense. They're going to roll out with Reiner again on the Zarya.
I think the Zarya is still a smart choice. I think Gladiators will find out, though, that as Shock start to move some of those other pieces around, like maybe Sam gets off of the Echo as we see them progress into the second point, and then Violet also decides to switch back over to something like the Baptiste, it will become a little bit more difficult, I think, for something like the Zarya to work. However, there's no Diva this time around. It's a last-second switch from Kaluj will bring us to Winston to kick off this attack push for them as Sam already starts to take a decent chunk of damage here, tussling with Kevster over there on the left.
His bubbles are so valuable. Oh, you can't bubble that. You can't bubble a big right-click from Finn. That's rather unfortunate. Padapan just, again, not quite having the same impact right now as Sam. Good anti. A swift kick from Finn sends Kevster flying, and even a little bit of defensive sticky bombs. Reiner does end up finishing the kill, but with Kevster down and Padapan only just coming back from the spawn, the San Francisco Shock, they swarm the point. Proper is also pretty low, but with Violet and Finn in a very defensible position, they're good to take 2 ticks. The Gladiators are able to contest now, but have no ults to really spare. Luckily, Shu, with all the damage that his team's been taking, he's going to have that nano online pretty soon.
Yeah, that nano will definitely be helpful. I mean, you can see how much pressure Shock has been putting onto this backline as well, whether it's been sending Proper after those two supports, or it's just been the pressure of the Discord orb. Yeah, gotta take some cover.
Oh, Dexter, no recall, maybe? Proper pulse bomb. He's got Shu in his sights. Skewed is right round the corner. There's the stick. There's the double kill for Proper. That'll open this wide open. However, people are still alive on the Gladiator side, but not for long. Skewed, trying to get as much as he possibly could done, but it wasn't quite enough. The Shock, they unlocked the payload. A respectable amount of time. 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
So much, and they just have to get to the castle doors. Somehow Kevster also goes down. Where was that on the map? I think that was over by
somewhere.
The castle. I think Kevster was trying to back up, and then Proper was like, I don't think so. So just a little bit of a stagger. It does stop the Gladiators a little bit from being set up here. I mean, look at just how much harassment Proper has been getting into the backline of the Gladiators. In fact, the rotation that they're taking just so that it's a little more difficult for the Shock to reach them on the high ground is how much respect they are paying to not only this aerial unit of Sam's Echo, but also just the ground troops of Collusion proper.
Nice dive, nano boost onto Sam, the Transcendence to keep the backline of the Glads alive, but Kevster's already dead. Violet also bites the dust, but Sam transforming into the Ana. You got 2 healers back now. Sam with 2 kills, can he make it another? He's gonna get a free nano basically off of all this healing. There you go. Reiner ends up ending his own life, unfortunately, with a right click into that bubble, and the San Francisco Shock looking mighty large coming into this last corner.
Yeah, you can see that Reiner now swapping over to the Doomfist. It's a little bit do or die here for the Gladiators because Shock, they've got snowball tools, and there's really one more fight here that the Shock will need to take in order to win, and that's a pulse bomb!
Padapan still ends up going down. I thought that sleep was going to run out, and I think the Gladiators thought that as well. The San Francisco Shock again off to a good start. Taking away Padapan's going to put a hindrance in the Gladiator. What do you have? Overclock, Pulse Bomb, Nano Boost coming out for Glads. They just need to survive before these ults get online. The Transcendence from Finn's going to be good. Kevster jumps in with the Pulse Bomb on the back line, but ends up going, missing. Reiner falls, and the San Francisco Shock are just picking off the Glads one by one before they can get ults up. The Nano comes out, but Kevster can't get the damage done. The focus fire is too good, and the healing's even better from the San Francisco Shock. Even without Violet, you still have Finn alive and well on the point. 2 meters to go for the Shock, and Finn ending Kevster's life. It's only up to Padapan now. Shu does end up coming back, but it is a very slow, hovering Zen to get there, but it ain't gonna happen. Shock take Eichenwalde and tie the series up.
That was very convincing, too. Look at how convincing the Gladiators win on Ilios was, and now we've got the flip of that with Shock, with a convincing victory over the Gladiators on Eichenwalde. Jaws, does this mean that as we go into these next maps, when these teams get to pick for loser pick, they're just gonna keep picking these maps that they can dominate the other teams with and have it work? We might get 5 maps this way.
It's looking like it. That was complete opposite what happened on Control. Glad to see that 2-0. San Francisco Shock on their map pick. Remaining, Eichenwalde's king? Maybe. Not sure. Right, it's Gladiator's turn to pick this time around. Maps are going back so fast. It might be a 5-mapper, Rose, but it might be a quick one if this keeps happening. We'll see where they want to go after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Cloud Lightning doesn't strike twice, has never met the San Francisco shot.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
I mean, what more can you ask from the Shock? This is going to be a wild ride.
Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind.
I say that justice.
Okay. At pace with everything right now.
Jesus
Christ,
dude.
Sam is deadlifting right now, actually.
Finish is doing so much. Cleans it up like DPS and Yado.
San Francisco has cemented themselves as the greatest team in Overwatch.
Welcome back after that small break. Let's play a game. Let's play a game real quick.
Okay.
Who is in? Arns in space. Where are we going?
Haha.
Should be,
Oh.
should be an easy one. Go on.
I think I know this one.
Go on. No, watch it.
Dorado.
Oh, okay, well. Close. It is a push map. It's Circuit Royale. It's a push map. It's not a push map. I meant an escort map. Yeah, look. When we see space, when we see Arns, we're going to Circuit Royale. The Gladiators roster, Rose, is something we've both spoken about a lot before, but like how much depth they have. They have Astra when they play Lucio. They have Skewed and Shu when they want to play like the Zen and the Ana. Space comes in when they need the Sigma play. Ash or Widowmaker can be played by Arns. Kevster plays everything. And that's one of the big strengths about the Glad is just how deep their roster goes.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, and I think we talk about this a lot for the Los Angeles Gladiators, is that they get a chance to show us so many different looks. I mean, the fact that you can go to Circuit Royale and bring in your experts at the Widowmaker and the Sigma to give yourselves the best chance possible speaks volumes to just the flexibility of the roster. But not only that, just the mid-map adaptations that we've been seeing as well when it comes to the Zarya to the Doomfist or the Wrecking Ball that we saw on just Ike and Valda alone from Reiner. Yeah, this roster has an incredibly deep hero pool in its pocket, and I love that we get a chance to see this every single time we see them play.
That is very true. And look, the Shock came off an extremely dominant Icon Vault. And we talked about Sam a little bit in there, saying how many final blows he had, but proper stats also just sky high on his Tracer. 15 final blows, 4 pulse bomb kills, only 2 deaths, which is crazy.
So gross. That's so gross. This is the level of play that we wanted to see from Proper coming into this match, though, and I love that we've got the statistics to back up the eye test of just how impactful this particular player has been. And I mean, I don't know, Jaws. Proper was just such a big reason as to why San Francisco Shock made the Shanghai Dragons look like wet noodles yesterday. And so to see him showing up here today pretty big as well has been really fun to watch.
And one of those maps that they made Dragons look like wet noodles on was Circuit Royale. They just didn't stop the payload going. It was an unbelievable display from the San Francisco Shock. But then you got to think, well, Gladiators, they want to go to this map so they can play space, so they can play Arns. It's on your screen, of course, is the tournament rewards, the money, and the points to go towards later on in the season. Pretty big. I mean, if you do win here, of course, this being the upper bracket finals, winner here goes to the grand final, so it's a minimum of 250k, which is also nice.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at the jump in prize money. For the winner of this match, you get to go to the Midseason Madness Finals. You're guaranteed at least $250,000. And look at those sweet league points, Jaws. Those will definitely come into play as we get into future stages of the Overwatch League season as well. And so both of these teams pulling out all the stops here to make sure that they can get that one step closer. Obviously, the loser's not out of it, right? They get to jump down into the lower bracket where they get to play the winner of Atlanta Reign versus the Philadelphia Fusion.
Yeah. And that is going to be a hard matchup in of itself, right?
That's going to be tough.
Fusion have been also looking extraordinarily good. Now the Gladiators, of course, want to take the dub here so they can have back-to-back finals appearances. They did in the kickoff clash, ended up winning. They want to do exactly the same here, just continue their dominant spree. Although it's funny because the Gladiators being the number 2 seed, the Shock being number 1 seed, the Shock didn't end up winning kickoff clash, but they have done so well in the regular season. Still undefeated in the regular season, mind you. Well, 8-match win streak. We already talked about it, right? All right, let's go to Circuit Royale. Gladiators on the defense, so on space, of course, on the Sigma and the Widowmaker. I got a little feeling we might see a little bit of Ashe here, although I do think the Widowmaker is just way better because the angles and the grapple and stuff like that, but wouldn't mind a Ashe either. What's Finn got to play today?
Come on, Finn. Give us the goods.
Oh.
Would you like spark?
That's so pretty. I love it. Now I feel refreshed.
Yeah.
I feel refreshed and ready to go.
Revitalized.
Apparently, so do the rest of the Shock. You know, before we get into like the heavy-hitting action of this match, Jaws, the question that I have in my mind is, you're just subbing in Kilo and Ons. Are they warm and are they ready? Like, as the Gladiators, you are under the impression that these 2 players can slot in and take you into the next map, no problem. But remains to be seen whether or not that actually ends up happening. It's Widowmaker, after all. Kind of tough.
Jump shot. It is, yeah. Kilo's aim is just phenomenal. When I was watching him before the season started on Soldier when they were playing that, I'm just blown away by how clean his tracking is. A little bit different on the Widowmaker. It's a bit more flick orientated with the aim, but still, he is quite nutty. Ant is all the way back. You can see on the ramp already. Rose, they're just getting pushed in. They really need a pick from Arns right now. He does end up taking a body shot. No one's healing him right now, so he can't really take another one before he ends up going down.
Yeah, good Kilo as well. Woohoo!
I mean, tagging a Widowmaker like that, Rose, is super good because you stop them from really doing much. He tags Arns again, but it's through the small little like sign things. There's a very, very small gap where you can hit people. If you hit a headshot there, it looks unbelievable. Early window from the Gladiators, and Space doing an unreal amount of damage. Same with Kalush. Lamp's been used by the Shock already. Both fluxes up in the air, but the Immortality Field's going to save the Shock's life for the time being. Arns loses the duel to Kilo, who now has a free line of sight on the back line of the Gladiators. A swift team kill, and the Shock used the Lamp early, and they still come out on top, which is a miracle more often than not.
Well, I mean, that was just a huge opening pick there for Kilo as well, to be able to take out that pressure of Ons. And then that was just like, yeah, we're comfortable and we're confident. We're the Shock, and we're just going to go ahead and do Shock things. But there's still some time here for the Gladiators to now come back and contest on second. They have used quite a few of their tools, though. Look at how much Kilo is out-damaging Ons at the moment, completely outpacing him on the infra sites. So that's not going to be available right away to be able to respond to when Kilo gets his active. He's going to pop it right away.
Yeah. Might have had that feeling that Arns is a little bit further behind. It's a nice angle up there, but yeah, the problem is the Gladiators are not going to peek. They might do now, as Kevster has used the overclock. Proper's got 1 to his name, and he is hiding behind this column, but can't quite see Proper. Kevster misses the last overclock shot. Kilo takes to the skies. A body shot on Shoes, not going to result in all too much. The Gladiator is playing around this Widow sightline perfectly. And yeah, even space checking Kilo.
Well, you have to, but that does start to leave room available for Kalush to start going in and getting his own hands dirty. But Space already working up to another Flux here.
Shot misses Violet. There's the Flux. 2 people in the skies. Transcendence popped, but Kilo ends up going down. Fully charged shot through the Transcendence, kills Kilo. And now the cleanup for the Glads. You're pretty happy with that if you're Glads. You win the fight, and you also burn a ton of time off of the bank.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you're definitely really happy about this as the Gladiators. I think you finally get a chance to take a breath because of all the pressure that Shock have put onto this matchup, and the fact that you get a big pick onto Proper as well. I don't even know how that happened, but Kevster really out here trying to carve out every opportunity possible, and Gladiators get a chance to be a bit more aggressive here as well, going back to this first defensive corner.
Yeah, the card's rolling back slowly. Oh, you hit a shot like that. Like I said, it's a bit wicked, that is for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, Collusion's up falling. Okay. Yeah, the card's rolling back, and normally it's not like a significant amount of space, but look at it right now. It was on the final corner, and now it's all the way back. The Glads need to be able to touch, but obviously impossible at this point. Oh, sorry, Shock need to touch, but almost impossible at this point. Just rolling back down.
They have a lot of time, though. They're like 2 minutes. So that's still a lot of time for the Shock to come back in and do something with. And you're at this point, as the Shock, trying to make sure that you get the economy out of the Gladiators, get this Transcendence, get this Ant Matrix.
Perfect lamp. Transcendence comes out with both DPS and the Shock already dead. Kilo tries for a grapple shot into the back line, but doesn't really find all of anything. The rest of his team are doing the heavy lifting. Nice headshot onto Shu. They get a lot of card progression here, but it's card progression that they already made, but the stagger kill onto Skewed's gonna be good. Should be able to cap. Maybe Space can juggle this. Shu's behind him, so he can give him the orb, but that's about it. So it looks like Gladiators are just gonna let them cap, and they're gonna take a more advantageous spot on the high ground here.
Well, it'd be so bad if the Gladiators aren't all together there and they lose somebody going into that recontest. But then Shock just snowball all the way to the end of third point. And especially when they've got ultimates to spare as well. That would just be absolutely disastrous, and what an int on their part. But Gladiators get to hold on to these tools for the defense on third. You can see the flux that Space is going to be getting ready to use. Finn doesn't have the Transcendence quite yet to use that as an insurance policy if the Immortality field isn't enough. But at this point, I don't know if Space can even use it here. Kevster's down.
Good start for the Shock. Lamp for Shock. Yep, there you go. Flux doesn't really get anything. The entirety of the Shock around the corner. Overclock coming out through the window. Insta-kill on Shu. And now Arn's in a little bit of trouble. I don't think you win these, but maybe you do. His aim's cracked, but Proper is better. The San Francisco Shock, they got Transcendence, they got the Flux. Kevster has popped the overclock, but needs to come up massive. He misses one shot, looking to the back line. Kilo's there, but finally takes him out with the help of Proper. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. The Flux to send Space's health bar down and out of the mech. Goodbye, Gladiators. The Shock have capped 1 minute and 37 seconds in the time bank. And they're looking also good. Space's Flux didn't really get anything on that second to last corner there, Rose. Or on the last corner, sorry.
No, it didn't. It was just because of some really nicely timed Immortality fields from Violet. You don't really have a whole lot of pressure from the rest of the composition of the Gladiators to force out those Immortality fields early, or even the Transcendence early. And despite the fact that Finn didn't have the Transcendence, it's always nice to have just in case. But yeah, just clinical play coming through for the Shock there to be able to deal with each and every ultimate that Gladiators was throwing at them.
And this was the map that they toppled the Dragons on, the last map for the series, and it was a cakewalk for them. All right, we'll see how they do on their defense. Finn on Lucio? I mean, yeah, I don't think he's rolling out. That would be too ridiculous.
Yeah, I was like, no way.
Yeah.
I was like, no way.
He goes back to Zen. All right. We'll see how Glads end up doing, because the Kilo versus Arn's duel. Arn's looking a little bit cold right now. Just jumping into the server, not having as much impact. To be fair, Kilo's not finding crazy picks. It's more been on Proper and Collusion. Collusion's positioning over Space. That's winning them out a lot of these fights.
Yeah, but you have to also pay attention that we just saw one push where the Widowmaker on the attacking side does seem slightly favored on most of the places where you would want to take these fights. And so it can be tough as the Sigma to make sure that you are covering for all of your angles. So I'd like to see if the Gladiators can start to use some of those attack angles to their own advantage moving into their second round here. San Francisco Shock, though, I mean, look at how far forward they're playing. We don't usually see teams contest on that very first corner of the shop. It's usually the second corner where we see Proper.
I think Kilo heard me. Nice kill onto Arn. Someone is going for that flank, but all right, no Widowmakers at all. No more long-range duels. Space takes care of Kilo. Kevs is in a really nice spot, but he's got to be careful. Yeah, someone could be creeping behind him. It is Proper taking the 1v1. You're not going to win with the Disruptor shot down at your feet. And now Proper has asserted his dominance on the high ground, taking a fair bit of damage with a Discord Orb on top of him. Way too aggressive as Arn's come back from the spawn, takes care of it.
I think you're okay with that, though. Shock already had the numbers, and at this point, you're expecting that Kevster will take a little while to respawn as well. Kevster is back, though, but we'll see that Kilo is still dinking heads.
Yeah, this is such a strong position too. Kevster has to be super careful. Windows are going to get used. Actually forces the lamp super early. A very late window from the San Francisco Shock, but luckily Kaluja's shield repaired just in time for it to be used. And yeah, the San Francisco Shock, they almost, I wouldn't say bait Glads in, but Glads forced around that corner. Proper peeks his head out. Disruptor field, a couple of shots. They were good.
Well, it was all about the fact that Gladiators used that amplification matrix, and I think they were hoping that would buy them a bit more space than it did. You saw the Disruptor shot really place San Francisco Shock just a little bit far backwards, but kind of kited them away from the damage you would have wanted to be able to get onto them with the amp matrix active. And so they get to fire back with their own. And now San Francisco Shock are just continuing to methodically move through these ultimates that they have. Double Flux, though.
Fluxy Flux. Transcendence available from Fim, but they're going to use that lamp instead. All right. Now, how does Kaluj approach this? It looks like a small 1v1's happening between Kevster and Proper right now, but with the sights, Kilo is providing a lot of pressure on this high ground. Body shot on to Kevster, gets healed straight up, and now a Transcendence. This time to stop Kevster doing a whole bunch of damage from the side. Proper once again, just peeping out of nowhere, is a triple kill right now. Can he get 4? Can he get 5? Of course he can! Proper with 5 kills. Sojourn was built for Proper. That is who they modeled it after.
I think so. I love the little, like, cheeky smile from Proper, just like acknowledging that he did a good job in that fight, have brought the Gladiators to sub 1 minute to be able to try to capture this first point, and they are at a stalemate, Jaws. Gladiators don't have a whole lot to work with either. They're gonna have to use this Transcendence aggressively. They don't need to counter a Flux here, so at least they get to go in with that.
All right, now sights advantage for the Gladiators. Arn spots Kilo in the distance, wants him to peek, takes a shot of the support line, hoping Kilo is going to use that as a bit of an entry. Violet are just going down through the window, body shot. Yeah, it does a lot of damage. It's to kills 200 HP targets, so there's no hope for you, unfortunately. Finn does kill Skewed somehow, but the Gladiators do end up capping.
Wait, but Kaluj killed himself.
Yeah, Hypersphere's on the ground, I suppose, or on the shield. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
That's unfortunate, but I think that regardless of how that happened, Gladiators would have been able to cap that first point anyway, but it's all about getting towards this third point, and they're starting to run out of time to do so. Skewed is actually going to switch over to the Brigitte, just to provide a bit more point presence here. I think that Baptiste is great, but the Brigitte rally and just being able to fight these close quarters towards this third point, it does prepare you a little bit better.
Christ. That was a good shot. Arn's in such a nice position now the enemy Widowmaker doesn't have to be taken care of. There's a Flux from Kaluj, survived this, and the Glads are good. No, Skewed crumples into a little bit of paper. The San Francisco Shock do have a nice spawn advantage, and space being super low with only Shoot to heal him up. The San Francisco Shock are now layering on that pressure. That's trying to turn this around with a Flux, but the lamp comes out just in time. The Shock are still good, hiding in this small corner, making a two-pronged attack with that window. Do you look Proper's way or do you look Violet's way? Unfortunately, you're looking at spawn right now. We feel the Glads. Kilo dies once again, but it doesn't matter. Proper is still alive and doing some work.
Gosh, stopping the cart right here too is the same predicament that Shock found themselves in on the flip side. Gladiators are still, again, starting to run out of time. 1 minute remaining here for their attack push, and Oz is down again. So that is another person that Gladiators have to wait for to respawn before they can even try to approach this cart.
Yeah, I mean, Rose, that just means it's last fight for the Glads.
Yeah.
I mean, at least they got Transcendence online. They're going to have sights. Maybe they get Rally, probably not. 45%, depending how quick you go down. And now Kevster gets picked. The Shock are just halting the Gladiators, not with team wipes, just with individual picks, burning that time bank down close to 0. Is Proper going to go for something cheeky? He was trying to. I wouldn't test dance.
Ooh. Finds the Widowmaker.
Right, Kevster. Oh, well, Space is now already dead. Okay. San Francisco Shock. Now just have to deal with Kevster. Jumps in the air, takes care of 2. Both DPS now dead for the Shock. He's trying to get a couple of collapse while putting himself on the payload. There are 10 seconds to go with Glad still having a Transcendence in their back pocket. He has to use it for Kalush's Flux, but actually they could use it early to try and keep themselves in an engagement. No damage now for the Glads. They've only got 2 supports left. Skew gets instantly taken care of by Kilo, who jumps back around that corner, and the San Francisco Shock are now a match point.
No actual way. This was the Gladiators' map choice, Jaws. They brought in their specialists, Ons and Space, hoping that this would be a map win for them, but they are back to the drawing board. Yeah, Shocker at match point, and off the back of some insane picks coming through from Proper and Kilo to continue to start off each of these fights.
I mean, Proper's on 21 of 40 final blows for Shock. That map. I mean, we saw Sam do it a little bit earlier on, and now we're seeing Proper doing it. What more can you ask for from the DPS line of the San Francisco Shock? They're looking at world class right now and are sitting on match point. One more, and they will be heading to the finals. We'll see you after this break.
feels pretty darn good to be back here in a LAN setting. It's been quite some time. The Overwatch League's most decorated franchise here in a new era.
The pulse on the mag! Another from Proper!
Sparkle and a Genji meta.
Sparkle found an opening. There's one, there's two.
That's the Sparkle I want to see in this series.
Those stats getting padded by Sparkle. Sparkle with two and another one.
This is going to be a heck of a weekend, I'll tell you right now.
You get Kai set up, it is going to be just like that the rest of the game.
Back on their side of the map, that's a stink.
Oh, checkmate!
A Widow player potentially without equal.
That is some filthy stuff.
Where did that come from? A triple Death Blossom.
The Pelican comes out of nowhere. That's two with the Storm Arrows. Millimeters away from victory, and they've done it!
Shanghai Dragons just continue to play right out in front of the spawns.
There's the blade. B can be used. Nice pin. Long pin too.
Alfie into the back there, managing to fight two. Basically the equivalent of 3 people. He nearly had all of the kills.
Seoul Dynasty have not defeated the Shanghai Dragons since the 2020 playoffs. I think these are the top 2 teams in APAC.
Drago's absolutely monstrous. They take down the Dragons. I sweep. Best Widowmaker in all of APAC.
Oh, he fell onto it! Kevster, who has been frightening ever since he joined this team.
Smurf knows what it feels like to win everything, hungry to experience that feeling once more.
Edison is locked in, ready to go. Edison with a 5K. That's what you want to see. They might just pull the trigger here. They do, but an unreal wall from Checkmate.
Now the stakes get ratcheted up a notch.
It is do or die.
Pops the recall. Is looking for the target. Stick comes in. He can find him. Problem in the meantime, found 2 with the pulse bomb.
Han Bin is the best sire in the world right now. Shu has absolutely taken matters into his own hands.
But Patapan free firing on the fuel. And after so very long, the Dynasty will be able to best the Dragons.
Playoffs Prophet has certainly arrived. The script writers, they're not messing around today.
You step up to the plate, son. With a victorious war, the Gladiators are just tearing them apart.
Seoul Dynasty will dominate their way
and secure the kickoff Clash title.
God. Man. Overwatch is, I'm not going to say a swear, but it is a beautiful game when you have clips like that. It honestly just showcases the very best in the world, and that's, of course, right now, what they're fighting for, that trophy, the Midseason Madness one. The little, I think it's the Total Mayhem logo from Junkrat. I think it's very, it's very sick. It looks really nice. Look, the Shock are 1 map away from make it to the grand finals, Rose. When you looked at that kickoff Clash performance, they did not step up at all. And it was a shock, I think, to a lot. It was a shock. It was a shock, I think, to a lot of people. And the Gladiators ended up winning the entire thing. And now Shock, they're not in front of a live crowd or anything right now, but you're still in an environment when you can see your opposition. There you go, Proper, waving at Paddy over there. And they're in the driving seat. A quite convincing Circuit Royale, and there's a whole host of swaps going on, but we'll talk to that in a minute. If the Gladiators lose here, they jump down to the lower bracket where they either face Rain or the Fusion, who will play a little bit later on.
Yeah, and that doesn't sound like a fun opponent to have to go up against either when you look at both of those options that would be waiting down there for you. But you know, I want to talk about the fact that Gladiators were predicted across the board to win this match from majority of pick'ems from our desk, but holding off on this till talking about it now. I think the Shock not only poised to take the series home for this next map, but after the performance that they've given us the past few days, I don't think there's a lot of doubters or a lot of doubt you should have for this team moving forward. I mean, Proper having yet another match of his life. Sam had an incredible performance on Eichenwalde before getting switched out for Kilo on Circuit Royale. He will be coming back in to the match, but yeah, I mean, what the heck? Bro, we looked at Proper's, we've been checking in on Proper stats every map. Like, we looked at them after Eichenwalde, we're looking at them after Circuit Royale. I think they just got better. I actually think they got better.
Yeah, it's weird how that happens. sometimes Proper just kills people. And there you go, you can tell. Final blows, 22 out of the 28 elims. Looking unreal. We're going to Colosseo, Rose. And this was Glad's map pick. And what's funny about Push with the San Francisco Shock, they've only actually lost one Push map out of the 10 that they've played. And the funny thing is, it is Colosseo that they did lose. So, I mean, picking the highest percentage play there, if you're the Gladiators, you have Reiner back in, Patapan, swapping out for Arns, and yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to swap out space. You don't really want to play the Sigma here. Arns, Widowmaker, Ashe, etc. But you want Patapan back in so Kevs can play Tracer and Patapan can play the Sojourn. So that makes a whole bunch of sense here.
Yeah, and especially the Lucio as well to help you zoom around the map. So we're seeing Funny Astro as well in for Skewed. As we saw Funny Astro on Ilios, and that was a win. That was a win for the Gladiators on Ilios, 2-0 over the Shock in a very convincing manner. And so the fact that we're starting things back out for the Gladiators with their starting lineup on Colosseo does speak to me. They're going to try to hit fast, hit hard, the Lucio, the Doomfist, all of the works. But San Francisco Shock really finally started to find their groove with the Winston composition, and so we will start to see them go back to that for a little bit here with the Sojourn and the Tracer. So Sam, Proper, having great games today, but can the Gladiators keep with the team synergy? Will that be able to take them over the top and tie up this series? That's what we're looking at here for Colosseo.
Rather slow approach for the Shock right now. I guess they were making sure the Glads didn't go for this big flank. The Glads sniffed that out. They were like, okay, we'll just go main. Just take a little bit of a better position than the Shock. You can see them kind of huddling around this miniature health pack room. Mikey takes a big ante and actually has to back off. Proper in a duel versus Kevster. Good speed boost from Astro, but I mean, he kind of sped boosted him away and Mikey got punched into the back line and then Sam sniped Patapan. It was too much damage. It was a nice idea from Funny Astro there, but punching Mikey back into the rest of the team, not great. Guys do have the smallest lead in the world, but it should be the cleanup for the Shock. Not crazy amount of staggers though. Unless they kill Reiner.
Yeah.
No, Reiner, stay alive, please. No, double blink straight inside. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that's fairly large, and the bot has been booming this whole time.
Yeah, Finn just on perma bot duty right now, just to be able to keep that thing rolling. And I mean, you just want to get to the checkpoint. If you get to the checkpoint, I think you're feeling pretty good about the lead that you have. But man, Proper going after Patty again.
Yeah, Patapan
leave the man alone.
No, not going to happen. Nano boost for Mikey as he jumps the backline. Super early ults from the San Francisco Shock. Just showing you how much damage they did in that first fight and how much healing. Oh my god, the Shock actually might hit checkpoint before the Glads can get out of spawn. And Proper triple blinks into the spawn and kills Reiner the Pulse. Alrighty, okay. It's Shock's game. It's Shock season.
I think so. I really think so. I mean, they started to look really good. I think people had some questions about this rookie roster, but that bot reaches the checkpoint before anybody from the Gladiators can stop it, and they're just gonna get folded over like dominoes here.
Reiner trying to disrupt Sam, but he's already killed two. The bot is being contested, but the Gladiators have found themselves back in spawn again. A rather familiar place to be for them currently. The Shock just piling on the pressure. They did end up losing Finn, so they haven't got a lot of healing, but they still gain a lot of free bot push right now. His Gladiators have to come back from the spawn. They're just going to keep the momentum going. I mean, why not? A huge beat from the Shock. Finn wasn't even back in the mix. But the Shock are just pushing on forward. The Gladiators have a whole wealth of ultimates, but Astro doesn't have his beat anymore. Not sure where that went, but the Glads, they got 4 ults. Let's have a look at the small replay. Was that a cancel on the beat? Proper comes in, gets the beat. Astro with 50 HP gets it cancelled by Proper.
Oh, that such a feels bad. That is such a feels bad. You would love to have that ultimate online to be able to deal with anything coming out from the Shock here, even if it's just to make sure that you've got sustain going into the next fight, which they desperately need.
Dude, Proper's just a freak of nature, man. He is just so good on the Tracer. It's the ultimate from Patapan on the side, but a nice little boop from Violet to keep Paddy away from the rest of the team. The Shock aren't moving the bot right now, but they've made significant progress on this map already. 106 meters as the Gladiators
finally regain control of the bot. But it has been a shock game for the last 4 minutes.
It looked like it might have been a shutout there based on the pace that the Shock were going with for those last few fights as well. Just really not giving the Gladiators a chance to breathe. But finally looks like Gladiators can start kicking off some of these fights themselves with a few ults of their own.
Nice. Gladiators now trying to set their own tempo. That was a good meteor strike there by Reiner. They do end up killing Shu with the help of that nano onto Mikey, but shouldn't matter all too much. You can get Astro to taxi back, but getting the bot back, pushing the block there, that's what you need. Oh, look at that. Actually, Proper's trying to spawn camp, spots Astro. Okay, knows he can't tussle with it. I mean, ideally, if you kill Shu there, you lose 2 fights or a fight and a half because the bot moves so fast back to the barricade.
But I mean, look at this too. You just set the Gladiators up again and knock them down. Sam's gonna take that at trade any day of the week.
Okay, Gladiators need to do something, but the slap, no! The disruptor shot woke Reiner up. He takes care of Finn and Sam. There's still a Primal Rage and Mikey happening in the background. He does end up killing Padapan and Astro and Reiner. Mikey's still in this, by the way, Glads. They were trying to get control of the bot there and push it onto the barricade, and it felt like Glads thought they won that. But Mikey comes up with 3 from the Primal.
Yeah, well, the thing about Shock too is like they're just kind of individually player hero carrying right now. Just watch how much value each of them gets when they use any of their ults.
Oh my god!
Oh, you're still 180, okay.
Oh, Kev's is going to feel that tomorrow. Beat for the Glads. Only hits 2. Padapan and Reiner don't receive that at all. Proper gets headshot by Padapan, keeps him in the fight and stops that pulse bomb from going off. Astro doing his best to escort Shu around the map, stopping him from getting jumped on and instantly killed. The Gladiators do win that fight, regardless of the 2-man beat. The Shock still trying to set that tempo, but they're burning a lot of time off the bank. The Gladiators have not gained any meterage, and finally now, they're getting a little sample of that. But the Shock are going to come back so fast with Violet on that Lucio.
Yeah, we spent over 2 minutes in the neutral. That's a lot of time. I mean, the fact that we're sub 4 minutes now, San Francisco Shock coming back with ults.
Sam through the windows, can't quite find much, and now Reiner's in a whole heap of trouble. Got the Meteor Strike, but he's 1 HP when he comes back down. He's going to have to retreat to the rest of his team. Go straight to the Mega Health Pack. It's good enough for the time being, but now has to follow up on Mikey. An unreal sleep from Shu. He's actually got an nano of his own. Kevster gets a double pulse bomb from somewhere. So much is happening right now, but the Glads are in control, and that's what counts. 50 meters and counting now.
Look at this as well. I think Gladiators have finally found their footing, but I want to take a look at this double pulse from Kevster. You got to stick onto Sam, and looks like... Oh!
Seemed far too
that's unfortunate.
many of those. Ouch.
Not mid-slide, though, when he got stuck. But we'll let it slide. We'll let it slide. Going back to the neutral now, San Francisco Shock have a little bit of control, but looking for more territory as Kevster's also trying to get up to the back line.
Yeah, the pace still a little bit unbelievable from both teams right now. Finally gets stunned by Reiner, pushed into that wall. Nano does so much. If you stun someone and you're nanoed, you almost insta-kill a squishy target. Mikey in a whole lot of trouble, gets antied, had the primal, so he was good for the time. And now the Gladiators trying to gain some meterage. Good kill onto Finn, who's way too far up without the help of Violet. And now Ryan's in a little bit of trouble. Scurries back to the rest of his supports, and they're trying so hard to get this checkpoint. They eventually do it as they kill off Proper.
This is huge, though. I mean, Gladiators have made up for so much lost meterage here. They are almost going to be able to live up to what the Shock have already accomplished on the other side of the map. And they still have ultimates to rotate through in order to match that progress. Kevster up to bat.
Nice beat from the Gladiators. They know they got to win the fight here with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. Shu puts his name on the board, killing 2 of the Shock. Now the Shock know. The win condition right now is just stopping that bot from going. If they win a fight here, they should be good to play all the way up. And actually, Shu ends up going down. Somehow, Finn manages to get the snipe. Reiner is super low. It's up to Padapan with the overclock to try and waylay the Shock for some sort of time before their supports end up getting back. But a beat from the Shock surges them forward.
Reiner's up in the sky, but he's so low when he comes back down to earth. He does manage to kill Finn, but now Sam is nanoed with the overclock going off. It does end up fading away, but look at that. With 1 minute to go, they've managed to win the fight here. The bot's gonna just travel so fast around these corners rows. The Glads need to come up with something big, otherwise they will be going down to the lower bracket.
Well, it's going to have to be that nano from Shu. That's the thing that the Gladiators have to rely on right now to get something over the top. Maybe it's a pop-up performance, but this is it. We're back in the neutral where we have seen the Gladiators stop for most of this map so far.
Well, Shu's got the nano in a couple of percent. Recall from Kevster. Didn't want to go down to Sam this early. Okay, there's the nano. Reiner trying to get on the back line. He's spotted Finn, doesn't quite get the punch into the wall. He's just taken so much damage. Every single member of the Shock right now is trying to protect Finn, and they've done so successfully. Sam going pretty low. He is antied, and somehow Reiner gets the last final kill on him. 92 meters and counting. The Gladiators with 20 seconds to go now need to just gain over 10 meters, and they should be good to keep them in the series. A late kill onto Finn is fantastic. Can they get Violet? Not quite, but they're still in this, Rose.
Oh my gosh, and look at this though too. Gladiators, they might be able to go ahead and match that progress.
Nice
Can anybody
punch
get there?
from Reiner. Does send Mikey hurtling backwards. 2 meters to go. The stick from Kevster is good. 1 DPS down now from the Shock. He's got his eyes set on Finn in the backline, who's so pretty low. Violet needs to be able to save him. If Finn falls, they've got so little healing left. Kevster's done the hero play. Violet ends up going down. 2.85 meters to go, and the Gladiators send out a beat to try and make this the final fight. Padapan is so healthy right now as the Shock are all back in spawn apart from Proper with no recall. It's no problem for the Gladiators. Overtime is here, but the Glads keep them in the series.
What a comeback from the Gladiators. Shock were running away with Coliseo as we kicked it off in those first few minutes, but then finally Gladiators got their act together. It took a little while, but they did get it together, Jaws.
That is the only push map the Shock have lost. Out of the 11 push maps they've played now, it's been a loss twice on Coliseo, and you can see why the Glads wanted to go there. What a godlike turnaround from the Glads. 106 meters the Shock gained on that push.
Yeah.
Some people would have called it, but the Gladiators, no. They hung up that phone. They knew they could come back. It was overtime, but they managed to do it. We're going all the way. Map number 5 right after this break. of course, it would go all the way. Map number 5, the Shock and the Glads are facing down for a spot in the grand final tomorrow of the Mid-Season Madness tournament. Both teams been looking great on, it feels like every other map. One team does exceptionally well and then the other team does exceptionally well, just kind of topples them over. But what a comeback on Colosseo for the Glads. They were down 100 meters and managed to turn that one around.
That was absolutely insane. I think, you know, you just look at that and you look at the insurmountable lead sometimes that some of these teams can accumulate over the course of a push map and you go, that's very difficult to come back from. But as Avali likes to say, it is comebackable.
True.
So Glads fans should be very excited that we get a chance to go into a 5th and final map here. Shock still, it is their choice because they just lost that last map. So I wonder if that's going to do them any favors going into this 5th and final one.
Yeah, we are going on to Oasis. And, well, Oasis is a bit of an interesting one. I think it's 50% roughly right now for the Shock win-loss on Oasis. Might be a little bit more tipped in the way of winning, but it was just the push line as a stat line, which isn't crazy. I can't believe the only map they lose on push is Colosseo, and they do end up losing that one. A bit ridiculous. I remember the Gladiators, they got here through the upper bracket semi-finals, battling the Hangzhou Spark, and that was an incredibly close 5-map series. So of course this one would go to 5. I mean, these are the 2 best teams in North America right now. You could argue one of them is the best team in the Overwatch League right now. Have to wait and see. Of course, Midseason Madness Finals is tomorrow, and one of their teams is booking their ticket to that after this series, and it all comes down to this.
Hey, they're holding hands though. First seed, second seed, right at the winners finals together. And it's all coming together. It's all coming together. But we are heading over to University to kick off our first round of Oasis. And here's something interesting. We're seeing Kaluge in the lineup for a control map, when typically we've been seeing Mikey to be able to provide that flexibility of playing the Wrecking Ball and the Winston. But I believe that this Doomfist will stick from Kaluge.
Yeah, the ball isn't. The ball's like okay, I think, on University. I'd still rather have the Doomfist. There's so many more walls you can kind of punch people into. So
that's true.
It's a little bit of okay. So what kind of maps are we going to? We don't know because it's control and it's like randomly selected. What map? What round? So
yeah, like do we get City Center at all?
Exactly.
If we are gonna get it.
It's definitely a tough one, but putting Collusion does feel like the right play. No Sojourn, by the way, for the Shock. They're actually going to have Kilo on the Ashe. He's going to sit all the way at the back with his supports, but the Ashe can be dove quite easily. You only have one, well, not anymore. Thank you, Kilo.
Not if you kill the diver first.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh. Like I said before, Rose, Kilo's aim is just cracked. Like, it's ridiculous. Speaking of cracked as well, proper 2 kills on Rhino Caliban. His tracking on the Soldier when I was watching him pre-season, oh my god, it was absurd. And a Shock that came into 2022 with a new roster of all rookies apart from Violet, which is unbelievable. And they're still carrying on that legacy of the Shock being one of the more dominant teams in North America.
That just speaks to the coaching of the Shock, I feel like. They're going to kick off another fight here with Violet now getting a pick. But yeah, it just speaks volumes to how well coached and how individually skilled all of these players are. Put them on a team together and it's also just magic.
I mean, it definitely feels like Krusty bullies them into submission at times, but it's always fun to see on the timeline. Ryan is diving in with the nano boost. Can he get anything done? Both supports are pretty low. Punches finish the wall, but not before. An executed dive on the back line of the Gladiators is rather successful. Probably with a pulse onto Padapan. And Scooter wasn't long for this world. Shu gets cleaned up, and there you go. The Gladiators tried to go for a dive. Ryan found one, but it felt like he didn't really have any backup there. The Gladiators were a little bit more concerned and split off. Do we help our backline or do we try and help Ryan? And neither ended up working out, and, well, they lose that fight.
Look at this. Gladiator's also having a bit of a composition identity crisis. Reiner somehow...
Reiner?
I'm just going to... We'll talk about that in a second, but I want to talk about the fact that Patty has now chosen his 4th hero this round. You know, going for the Sojourn to the Hanzo to the Ashe briefly, and now the Genji. And now Reiner's back. Tactical?
He's back. Definitely not tactical. There's the coach cut. Matching Transcendence. Again, the executed dive on the backline of the Glads is successful for Kaluj. A nice nade, but it ain't gonna matter. 82%, 83 build now. Where are the Glads? The San Francisco Shock have rolled over Los Angeles as they take round number 1. There was no fight for Glads there. They either got picked, Reiner accidentally, yeah, maybe slipping on, I don't know, a bit of wet floor, I suppose, and throwing himself off the map. Unlucky, I guess, but there was no fighting there from the Glads. There wasn't a distinct, like, okay, there's a lot of brawling going on. Reiner went in a couple of times, ended up getting slept, or he took too long to get a kill, and then the Shock just rolled over the Glads backline.
Yeah,
Okay,
no!
that is so unlucky, actually.
Oh, that's so sad. I mean, Gladiators, to just back up what you were saying, Jaws, they got 1 kill the entire
1 kill,
round.
the Glads. And the Shot got 15.
Yep.
15!
That was clean.
All right, Hog.
That was
Pog.
clean. That's not what is happening. It's Hog on both sides.
Yep.
Stop it.
No, this is good. No, this is real.
Is it?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Well, okay, it's gonna be entertaining, I think.
Yeah, you just bullet sponges, basically, if you're playing Hog right now. It's kind of annoying to chase down. You just got to be wary if you're Kaluj. Shu is still playing the Ana. Shock, not so much. Ooh. Nice, there you go. Hook, nade, there's the kill. The Glads want to fight. However, I say that, I'm not going to call it yet, as Proper is still alive. Scooter does end up falling at the hands of Proper and Finn, who've made quite the rotation. Are very swiftly sent back to spawn. And the Gladiators are going to cap the point for the first time in Oasis.
Well, that's good for them because they will start to be able to, I think, get a nice defensive position. I wasn't gonna say something snarky there, I swear.
Okay.
I mean, the fact that you get to have Patty now set up on the high ground. Who are you really going to send after him on that rotunda in the middle? And then you've got the other high ground to play around. Reiner keeps getting hooks.
Immortality feels super good though. I mean, even if you anti, the Immortality field still needs to be dealt with. Nano on the Hog. Finn doesn't stand a chance, but now he hasn't got a hook to really play with. A couple of right clicks do a fair bit of damage, heals himself up to full, but the Shock managed to cap the point. Nano really didn't do all of anything there. Long range, how did that hook hit? Well, don't know. Both Hogs are dead though. Proper's got a pulse bomb, and that's what counts. The San Francisco Shock do end up capping. And the Gladiators are going to have to go again. I wonder if they're going to stop hooking first. Normally, in the Hog duel, if you hook last, you do end up winning, I will say. So, it's a bit awkward for Reiner there. Unfortunately, there's no lamp on the side of the Glad, so you can't just insta-put lamp down when you get the hook first. So.
Yeah. Well, the other part about that, too, is you've seen how Shu follows up a lot of the times of the Bionade as well after Reiner secures a hook. So it's just a really quick takedown of whoever Reiner decides to get at the end of that bait. But still control over the Shock here.
Yeah, they can jostle on this point forever. Mr. Bob comes out to play. Kilo with a very clutch Kosh gun does save himself from the Dragons. Kev still lands a pulse on to the Immortality field that time. Violet not quite so lucky to help the rest of his team. Ends up getting taken out. Kills Reiner in the meantime. But the Gladiators seem to want to invest a little bit more into this fight. The Transcendence comes out just to secure. I mean, 65%, you don't really want to have the fight go on for any longer. Otherwise, you're in one-fight territory there.
Yeah, and especially when you see Kaluj also switch over to the Diva. And so that'll be helpful to try to stop any of those one-shot combos coming in from Reiner on the Roadhog, or maybe even some of these Storm Arrows that'll be coming through from Patapan still on the Hanzo. So I like the Defense Matrix choice here, just to kind of change things up a little bit as we see Shock posture to try to take back control. Proper looking for a target.
God, Proper again, starting the fight out, killing 2 people with the help of Finn's Discord. 68% for the Glad. They've only just managed to match the Shock, but Shock find a flip. Late Transcendence from Finn as Proper finds his 3rd kill of the fight. Reiner is on the run, but not for long as he gets chased down, uses the breather, but he is discorded. Nice Matrix by Kalush to help them finish the kill onto Reiner. 81% and building for the shock now, as this could very well be it. Glads need to come back, and they need to come back now.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, Reiner
Reiner's
doesn't even have the chance. Yeah, he can't use the ultimate here. He's got to give it up, go to the Wrecking Ball. He's got to get back in time to make sure that this is a fair 5v5 fight.
Kiddo can sit all the way at the back. Hasn't really got too much to worry about. Nice bit of dynamite damage, but overtime is here. Kevster trying to get on the back line. If that was a headshot, I think it would have screamed, but Padapans, I think, screaming a little bit louder than I would be there as he goes down first once again to the hands of Proper. A recall from Kevster, and now he has to put himself in danger. He has the pulse bomb, throws it on the mech. That should be an instant demech, but the backhand, the Gladiators are already dead. Kilo kills Kevster, and as overtime ticks through, the San Francisco Shock roll the Gladiators on Oasis and see themselves in the Mid-Season Madness Finals.
Wow, look at that. I mean, look at they're just chatting it up too. Gladiators, they're taking this one on the chin. They still have another life in this tournament, but for the Shock, they have secured themselves to at least 2nd place. And that definitely has to feel good, especially after the performance that they put on during the kickoff clash. What a great showing from them today. What a fun match overall.
It had to go to 5. It just had to.
Had to.
Well, the San Francisco Shock do go to the finals. The Gladiators still have a chance. They jump down to the lower bracket final, and they will play the winner of our next match, the Atlanta Reign versus the Philadelphia Fusion. But that Oasis was just a blowout from the Shock. The last round, a little bit closer. But University, the Glads did not have a single fight, Rose.
I don't think they touched the point. I don't think they touched the point. They got 1 kill. Like, that's it. It was definitely super decisive for the Shock, and when you look at how well the Shock were able to win some of these fights, I think you've got to give a lot of accolades to Proper, who will be our player of the match. I mean, what a mad lad, Jaws. We looked at Proper's performance from yesterday's match for the San Francisco Shock and how incredibly well poised Shock was for success when looking at some of those picks from Proper, but even today, just it's still on a tear through this tournament.
I mean, he's a whole new level of crack, that is for sure. On that Oasis, like, he was getting 1 to 2 picks almost every single fight. This 5K here, this guy is just a monster. If he keeps this up, it could potentially be one of the greatest rookie performances we've ever seen from a player entering the Overwatch League. I mean, we're only halfway through the year right now, right? I mean, you know, Mid-Season Madness, 2nd tournament in, but for what we're seeing right now, Proper, best rookie we have so far. His Tracer this match, 50% pulse bomb attach rate, very, very few deaths, 10+ final blows per 10. He's looking clean.
He's been looking so good, whether it is the Tracer or it is the Sojourn or whatever Proper decides to play. You know that we're in for a good treat. I feel like Zoe's going to be very happy to see how Proper performed in this match today, and you definitely have the stats to back it up too.
A lot of the actually, didn't everybody pred Glads too?
Yeah,
okay,
they did.
That's good. Great, I'm glad this went this way, because I would have preded the Shock if I was on the desk. I wonder how they're feeling right now. Not sure. Maybe a little bit salty.
We'll find out, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. We'll jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We've got the desk, and there's salty tears coming up after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Go to takemetomanoa.org today.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Sam from San Francisco Shock. Sam, what a match. How are you feeling right now?
Pretty good.
Pretty good?
Yeah.
I mean, so I want to ask you, I actually overheard you talking to Unter from Gladiators, and like you guys were talking and you said, oh, this is like the best match. I'm having so much fun. What about the match were you so like hyped about?
I always enjoy like matches more when it's against teams we scrim a lot. We scrim Gladi more, so like the London match is really fun. And then this is like a fast-paced team. They're like just all respectable players. I have a lot of friends on the team as well. I was just having a blast like competing against them. And with the way they play Overwatch, like, even when we lost Elios, like I knew we were still in the game. I was still just, I don't know. I just felt like I was having fun, you know?
And it was definitely really fun to watch. I think everyone in chat definitely agrees as well. And you mentioned about Ilios, and in my personal opinion, I think it was after losing Ilios where you guys really just like woke up and started to dominate. Were there any specific changes you guys made after Ilios and going into Iconwall, or like what were you guys talking about?
No, we knew like we just hadn't played much against the Lucio comp, so adjusting. So like we knew the playstyle that we usually play against their comp on Ike for like, yeah, would work. Well, when Funny Astro's out, we know no Lucio, you know.
So was your plan to sort of focus down on Funny Astro?
Not so much that. You can't focus a good Lucio. That's just bait.
Yeah, that's just bait. All right, and of course, finally, yeah, with this win, you guys are in the mid-season madness finals. Who do you think is going to be your opponent tomorrow, and why is it the Gladiators? If not, then it's not.
If Atlanta keeps playing how they're playing, I could see them making it, but probably Gladiators.
Probably Gladiators?
Yeah.
And any good reason?
They're just really good.
They're just really good.
Yeah.
Ooh, so we're gonna have another Gladiators. There is a possibility of either Atlanta or it could be Gladiators, but you think it's Gladiators. I kind of agree too. Well, anyway, Sam, thank you so much for your time. That is it for the interview.
Thank you for having me.
So, Avali, back to you.
Thank you very much, Danny, and congratulations again to the Shock. Are we setting it up for a salty run back?
It feels like a salty. I saw Kalush stand up and look across the table, and I was like, I want to see these two teams play again. Like, that's gonna be sick. It was a great match. There were so many great individual and team performances. Like, you can tell why these are two of the best teams we have in the game.
I mean, honestly, forget Overwatch for a second. I just want to see each of those teams just like duke it out in all sorts of Hawaii like related activities.
Bowling, beach volleyball.
How did you get bowling
Tug
for
of war?
Hawaii activities?
I didn't really think about Hawaii, to be honest.
You know what? I like that. We'll use.
They don't have bowling in Hawaii?
Well, I'm sure they do.
This is something that we're going to have to investigate. But that aside, let's actually jump in and investigate this series, because it was looking like it was back and forth for a second, and then all of a sudden in the fifth map, it looks like Gladiators just kind of rolled over.
Yeah, I think you really, Sam just hit on it right there. The Funny Astro Lucio is something that no other teams are really utilizing, and it is catching people off guard. The San Francisco Shock came out in this match, and it felt like they had the answer to it in this first round, but it did just start to slip away from them. And, Funny Astro, I think he played 2 maps, and those were the 2 maps that he won. So really, Funny Astro is the key to the Gladiator success. Well, probably map dependent, but it was awesome to see how both of these teams go and how adaptable both of them are across from map to map. Kalush playing this D.Va here. Inherently, the Gladiators did not have an answer to it. We saw Reiner try to play the Zarya. I thought it was an interesting pick, but it eventually just did not work out. And it just sort of blow for blow, both these teams going back and forth.
Yeah. It feels like these two teams are really pushing each other to the limit.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting because of what Sam also hit on in the interview there, that like these are two teams that practice a lot against each other. I mean, they are arguably the 2 best teams in the North American region, and they know that. So they know that the best practice they're going to get is against each other. And so you have, I love when this happens, by the way. I love when you have teams that just like, they have such deep understanding of each other that you're just going to see like these hero picks, like Reiner swapping over to the Zarya, for example. Sam, what was this, by the way?
Yeah, Sam, that was questionable.
What was this? But also like Reiner swapping over to the Zarya, because he probably has an understanding of what works against the San Francisco Shock and what doesn't work. So maybe he goes, I need to like try this Zarya out, because this is the only chance you're going to get, by the way. like the LA Gladiators, they're not going to scrim shock going into tomorrow if they have to play against each other, right? So you really have to like try everything now before it's too late. And so I love what I saw from, you know, Reiner being able to play that story a little bit, trying it out. This is something we can speculate and play more of. And then you had both teams go to Road Dogg, Kulu swapping over to the Diva.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just like so much to this matchup that is just like to love. This is really peak Overwatch to me. Oh my God, I know that's such a like.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. It was peak Overwatch.
Unoriginal thing to say, but it really was. Like, if you'd really read into all the small details and just be like, wow, this is what it's like when like the 10 best players on the planet play against each other.
It's also funny because you can tell they scrim against each other because in no other world, in any other situation, do we have a Roadhog mirror for the final round and the final map. No other way do we have that. But I also want to give some massive credit to some of the Shock players because, okay, yeah, Proper was incredible, won MVP. We've talked enough about him. He's great. We love you. But Sam and Kilo are the two DPS players that are changing time on that team, and I think that they're doing an incredible job. You know, I've had my questions about both Sam and Kilo and how well they're going to be effectively be able to slot into that roster. Sam on that Sojourn was getting pick after pick, making his presence known. Kilo heads in on that Circle Royale, absolutely dominant in that Widow matchup. So I do want to give those guys props. They are integral to the success of this team.
Actually, we can't gloss over Proper.
Okay.
We can't.
Let's bring it back then.
I'm gonna ask for the single right here because we gotta address this, all right? This is Proper's rookie year. This is Proper's rookie year, okay?
Yeah.
He's one of the best rookies we've ever had in this league. And I know that we've talked about Proper a lot here on the desk. Pretty much every broadcast we talk about Proper. Even when the Shock are not playing, we're talking about Proper. And we joke about it, you know, that it's, you know, part of our contract. We have to talk about Proper all the time. I get it. It's starting to become a bit unoriginal. But here's the thing. Proper is a generational talent. He's going to be in this league for a long time. He's going to win a lot of awards. And I've already started to see people cry on Twitter, Reddit, etc. Oh, you know, they always talk about Proper too much. I'm so tired of them talking about Proper. Listen, you need to learn to love Proper. Because otherwise, you're going to have one hell of a miserable experience watching the Overwatch League. Because he's going to demolish your favorite teams over and over and over again. And it's not going to stop for a very long time. So either you learn to appreciate and love Proper, or I got bad news for you. That's it.
I agree, because he is probably, after this tournament, the MVP frontrunner. Like, he's at the top of my list. Before it was like, up in the air. Even probably with whatever happens in the rest of this tournament, Proper has just been MVP performance every single match. He's at the top of my list now.
And a well-deserved securing of that finals, the grand finals, I should say, spot. And now all that's left is to find out who exactly is going to be playing against them. Because, again, Gladiators, they're dropping their series here, but that doesn't mean that they're out of the tournament just yet, because they're just going to fall into that lower bracket. And we can actually take a look at our updated bracket right now, both the upper and the losers. Well, actually, I should say winners and losers, or upper and lower. Either way, some people have lost already. But here we see in the finals, moving on for tomorrow, is going to be the San Francisco Shock. And now let's go ahead and take a look at the lower bracket to find out who exactly is going to be playing them, because we still have one more match for today, and that's going to be the Atlanta Reign taking on the Philadelphia Fusion. And then, of course, the winner of that match is going to face the Gladiators to find out who will be taking on the Shock. And we already heard they think that it's going to be the Gladiators again. Is that, you feeling that? You're feeling the salty run back?
Yeah, I think Atlanta and Philly have both had their ups, but in terms of consistency of performances, I think the Gladiators are just on another level, same with the Shock. So I'm excited to see who's going to win this match, because it could either go either way. We talked about that earlier, but I think the Gladiators are going to be a tough opponent to beat for whoever gets there.
That was a test, and you failed.
Oh, I mean, oh no.
You're supposed to be loyal to the Fusion. And you just totally, you let the analysis come out, and you betrayed all Fusion fans. Don't worry, Fusion fans, I'm still here for you. Scott isn't. Johnny, are you? You think Fusion can take down Atlanta Reign?
And the Gladiators, that's the question.
Well, let's maybe just start with this match right here.
I think it's, you know, really interesting to keep in mind that last year, all we talked about was Dallas Fuel against the Shanghai Dragons come the playoffs last year. And then the Dallas Fuel, they lost in the losers bracket against the Atlanta Reign in a very surprising loss, a very weird loss. So maybe, you know, we shouldn't just assume that Gladiators, because they looked good in the upper bracket, that they're going to dominate the lower bracket. So, you know, you never know what's going to happen in the losers bracket.
He didn't talk about Philly at all there. Did he also fail the test?
You know what? I think there's only one way to find out. Can we please pull up our predictions for this next match that's coming up? Because you all know where my allegiance lies. And let's see, we have...
Yeah! It's us! Screw Danny! Yeah! Let's go!
Yeah, Danny, you can step on a pineapple there, buddy, with that prediction.
Wait.
I don't know if that's actually...
Do pineapples grow in Hawaii?
Do pineapples grow in Hawaii?
Yeah.
I want to say that's a dumb question, but I've never seen a pineapple grow outside of Harvest Moon before. Do pineapples... Hex? Hex? Do pineapple... Yes! Hex says yes, that pineapples grow in Hawaii. I knew that. I was just trying to get a comedy bit. But hey, we are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to see that final match of the day, Atlanta Reign taking on the Philadelphia Fusion. So don't go anywhere unless you're going to grab a pineapple.
I started questioning myself.
What's up? Welcome back. The Fusion, the Rain is up next. Look, at the end of the day, you do get a second chance in these tournament brackets, and the Fusion, the Rain, they needed that second chance. Both of them got knocked out in day one. Straight down to the lowers, and they both steamrolled their way through. The Philadelphia Fusion got revenge on the Spark for knocking them down lower bracket earlier on today as they beat the Spark 3-2. The Atlanta Reign made it all this way. They beat Seoul Dynasty, a team that everybody thought was going to go toward the finals. Like, it's been a crazy run for both these teams, and now is their final chance to get to the finals. They do have the Glad standing in their way, but first they got to beat each other before they even get there.
Yeah, and can Atlanta Reign just play spoil again to the final Eastern team that is left in the midseason madness?
Yeah.
Jaws, they've already taken out 2. There's a third one knocked up, lined up, ready to go for them, and that's the Philadelphia Fusion. You can see their starting roster here.
Yeah, man. Oh, the Philly Fusion looked so clean today against the Spark. It was a close game, but I'm just thinking back to Bellis Ria on the Wrecking Ball. He was so good. And not to mention that MN3 and Zest also had games of their lives. Like Zest's Tracer and his pulse bomb attach rate and just his efficiency with the pulses is next to none. They are performing to a level that they've not performed to this season. And they do have to face against the Reign, and then they will have to face against the Glads, and then they might have to lose in the finals because that's how Philadelphia Fusion roll. They always end up with 7. Right? But I mean, the Reign can kind of break that curse, kind of, by knocking them out here. Kai, Venom, Hawk, Ultraviolet OG. One of the teams is going to face the Glads tomorrow. Very shortly, we're going to find out who that is.
Well, either Fusion are destined for second place, or they're going to just get knocked out here. And we're going to save all the Fusion fans the disappointment of them getting to the finals.
Look, I know Bad Pachimari has already made like 17 memes tailing the Fusion's journey through the lower bracket. He's probably got an extra 5 lined up for if they win.
Oh, I'm sure.
If they win, lose against Glads, if they win, lose against Shock in the finals. Like, look, at the end of the day, people are prepared. Bad Pachimari, most prepared.
I think so.
Fortunately for the timeline, it's looking hostile out there. But the Fusion, they have been performing extremely well. But people you can't speak
Count
about.
out.
Yeah, it's like Kai in these clutch scenarios, in these clutch situations. His Sojourn coming into the tournament is said to be one of the best in the world that we have. And I think this tournament specifically has just shown how much all DPS players can level up in these high pressure situations.
I love that you bring that up, because in this tournament, I feel like we have seen the ceilings go even taller for a lot of these DPS players. They're one-upping themselves. I don't even know how that's possible sometimes, Jaws, especially when you look at Sojourn players like Kai that already had deep accolades before they even got into the tournament, and they're topping that, and I don't know how. But it goes to show you that, yeah, there's a lot that each of these teams and players individually are doing to keep getting themselves further in these tournaments. So let's go ahead and kick off our final match of the night on Lijiang.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. I want to see Bellis Ria on the Wrecking Ball.
Me too.
Did kind of go crazy. Like some of the team fights, he was just carrying himself, which is insane. Exactly what you want from your Wrecking Ball player. But Wrecking Ball is like so easy to reset on as a character. Doomfist is a little less so. You're a lot more like cooldown reliant. Of course, you kind of are with the Wrecking Ball, but your guns still do a fair bit of damage. All right, let's have a look what they're rolling out with. Looks like Rain, surprise, surprise, is gonna have Kai on the Sojourn.
Wow, look at how quickly Bellis Ria already made it to point, even with the symmetric teleporters.
Yeah, OG attempting to get a couple of boops. Luckily, Zest doesn't really know where he is. Could have shot him. Taking this high ground is pretty important, having Kai up here just to deny space. However, a very quick dive from the Atlanta Reign, taking out key threats in MN3. They just trade Hawk for it, which is pretty bad if you are the Atlanta Reign. you lose all that space-making potential, and Belisria is now just playing a little bit of pinball. Whoa, strikes 2 people there, and ends up getting away almost scot-free. Problem is with the Wrecking Ball, you get farmed for ult charge. Look at Venom's ult charge right now, 75%. Couldn't get back to his team in time. And I said it was bad for the Reign that lost their tank. It's even worse now for the Fusion.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, the Fusion are just going to go ahead and fall over too, and they didn't even get control of the point yet either. That first capture going over to the Atlanta Reign. We even already saw a swap up here from the Fusion strategy. They have now switched MN3 off the Ashen onto the Sombra. Just seeing how quickly and aggressively Reign want to go with the Moira Lucio backline and that Doomfist in the front.
Venom's already got pulse. I mean, Zesh used his last fight. Venom can just go straight to the back. Oh, flick of the wrist. Ends up missing. Fixer. Hawk does end up getting hacked. Perfect target to go for that. At the end of the day, if you don't have follow-up, that's a problem. Zest did take out Hawk, but losing Zest, that's a whole lot of damage now missing for the Philadelphia Fusion. They're going to have to supplement it with something. Atlanta Reign end up throwing out the Cole. They've still got the beat to rely on, but this looks pretty good for the Atlanta Reign. In fact, they're going to throw in the beat on top of that, and in fact, more ultimates. All right, okay, just keep going in. Tempo's being set for the Reign, all the way back to spawn go the Fusion. Belisria came back, and now he's 1 HP. Has to scurry to Atlanta Reign's side of the map. A lot invested for Atlanta.
Yeah, now you don't have that sound barrier either for MN3 coming back into this one with the EMP. So I think maybe if you're the Reign, you're kind of expecting to just lose out that fight if you do fall victim to like a 5-man EMP coming out from MN3. But, ooh. Kept at bay for now.
Yeah, already been checked. All right, Zest got another pulse. Who's his target? Probably OG, but good luck sticking to Lucio. Ideally OG, probably it's going to be Hawk. Everybody else has a lot of mobility. Hawk, pretty low. Venom sends out a pulse of his own. And now Hawk's high in the sky. No point for Zest to track him down. The rally is going to be good for the Philly Fusion. However, Zest can't really get too much stuff done. The Hawk had the power block available to him, so the pulse bomb got almost no damage. The Reign have 97% on the point. The Fusion struggling to find any sort of kill. Ultraviolet nearing that coalescence in a couple of seconds, and Kai just sitting on the high ground free firing. Gets booped in by Belisria, but uses that power slide to get out of there. Finally, the Philadelphia Fusion find a kill in Hawk, but the Atlanta Reign is still willing to contest the point. Maybe they just go again, give Philly Fusion the point control here, and go with Beat and Coalescence. Does look like that's actually what they want to do, as the Philly Fusion end up finding the cap.
Yeah, they may as well. The Coalescence, now you get to use it as an engagement tool. There's nothing really to stop you.
They're going to force out that Transcendence. Unfortunately, that Coalescence isn't going to do too much apart from heal the rest of your team. They're actually going to invest the beat on top of that after the Cole has ran out. And now Vixer is the target for Venom. And God does end up falling with OG diving into the back. But the Atlanta Reign lose their main healer in Ultraviolet, so they're going to have to be a little bit more careful. Hawk gets hacked, punches back to the point, but still his health bar is falling and is falling rapidly. Belisria took the Mega Pack away from Hawk. And the Philadelphia Fusion more than happy with that fight, getting both support ultimates out of the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, now they have another EMP to try again. That first one, really unimpactful. That didn't do anything. In fact, Hawk got super low from it, still got saved. Wasn't great, but MN3, let's try again, shall we?
Oh. That EMP, not sure, maybe 0-man EMP? I didn't see any hack targets on my screen. I see dead targets though, and so does Kai. Nice double kill for the Sojourn. He's looking straight down towards Fusion spawn. Fixer did not stand a chance, and neither do the rest of Fusion. The Belisria ball ends up coming back, but quickly dealt with. You do have MN3 on the point as the Sombra, and Zest is coming up the rear with that pulse bomb, but are they going to be able to get anything done? They have only got the pulse to use, and Zest has had to use that recall already. Overtime's ticking down rather quickly as Zest jumps back, throws out the pulse, swing and a miss, and the Philadelphia Fusion just trickling on. Only the Doomfist left. I say that, MN3's there too, but it should be a clean sweep for Reign. There it is, round number 1 is in the bag.
Pretty convincing victory from the Reign as well. I mean, the Belisria Wrecking Ball still did a lot of work being able to disrupt the Atlanta Rain, but at the end of the day, I feel like what we saw from the DPS lineup from the Fusion was just super unimpressive. And especially after the way that they played earlier today, I think you were really hoping for these Zest Pulse Bombs to really make an impact, or even MN3. Yeah, we haven't seen the Sombra a whole lot from him in particular, but those EMPs did absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I'd definitely have to look back and see how many people that got. Normally hit the EMP and then look at the other team's health bars. I'm like, oh, wait, there's no hack symbols. So I'd have to check. It might have been a MEMP, maybe.
I think it was like 1 out of both EMPs.
Sure, yeah. I mean, not great. Not great. Let's be real. Yeah, let's be real.
Yeah.
All right.
Round 2.
Yeah. Right, the same kind of comp. Zest is switching over to the Echo instead. It's actually MN3 on the Tracer. Oh, that was a nice move. Unfortunately, Fixture still has a shield bash. Gets it back on to ground just in time. Oh, now Aim God's in, in the sights of OG. And Hawk manages to push Zest off the map.
Okay, well, look at that. You know, OG gets to go a bit of aggressive here too, but don't count Fusion out just yet. Atlanta Reign may have found the cap here, but MN3 did pick off Venom, and Bella's3 is back.
OG is being kind of annoying right now for the Fusion to deal with. He keeps hopping over the wall to try and see if anybody's on the bridge. Still a bit of a scuffle in the white room. Aim God is just isolated. In those small corridors, you don't want to be the Zen. Ultraviolet does have to use the shift to get away, and it's actually a big trade. It's 3v3 on the point, but the Philadelphia Fusion do not have healers, so they just have to survive on their own. Ultraviolet going down is pretty big, but the Reign still control the point. Atlanta now throw out that pulse bomb onto Bella's3 ball, and he gets away just in time, but they still can tag him at this point. Venom is just running straight at him, checking him in every single angle that he wants to take.
I like that we talk about Kai a lot. You can see the Sojourn pop-offs in the kill feed all the time, but what about Venom? Look at how much territorial control this particular player has been able to have on this Tracer. And I mean, checks and balances onto the Fusion. Okay, Venom gets taken out there, but your Tracer, you're gonna get back in time.
Ooh. Zest turns around half a second, and Kai shoots a rail at his back, forcing the Transcendence for the Philadelphia Fusion. 5 members still alive for the Atlanta Reign. Hawk is pretty low, gets healed up with that biotic orb. I mean, Atlanta Reign still in control. 75%. 4 ultimates coming alive for the Fusion.
But a sound barrier from OG could just stop all of that in its tracks. Plus, Kai's got an overclock. And so I'm ready to see where Kai can push the envelope on this hero once again, especially if he's able to set the pace of this next fight with it.
There's a whole lot of collateral kills waiting. There's the beat, start off the fight. The rally is going to match on the Fusion. Oh, he's lining up. Kai gets one. Bella's3 stepping up, doesn't get anything. Still shooting the ball with the overhelp. Yeah, not going to do too much damage. All the meantime, though, the Fusion do manage to cap the point. Nice pulse bomb from MN3. The Atlanta Reign use all of their ultimates they did have in that fight. Fusion save their copy for next as they now are in control.
They're going to have the Transcendence also from Aim God. And that's going to be really nice to start to try to match the percentage of their Reign. Reina basically capped this second point as well and won this first map. So now it's up to Fusion to play flawlessly. Bring this into another round. Zest going into the back line here, has that copy available.
That's a win. All right. Aimbot, right-clicking, ultraviolet from across the map. Yeah. Can't fade out of that one, buddy. Unlucky. Getting the copy out is pretty nice, though. But like you said, Rose, that Transcendence, 10% away.
That's going to be really nice. And what do Reign really have to be able to deal with this Echo as well when you're able to just chunk down such low health targets with that focusing beam? Still a lot to watch out for here.
They got under a little bit of pressure, still has the Transcendence in his back pocket. Kai just ends their life the left play. You don't normally see that nowadays. Normally it's just the right. Pulse bomb onto Fixer. 3v3 near the point. Zest has actually gone Sombra to get back in time as the Fusion now nearing 80%.
May as well have something available. The Echo was nice, but the hacks may help a little bit more.
OG gets booped off and just straight down to the huddle zone. the Atlanta Reign lose both their supports so quickly. The Philadelphia Fusion at 85% of building, a very stark contrast to what we saw in round number 1, but Venom and Hawk is still in the game. He may be low, but quick movement from the Doomfist heals him straight back up. Both supports of the Fusion trying to hold down this point. They have to retreat to White Room for the time being, because Hawk and the rest of the Reign are just trying to get on top of their position ASAP. MN3 falls off the map. Oh, again, too many environmental kills right now. Yeah, we're gonna have to get a replay of that one again, unfortunately. It's going straight in the replay package. Fixer, he used his rally to begin this fight off as a little bit of over health on Aim God, but that's just about it. Belisari is going pretty low. He's got the shield, but not much health to bear. It's 99% for the Fusion with an EMP on the way, but OG has the beat and is ready to end this now. There it is. 5 men hit with the beat. Can they get anything done? He's trying to dual Zest. The overclock ends up just missing a couple of body shots, but his team are finishing up the kills. Both supports dead for the Fusion. It's Zest and MN3 back on to try and contest. Atlanta Reign have flipped. They found the second round and the first map.
Well, this was Reign's map choice, and that's a great start for them. Winning your map choice. Now Fusion gets a pick, but whew, pretty good stuff there from the Reign to start.
Yeah, they look really good on the control center. Kai not getting as much value as maybe he wanted, but I mean, Hawk doing wonders on that Doomfist. Kind of curious if Fusion are going to take them to a map where Hawk can't play Doom. We'll have to wait and see. That'll be just around the corner. Got a quick break though. Give everybody a little bit of time to have some water, and we'll be right back.
shots, dead in the ground. We ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah, bands up, trapped out. I bring the dogs, gang out. Look. Don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain, ain't seen a savage who you.
All right, okay. All right, Rain. Off to a good start against the Fusion. They want to knock out another Eastern team. And they've already done it to the Dragons. Can they do it again? We'll have to wait and see. Well, they've done it to Seoul Dynasty as well, actually, saying that. 3 teams potentially knocked out for the Atlanta Reign. Still have to get to the finals, have to beat the Glads after this. But the Philadelphia Fusion not out of this just yet. We are going to Kings Row as our next map, and that was Fusion's choice.
Yeah, it is, and we don't have any subs either. So both of these teams sticking with what they feel has worked for them so far, and I think that Kings Row for Philadelphia Fusion does set them up for some success. I think Rain, that does force them into a bit of an awkward position when it comes to the Doomfist. I think it's a bit more predictive with the rollouts that you can have if they are trying to make sure that Hawk can't play that like you were talking about before we went to break. But then Bellisria as well, I think also just, this is a comfort pick for Fusion, for sure.
Very much is. I mean, I just want to see more out of MN3 as well. Like, most of the time it felt like he was dead before the fights even started, or he had little to no impact. Bellistria's Wrecking Ball was looking decent, but there weren't many too bright spots, it felt like, on that map. He got a couple of points, which was cool. I like that.
So Sombra though, Jaws, like, Sombra? I don't know. I feel like we have enough of a sample size now to talk about Sombra and whether it's good or it's bad. I'm leaning towards the latter, personally.
Devil's advocate in that situation, though. I will say, Sombra on that point specifically, when you have a Zen, there aren't too many places where you can kind of run and hide and get that hack off of you. And there's normally a lot, you're normally fighting around the central column, so everybody is there at that time. So if you do go for a hack and you do get discorded, you're going to get deleted pretty fast. But then that's also on Ultraviolet and OG, keeping that hack target alive. If you have an Orb as a Moira in that situation, you know maybe a hack is coming, or you can hear the Sombra like decloak or whatever, you can save the healing orb, then throw it out so that target doesn't get blown up. It is pretty tough, and it's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts, but yeah, the Sombra didn't end up working out for the Fusion. Can't imagine we're going to see it here. Rain are on the attack and Fusion on the defense.
No, I don't think we're going to see the Sombra. I really don't want to see the Sombra again. It just feels like it's too much high investment for the value output right now that we really are getting from some of these teams. But man, let's see some MN3 Ashe. Like, that's what I'm here for as a Philly fan, is to watch MN3 perform again on the Ashe. Yes, please.
Okay, well, you're going to get your wish, luckily, on the defense.
Let's go.
With Bellisria sitting up on the high ground. Like, that's pretty disgusting. We'll have to see how they end up playing it. And it's going to be up to the Rain to dislodge that core. I've always loved the either you play the Zen and the Brig or the Zen and the Bap in this situation, and then you're having your Ashe. You can sit up on the high ground, discord somebody, MN3 throws dynamite, just keep shooting people, and then you hide around Bellisria's shield, and then you have Zest being more of a solo operator. And in that situation too, with the Fusion comp, Aim God's Orb is almost permanently on Zest. You can put it on Fixer when a dive comes in, but Zest gets Perma Orb in this situation on defense because most of the rest of the Philadelphia Fusion are on one point of the map.
Yeah, no, that's so true though. And you can see how the setup is already starting to work here for Fusion. You've got Bellisria playing a little bit of Keeper and the high ground, and then look at how else the rest of the Fusion's kind of spread out. It's up to Hawk now on the Winston to try to dislodge the Sigma and get Fusion to rotate to where the rest of Rain will be able to pick them off just a bit easier. But Aim God, whew, really nice sightlines for the Zenyatta here.
It's a nutty angle. With MN3 on this off angle next to him, it's super tough for the Atlanta Reign to do much. We see Hawk going down. Belisria, all he needs to do is play back towards his Batiste, then AimGod gets a good sightline. You can Discord the monkey as soon as he jumps in. Ideally here, if you're Reign, I mean, okay, they're actually switching. I was going to say, ideally, you set up the Tracer super far behind, try and get a pinch on somebody, but it's actually Hawk switching over to the Sigma instead. Just going to play point presence now.
I like that. That's smart from the Reign. You just want to make sure that the fusion comes to you, because that Winston jump and being the only one to initiate there was going to always be very difficult. Yep, crunch.
Wasn't even looking at him, by the way. Goes back, blown out like a glow stick there. Atlanta Reign now on the point. Belisria is the one to touch, no one else. You got to touch. That's the aim of the game. The issue is if you do end up dropping down, it can be pretty easy to get cleaned up. Although with Venom falling, Hawk has to play a little bit more safe. Zest now can go for a wraparound. Somehow MN3 dies. No idea how that happened.
What?
No idea how that happened either. Please don't say Kai slid into Ultraviolet. We've already had one of those today, and that's one too many. Zest with a triple kill in that fight to hold it down for the Fusion.
Whoa, yeah, that double pulse came out of absolute nowhere. The Reign did not look like they saw that coming either. As you can see, Zest going through Hotel, whipping around, sticking Kai, and there was just no escaping from that. Ultraviolet was already physically moving backwards with Kai in that situation too. So quick reset there for the Reign. They did walk away with 2 points though, and they might cap the third.
Again, Zest gets caught out. At Discord Orb, you haven't got much help as a Tracer, that'll be instantly deleted. Nano boost for the Sigma, as the point's going to get capped if they're not careful. The Philadelphia Fusion need to do something. A pulse bomb to delete the lamp, and Hawk to delete the rest of the team. Goodbye, MN3. And perfectly said, Rose. I mean, they already had 2 ticks coming into it. Puts a lot of pressure on the Fusion to try and get that touch.
Well, especially when you have this more point presence oriented composition as well. You're really not looking to try to make a huge hero play going into the backline, trying to take out the Zenyatta or the Ana of the Fusion. You just want them to come to you. And so if Fusion are going to go ahead and go for the Venus flytrap, then yeah, Reign's going to go ahead and close the leaves on them. It goes just digest them. Fusion have to come back and try to contest. I don't know where I was going with that.
Good.
But
I like that. No, I like that. Captain
But
Planet
they
was
got
happy
there.
about that, that's for sure.
There you
That's
go. Yeah, but
plants.
I love plants. I study fish, plants, and rocks. Let's look at these secretions for the Sigmas.
And now we're all studying Overwatch under your tutelage. All right, the Atlanta Reign do end up using the Transcendence to counter that Belisria Flux. Hawk does end up going down. Fixer is anti-nade. Plus a whole lot of extra damage. Does end his line. Good spot to be in, though. If you're the Fusion right now, you get to hold on to this choke point. So winning that fight is actually kind of crucial. Not only do they have Bob, they have that pulse bomb available to him. The Atlanta Reign a little bit worse for wear. Got Nano coming up and Kai's ult.
Yeah, but the way that the Fusion are playing with the Bob, as well as the fact that they've got the pulse bomb available, they get to just control so much space. I'm expecting MN3 to throw that into the middle of the Reign, disrupt them, and then someone's going to get picked off by Zest in the back.
There is Mr. Bob. And there is Mr. Bob. You do be
Never mind.
Nano over the shield. A couple of spears sent the way of Fixer, who's incredibly out of position, but apparently so is OG. Zest zips to the back line, lands a pulse bomb kill. He's 1 HP. Kai should be able to finish this one up. No way he wins that duel. Fixer does end up getting finished off in the end. The Philadelphia Fusion. 2 split for them to really do much. Oh, MGod's on the flank. Oh, he's not on the flank anymore. He's in spawn. Nice 180 there from Kai. That's a Reign. Flux coming up. They've got that pulse bomb. It's Fixer's Nano.
Sorry.
It's going to be big.
Well, I was laughing at the cart just pushing AimGod's dead body along with it as Reign captured the point off the back of that one. Yeah, they've got some great tools that they're still looking at here. Reign will have the Flux and the Pulse Bomb. And Fusion now, look at the swap that they've made, Jaws. They've got Zest on the Hanzo now. Wow.
Yeah, it gets... There's a lot of shield pressure from the Hanzo using the Storm Arrows. The one-shot potential is permanently there rather than being there every now and then with the Railgun. Speaking of Railguns, MN3 with the ult. Not the ult, sorry, just the Nano. He goes 1 kill, and that's just about it. It was good for the Fusion to use their ult there, their Nano Boost, because it gives them a little bit more time. It gives AimGod time to earn that Transcendence. Hawk's got that Flux already.
Yeah, and that's the only tool that you have to react to that Flux with. But if Hawk goes in and uses it now and Rain can sniff out that they don't have that Transcendence available, then that's a great way for them to open up the floodgates here.
Oh, Kai ends up taking care of Zest with the help of Venom. There's the Flux. Oh, Belisria crunched, and a Nano onto Venom straight to the back. Unfortunately, yep, Aim God, your spheres got directed back at your own head. Nice kill by MN3, takes care of Venom, but the Fusion, with only a couple of ults, now have to defend the cart moving around its final corner.
Wow, look at this too. Zest with another switch up here. It feels like Fusion just keep going through the rotation of heroes available to them. Now onto the Genji. So we'll be able to get to the backline, maybe deflect a few things, but is this too little too late?
They have to kill Hawk here, otherwise that Flux was wasted. Yeah, that was... Oh! Belisria gets owned when he was trying to chuck a rock. That was their one big tool to stop the Rain from doing anything. They knew OG used his Transcendence like 1.5 fights ago. Zest, oh, Kai shot a couple of bullets in the Ultraviolet. I think he got the Reflect on the nade too. The Transcendence for the Fusion. This is an incredibly split fight, but Zest is kind of controlling the high ground. It's difficult for Kai to move forward knowing that Zest is behind him, so they end up just losing the fight. So the Fusion gets to defend again.
Yeah, well, this is big for the Fusion. They have the Nano, they have the Overclock. MN3 has been working up to that over the last couple of fights. Kai has one also, and I think there's more follow-up coming in from the Rain, but with the time bank that's left, Fusion could just shut things down here. Oh, but not like that. When Venom gets a pick.
Oh, Nano, Overclock, you gotta find kills. Oh, Venom! Straight in front of MN3's ult. I mean, how else did you think that was gonna go? The Atlanta Rain, they lose one of their main DPS tools. However, Zest and Aim God dealing with OG and Ultraviolet quite handily. Only the DPS just need a solid backline. 24 seconds to go for the Atlanta Rain. They've used their blade. They've got Nano, maybe a Flux for this last fight, but someone's got a touch. Looks like Venom's going to switch to Tracer to do just that.
Yeah, that will at least get the touch to come through for the overtime, but Rain have got to get something done with this Nano and this Flux if they want to complete this map.
Okay, touch, found, recalled. Okay, Nano online. Venom dies to Aim God. He actually just got kicked off the map. There is no way Aim God just kicked Venom off the map. Aim God killed 2. Make that a 3rd Aim God, please. The Atlanta Rain, they used their Nano. Hawk didn't use his ult. Zesh just flinging around his blade. It don't matter because the Atlanta Rain just fell over in that last fight. Hawk didn't get in a position to use his Flux. Aim God just kind of clapped at the very end.
Yeah, wow. I mean, you wanted to see Rain get something done with those ults, but hey, it feels pretty good if you're Fusion to just not let them use them in the first place, right?
I mean, that's the protein powder difference right there. Aim God's muscles are jacked in-game and out of game. Man,
that's true.
I just heard the Tracer voice line of him, like her falling off the map, and I'm like, there's no way. We've seen a few like silly plays on that point of the map before. Was it earlier today? I think it was, where the Echo just did not have the flight back up, the shift, and you just kind of descend into the dark. It is a pretty sad state of affairs.
Yeah, we've seen a few unfortunate self-eliminations off the side of the map. So, unlucky, but good for the Fusion to finally get a chance to hold their own. It took them a little while to figure out what they wanted to roll with to get that defense. You know, they started off on the Ashe, the Tracer, with the Sigma, and then eventually started to rotate over to something a little bit more high-octane with the Sojourn, the Genji, and the Doomfist. They also had the Ana as well, but no, Venom! Oh, he blinked underneath.
Oh, so he must have... Wow, how did Aim God get that with the melee?
Must have meleeed him to drop him down below the stage, and then the blink just secured the pick.
Yeah, why do I
feel like that's how that happened.
I think you're right. Or like he triple blink. I think because he touched payload, he triple blinked, right? And Aim God meleeed him, so that counted as the kill when he hit the recall, and then he was already off the edge, so he didn't touch, so it counted as a melee kill. Anyway, Aim God got the credit, and they end up defending. Here is the offense of the Fusion now. The Atlanta Rain doing the same kind of thing, setting up on the high ground. Kai is playing the Sojourn instead of the Ashe this time. It's all about point presence. Venom playing this rather sneaky. Yeah, Discord Orb on Belisria gets a lot of free ult charge, up to 40% already.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, Venom's been building up with these pulse bombs really quickly, but this could be big, being able to get something like the Immortality Field out of Fixa early on before they move in.
Goes in with the recall. Okay, both DPS dead for Fusion. This is a go again. Don't even waste time.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Fixa might get bullied here. Venom's definitely looking for it. Almost to the pulse bomb already, by the way. Zest has switched again off the Hanzo now to the Genji. I feel like they should just start with that. They should start with Sojourn, Genji, Doomfist. It worked out for them on the defense. We're even seeing the swap over to the Winston now, too. Just get the full dive coming in here for the Fusion.
It's pretty tough, though. As soon as that bubble goes down, you're just waiting and waiting and waiting for those cooldowns to come back up. But it misses the pulse bomb. See, look at that. You got a position with the Winston, but now you have to wait for bubble. You jump, and then you have to deal with the Sigma, who's using the rock, and the other shield. It's really tough as a Winston. Maybe, yeah, played the Doomfist. Not sure. Yep, there's Belisria.
Yep.
Dead. Oh, they're trying to find Venom, who's used his recall already. I didn't manage to catch that. Can Zest get the kill? Yes, he can. Venom, unfortunately, not getting healed in time. The Atlanta Reign have lost their Tracer, but... Oh, well, now they've lost that. Well, that was a yikes. Zest
That was a rock
killed
to
him.
the
He was still
head.
climbing the wall.
Nah, that was just accretion to the top of the dome. That's what it was. It just, as soon as he was climbing up the wall, it's like, I don't think so. That definitely buys some time for Venom to get back on the Tracer. So Rain just holding their own here. 1 minute and 20 on the clock for Fusion to get any amount of progress on this first point.
Time bank. Doopy going down, though. Flux. Nano boost onto OG to keep him alive, as both Belisria and Zest are trying to deal with the backline of the Rain. And now here comes the pincer maneuver. Zest, though, runs straight into Ultraviolet's Bionade and ends up going down. 60 seconds to go for the Fusion. The Atlanta Reign are in such a powerful position. Not only does Venom have the Pulse Bomb coming up, they have Transcendence, Overclock is available, and it's up to the Philly Fusion DPS to find something.
Yeah, well, I mean, OG could save this Transcendence as well. Maybe if you see a Dragon Blade come through, that could be a great way to just respond, but Zest is dead.
Fixa was trying to set up with a Nano, but OG actually kicked Zest away from the window so he couldn't get LOS by his Ana. That was incredibly huge by OG. 25 seconds to go. Nano Blade is coming up for the Fusion, and Aim God kills Venom. Perfect. Good start. Now get yourself on the payload. Zest is back in the action. Nano Blade is so close from being unlocked, but OG does have that Transcendence if he wants to. They could even try a two-pronged attack with just the Nano. Oh, they lost the Nano on MN3. The Blade's 5% away, but there's only 2 seconds to go. Kai sitting free, firing up on the high ground, and Zest ends up getting taken down. Disaster has struck Philadelphia Fusion. The Atlanta Reign, all they have to do is deal with Aim God now in the Transcendence, and the map will be theirs. They're even going to flux him, because why not? MN3 jumps in, finds 2. It ain't going to work. The Atlanta Reign hold the Fusion on first point and find themselves at match point.
What? Fusion lost the Nano. Oh my god. Like, MN3 died when that was being given over to him.
Yeah.
And the fact that you had to even use it as a survival tool versus an aggressive tool, that speaks volumes to how Atlanta Reign are controlling this matchup right now. It is theirs. It is theirs.
Potentially the worst feeling as Nano, losing the Nano like mid-flight. You could have given it to the Genji, get the Nano Blade off, or the Winston, but they did choose the Sojourn in the end, but it just didn't end up working out. Maybe MN3 had like a sick sightline. Well, we'll never know. All I do know is that Atlanta Reign are 1 map away from taking this series and facing the Glads tomorrow for a chance in the finals. We're going to jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec. Royalty is in our midst. The mid-season madness legendary skin, Royal Knight Mercy, is on sale right now through August 19th for just 200 League tokens, so get yours today. It's a good looking skin. You should have enough tokens by now if you've been watching the mid-season madness anyway. So yeah, go pick that one up before it disappears. All right, back to the game at hand. The Atlanta Reign, currently 2-0 up against the Fusion, about to knock, well, potentially knock their third Eastern team out of the mid-season madness. They've done it to Seoul. They've done it to Dragons. Can they do it to the Philadelphia Fusion now? One map stands in their way of facing Glads tomorrow with a chance of getting to the grand finals. Or the finals, not grand.
Well, I mean, it's no matter how you slice it, Jaws, this is just going to be a great third map. Either we get a chance to create some history here, Atlanta Reign knocking out their third Eastern team. Like, I can't believe that. They're just like the APAC assassins over here. I wouldn't want to face them. That just doesn't feel great as an Eastern team. Or Philadelphia Fusion start their comeback. Either way you look at it, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, look, Fusion have been phenomenal up until this point. They just need to find the secret source. I mean, they also have been fighting through this lower bracket. They knocked Dallas out. They knocked Mayhem out. They knocked the Spark out in a close 5-game series. They've got to be able to come back right here, right now. We are going to Route 66, which was, again, their map choice.
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta Reign did get the better of them on their last map choice of Kings Row, but maybe Route 66 will turn out a bit differently. We still have no substitutions for either side, so we're sticking with the same 5 for each team that kicked off this match and have been putting up some stellar performances all weekend. Going over to Route 66, love to see the Wrecking Ball here from Bellisria, and I think a lot of the Fusion get to play within their comfort zone. It really has felt like Atlanta Reign has forced them into uncomfortable positions where we've seen MN3 and Zest struggle to figure out what kinds of heroes they want to land on for a lot of these compositions. We've seen them switch so much. I mean, look at the different flavors that we saw from just Zest alone. Whether it's been the Tracer, the Genji, we saw some Hanzo. I mean, you want to see them just kind of stick to something and give it the good old-fashioned try.
Feels like Zest is like one of my cats back in the UK, just circles the point where they want to sit, but they never do. You know what I mean? Like they need the sofa or blanket or whatever, but they just never end up sitting, and then they just kind of walk away.
Yep.
You got to make up your mind. I mean, picking the Tracer here is really nice. Classic on Route 66. Defense. MN3 back on Yield Faithful on the Ashe. He has to worry about Kai. Kai's switching over to the from the Sojourn for the first time. Oh, God, that was gross. He was dynamited too, and he was leaping away. Yeah, that's a good start. OG does fall for the Atlanta Reign, which is not great. But killing a DPS like that is gonna put a little bit of a damper in your defense here.
Well, yeah. I mean, MN3 is switched over to the Sojourn, actually. So off the Ashe completely, just the one and done. Maybe the Sojourn will work out better. I don't know.
More time will tell. That almost worked out in your favor there, Rose. Would have been paid off instantly. Ultraviolet has to use that lamp to stay alive, but having that high ground position is just so tough for the Fusion to deal with. Look how much spam is coming through to the high ground already. Zest trying to weave his way towards Ultraviolet, but ends up getting taken down by Hawk. The Fusion just crumpling on first point. They do find the kill to Kai and Ultraviolet. Of course, it was MN3, and now it is a 2v2. It says Bellisria. Aim God of Bellisria. Zest is coming back just now versus Hawk and Venom. They're so close to putting that payload in. Venom just shuts the point. You might be good. Oh, not quite. Zest with a triple blink and pulse more to Hawk, and they hold for the time being.
Yeah, at this point, I think Venom needs to just get out of there. Zest definitely going to get the chase down. A big reset here for the Reign, but the fact that the Fusion stopped them right before that first point got unlocked is huge for them defensively. Bellisria gets a little bit less room to work with as the Wrecking Ball, but maybe you're able to knock the Atlanta Reign backwards in position, maybe knock them up so that you can get a big pick from MN3. They're on the right track here.
Oh no, that sucks from Kai. He already used his dash there, so couldn't get out of the slam mines. And then 3 and Zest. Putting in work. Ooh, 10-player kill streak from Belastria. Okay, show that. Nice little team kill too.
Okay, well now we're getting up to the point where Rain get to use some ultimates. You know, you've got Ultraviolet's amplification matrix, maybe to be able to push the Fusion back, but they're playing so far forward that if Rain decide to pop it at this first corner, then Fusion just get to go ahead and back up from all of that damage that amplification matrix could provide. But that might be able to at least open the door for the Rain to approach this card again.
Very early Dragons. Finds all of nothing. Maybe a bit of tag damage on Belastria. Look at him go! Looks like a Ferris wheel. Oh my god. I mean, disrupting the high ground was his goal, and he succeeded. Flux from Hawk. Who's he targeting? What's he cooking? Don't know. Not sure who it ended up hitting. A rally from the Fusion to keep them in the fight, but Hawk finishes off Fixer. Fusion in a position now where they might have to use the Transcendence to keep them in. There it is. Pulse Bomb on the floor for Zest. Misses Ultraviolet, but with OG dead, Ultraviolet has no real support to back him up. Only a single shift, and Aim God finishes him off. 35 seconds to go for the Rain, and they're struggling to find the first checkpoint. Knighton going down again. Luckily, Hawk is still alive, but he's got no healers, so the reinforcements from Fusion come back just in time to put an end to it.
Yeah, and they are going to have to try to get back as quickly as possible. Rain have to make some dire swaps as we've got 15 seconds left. The Fusion defense has been stalwart, but maybe the Hawk Diva and the Ultraviolet Ana will be able to be what Rain need to break through.
Well, no support ultimates for either side, all on those mines. Oh, they do isolate OG. He's in a whole lot of trouble. Nade used defensively from Ultraviolet to keep him and OG alive. Belastria has to back off. MN3 is pretty low, but still doing damage. Both Tracers dead, MN3 full HP, and they just need to deal with Hawk's mech and the Matrix. Ultraviolet on high ground takes care of Belastria. There's not a crazy amount of burst healing from the Fusion, so Belastria not finding those health packs is bad news. And now the Atlanta Rain, they're sticking it to the Fusion. MN3 finds yet another kill, but Hawk and Ultraviolet being alive and on the payload should be an easy push in. Aim God is pretty low. Belastria is back, but he's pulsed, and he is out of here. The Atlanta Rain to eventually find that first point.
That was such a great defense from the Fusion, though. It looks like they've finally woken up a little bit, and maybe now that they have whittled away at the time bank and given Rain a little less to work with for the second point, they can kind of keep that going to stop them before Rain are able to complete the map. The Hawk Diva looks better, though, than what we were seeing coming out from the Sigma. I think the Sigma was just a little too slow paced to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Belastria Wrecking Ball, but now that Atlanta Rain can pick it up a little bit, they can go with that momentum.
Kai's in a decent spot. He is getting poked slightly, but if he can get onto this high ground, it's all good, but Belastria currently defending it with his life. Yeah. Look at the vantage point you have. Beautiful tag team there from MN3 and Belastria. Self-destruct launched in from Hawk, tried to go on top of gas station, but I think a lot of that was blocked by the Fixer shield, and then just getting into cover. OG in a lot of trouble, forced to pop the Transcendence to match Aim God, and now onto Hawk's not going to do all too much as both Transcendents are still going on. Zest with a triple blink pulse bomb, recall onto Ultraviolet. Now there's not really many heals for the Rain, and Hawk has to be even more careful. They don't really have a leg to stand on right now. They're running back to the Mega Health Pack room and just staggering themselves at this point. We haven't even seen not even a kill onto the Pilot Diva. No, look at that. Zest just zips right back to the rest of his team. They don't need to really kill Hawk. They eventually do, but the Rain is just getting staggered.
Yeah, they used so many resources in that fight as well. The Transcendence, the Nano, the Overclock, it's all gone. And so now you're looking at Venom to try to open something up with that Pulse Bomb. But 35 seconds. That's all that the Rain have to work with, and look at how little that cart has moved. That might help.
Wow. Yeah, OG with a few little orbs from Cave manages to find one. He does pay for it though, with MN3 popping that overclock. 20 seconds to go. Fusion on a decent path for defending this point. They have Rally, they have that Pulse Bomb and the Mines. M3 does end up going down though. Didn't expect Hawk to be up in the rafters like that. I missed Pulse Bomb from Hawk, but the backline from the Fusion forced to pop the Rally to keep them in this game. The Atlanta Reign have the high ground and control of the point, but Fix is just running in there, just steamrolling over the Atlanta Reign. The Mines end up clearing up Venom. The reinforcements are arriving for the Fusion. M3's back on the case in just a mere moment. A self-destruct on the point to keep the Reign alive, but Fixer is just permanently smacking Hawk around. M3's here, kills off the enemy Sojourn, and the Fusion are going to hold just before the second point.
Look at that. Not super often we see a round stop on second, but huge testament to the defense that the Fusion had on that first point, and they left Reign with so little to work with for that second. Looking way better for the Fusion. I think they will be able to get a map win here, but who knows? We've seen some fuller holds happen before. I know we're not looking at like a full hold because of first point, but doesn't mean that the Reign are out of this one by any means.
Yeah, we have
was a much better defense.
We see some crazy things over the course of the tournament. So a lot of C9s, a lot of people jumping off the map. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna count out the first point full hold from the Reign just yet.
It's always something that's in the back of your mind.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's something that I do think about though. That's for sure.
Well, when you're approaching that as the offense, right? You're like, well, you know, it's pretty good. We've got a point and a bit, right? Not bad, not bad.
It's all good.
But then, oh, sorry, we defended a point and a bit. Side. Oh, Venom blink.
Yeah, poor Venom.
That's super unlucky. Yeah, but they're like, oh no, it's good, it's good, it's good. But then you go to the offense and you start sweating as you see the time going down. Like, oh god, we need to cap second. We need to cap first. And we need to get to second point. It can be rather stressful. And not only that, tournament lives on the line for the Fusion in this round.
Yep. That's right. They cannot lose this map or they will go home and be the third team to fall to the Atlanta Reign in the lower bracket. Definitely don't want that, but here's where the comeback starts. Philly Fusion, come on, Copium? Both. Bellastria, come on, where are you going?
Well, he's trying to find the mega health pack, like all the way at the back. Ideally, he wants to set up with a dive, but because Hawk is holding so far forward, it's tough for the backline of the Fusion to really find too much. Beautiful slam engage there from OG. I'm kind of curious if yeah, Venom does clean him up. I'm curious where Ultraviolet was in that situation. Definitely spamming OG with heals, but not enough for him to stay alive.
Maybe a bit out of LOS of Ultraviolet to get the heals, but boy, Ultraviolet's been putting in some work in this front line, though. Almost has Nano already.
Yeah, just how much healing Cat's been doing. Fixer very far away from his ultimates. Aimgod's in trouble. Not even looking at Venom. Not worried about it. Now he's got Fixer in his back. Nano boost on to Hawk. Not really going to do too much. Yeah, I think it was more to survive the engagement. Nice, yes. So I was 2 HP in the little 1v1. But now Fusion are in an awkward situation where their supports can't really peak with the fear of getting anti-nated. Speaking of which, Kai and OG take care of MN3 and Zest. The Philadelphia Fusion offense here. They're going to have a tough time chunking through these health bars. However, I say that as Aimgod just comes up massive again. Aimgod, he's been doing absolute numbers for the Fusion over the last couple of maps. Hawk's going to be here to contest for the time being, but in fact gets bowled away by Bellastria. Fusion on a good course to take this map.
They've got so much time. 4.5 minutes to basically just get the second point. And they've got ultimates to spare right now. Bellastria just going to go ahead and play a little bit with the backline of the Atlanta Reign, but Aimgod definitely put in the work, earned the Transcendence, outpacing OG. Looking good right now for the Fusion to get them over the finish line and into a fourth map of this series.
Watching two Tracers dueled as they get infinitely healed. No, you'll get the one clip one day. Probably not soon.
One day.
You've both got orbs.
Nano. Ultraviolet gives over Nano.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible. Yeah. Flux catches MN3. no saving him from that. You don't want to put the Transcendence for one person, considering how much time you have and where the payload is currently. Atlanta Rain with the man advantage right now. Kai with some nice movement, using that power slide to get up onto height, avoiding those mines. Pulse bombs traded, all Contest end up going down, but the Atlanta Rain still on a nice little bit of defense. They just got to worry about Bellisria. In fact, Philadelphia Fusion going to apply on the pressure. They can use that rally. The Atlanta Rain now need to touch the payload. OG forced to use the Transcendence. This is not good. Ultraviolet can maybe nano someone here. Doesn't get a sight line of OG to nano him to keep him alive on the point. Hawk is there instead. Kills off Aim God, so no Zens and no Discords for either side. But with OG dead, the Atlanta Rain in a little bit of a sorry situation. The Fusion, their comeback maybe starting now. Bellisria kills Kai, and there you go. Reverse sweep on the cards of Philadelphia as they take the third map.
Ooh, all right. Okay, Philly, they're still in this. They are still in this. Fortunately, they don't get their map pick, and as we're going to push next, I can only imagine what the Atlanta Rain will choose. You know, knowing they don't want to give MN3 infinite sightlines with the Ashe, but we'll see.
Well, I don't want to fill the Fusion fans with too much hope just yet, but
no,
it is still looking good. It is still looking good. Reverse sweep starts here. Can they continue? We'll have to wait and see. Range choice of map up next. Bellasaria on the wrecking ball. He's been a key to success for the Philadelphia Fusion over the last couple of series. And, well, you know what? It could be a success in this series too, if they reverse sweep the Atlanta Reign. It's very possible. Here is his stats from Route 66. Only 3 deaths, not bad at all. 12 final blows on top of that. Looking great so far. Now, the Atlanta Reign did get their map choice, and they decide, well, we want to go to Colosseo, somewhere where you can play the ball, but not ideal for this map.
No, that's definitely Reign kind of sticking it to him and going, well, you're going to have to try to play something a little different. Maybe we end up seeing like a Bellasaria Doomfist. We've seen a lot of different looks from Bellasaria today. The Wrecking Ball definitely his best hero, and that stats card a really nice example of why we ended up seeing that Route 66 map chosen. But also, the choice for Atlanta Reign was twofold. You bring the Fusion to a map where the Bellasaria Wrecking Ball is a little less valuable, but also you can't pick New Queen Street. You just can't. You don't do that against the Fusion. You give MN3 infinite sightlines on the Ashe, and that's no fun if you're the Atlanta Reign. So just don't.
Yeah, he's no fun if you're anybody, to be fair.
That's true.
That's where he got a lot of his
That's
clips from the other day. Yeah, his aim is exceptional. We'll see, though, what ends up going down. Going on to Colosseo, the Atlanta Reign, I think, more than happy to be able to choose this map. Like you said, Rose, for those reasons above. Kai and Venom have been looking rather clean this game. However, I got to just bring it back to Hawk once again. Just the consistency from Hawk throughout the entirety of the regular season and these tournaments has been paramount to Atlanta Reign's success leading up to this point.
Yeah, I know. Atlanta Reign do have the ability to play Gator as well, and we have definitely seen some Gator, but I love the insight that Atlanta Reign has given that, Hawk is just one of those players that not only has the versatility to be able to quick pivot to things if necessary, but also a lot of teams are trying to stick with a core roster and really build up on that to make sure that those individual players have the flexibility necessary in order to just make those flexible picks if you need to. But for the Reign, Colosseo is their stomping grounds. You will see them come out on the Doomfist. They will have the Ana to be able to help bolster that up as well. And despite maybe Reign's best efforts to limit the Wrecking Ball, Fusion is going to try to stick it to him and play the Wrecking Ball anyway as Bellasaria rolls out of spawn.
Venom is already checking him. You just perma-marking Bellasaria here is going to be the game plan, I think, for Venom. Hawk's going to do a good job, and as the Doomfist just punching him away. And look at this wraparound from the Reign. They got the Lucio. Fusion do not. Target is Fixer and Aim God. You see the health bar disappearing, and bada bing, bada boom. Both supports from the Reign, cleaning up the supports from the Fusion. That was a very, very decisive fight. I mean, there's only MN3 left on the point, and he's dead.
Yeah, and this is where I'm really questioning some things about the Fusion. You've seen them struggle to find out what kind of composition they want to play, and is this one team fight loss enough to make them question their decisions again? Or are they going to just try to stick with it and see if they can make something work? This bridge can be a very powerful defensible position, and if you're able to start working up to some ultimates, then that might be able to build up some momentum in your favor as you start to take the ball back. But Reign are up front, they get aggressive, Zest has to find something with this Pulse Bomb.
Nice decent start from the Reign. Pulse Bomb launched out, hits the wall. Ultraviolet with a nice little dodge. However, amongst the chaos, Kai and Venom go down. Unfortunately, Ultraviolet's Nano was a little bit further behind than he wanted it to be. She gets one kill, but doesn't matter all too much. Okay, the Fusion in a good spot with the Wrecking Ball now, and giving MN3 some sightlines to use the Bob's going to be nice out in that little courtyard. But Atlanta Reign, they're going to come back with a bang. They got Nano coming up.
Yeah, they also have the Meteor Strike. Hawk is going to be able to be just super survivable. Whether it's going to be the Nano that keeps him up, the Meteor Strike to get him out, there's a lot of great tools that the Reign have here to continue to play aggressive. As long as Bellasaria doesn't, do Bellasaria things in the back line, you see him waiting to roll around.
Yeah, Fusion have to give up the point as well because of that. However, slam onto Ultraviolet is good enough for a kill. The Atlanta Reign splitting off completely from the rest of their squad. You see Hawk and Venom off on the sidelines. Kai's in a little bit of trouble. Transcendence for the Fusion is going to help them win that one out. Nice setup from Bellisria. Fusion had to back up because Bellisria was behind Reign, but they were very willing to accept Hawk into their open arms.
Yeah, Venom will be able to get back into this one a little quickly, even though he did just go down. But yeah, there's just going to be so much fighting here. Bellisria just keeping everybody on the Reign busy as he keeps Zest. Oh, just
walked into that one.
Yeah, Rolgi was already so low.
Yeah, any bit of damage would have finished him off for sure. Pulse Bomb just secured it. Oh, nice punch by Hawk. Trace is traded. Oh, there's like small little fights. This is what these comps are, just like loads of small little fights. Bob ends up launching himself on the point, and it's kind of pushing, kind of. The beat from the Atlanta Reign didn't result in all too much. In fact, it trapped OG in that small corner, and he gets claimed up by Bellisria. Fusion gain the lead. They're in a decent spot. They don't have to worry about that beat. They did use a nano, but high ground is theirs. Or it was theirs until Bellisria jumped down from it.
Well, that high ground does give Kai some really nice sight lines with his overclock, but if Zest's going to keep him busy here, Kai might not get a chance to use it yet.
Oh, Zest actually gets naded out of the sky somehow. Overclock has been used, power slide to the back line, and Kai sends the brick pretty low, ends up finishing off Fixer. Fusion in a decent spot, 42 meters to 30. Still just having the lead, you're going to be able to get back in time. You don't have a Lucio, but Bellisria and Zest can contest if needed.
Ooh. You look at that, the late stagger onto Ultraviolet as well is actually going to cause OG to have to go back and taxi him forward. So Atlanta Reign can't contest this just yet. They've got to wait. They've got to give Fusion some space, and that's plenty of time for Fusion to come back into this one 5 strong. Aim God also with the Transcendence on top of that. Whoo, boy. And I think Fusion are set up pretty nicely here to keep this lead.
Wow, same setup. Surprised Bellisria didn't go for the slam there, but just a bit of extra damage. Damage. Wow. Where'd Zest go?
Okay.
Where'd he go? No idea.
Spawn.
Nice nano. Onto Hawk. Just not even using the punch half of that kill onto MN3. Meteor Strike lands on the top of Aim God, who ends up using the Transcendence. They really don't want this to cross that golden line, but it does anyway. Aim God's late Transcendence not helping the Fusion at all as Fixer ends up falling. Pulse Bomb wide for Zest, has to recall to the rest of his team. And the Atlanta Reign now control the high ground. You give high ground to Kai, you're in for a bad time.
Now that pick onto Zest to open things up was absolutely huge. Yeah, Aim God's going to be able to get a bit of revenge there onto Kai, stop him from building back up to another overclock, but I like Kai with the respect there.
Yeah, you got to give the Zen some respect. Oh dear. Aim God is antied, somehow kept alive for a lot longer than he should have been. He did die to just the Hawk punch, but Hawk spent a lot of time trying to actually deal with him.
Yeah, Fusion will be able to get the bot control back in their favor. MN3 should be able to open up a lot of space here with the Bob that's ready to go. Fixa also could kick things off with the rally, but they're going to have to wait for Aim God to catch back up. Bellisria, I think, will be able to buy enough time, keeping everybody on the Reign busy in the back line. You can see Kai just having to spy check back there, like, where is the Wrecking Ball?
Oh, Atlanta Reign are going to take that as a go sign. They actually use the beat to try and push on forward and ignore Bellisria as much as possible. Bellisria does find a lot of damage rolling through people and actually earns himself a mines off the back of it. Here's the second engage from the Atlanta Reign. This time it's a nano onto Hawk, who's going oh so low, LOSing his healers completely and ends up just getting shredded by the Discord Orb. Zest and MN3 just turn their attention to the Doomfist, and Hawk has got that damage resist from the nano, but it just does not mean a single damn thing. Bellisria now in the spawn of the Atlanta Reign, and with 3 minutes to go, they might be able to take the lead here.
Yeah, I think they're going to approach that. Not unless Hawk can help it, though. Hawk is very close. Is going to be able to get the contest sitting on top of that bridge. Has a Meteor Strike now, too.
Oh, they're all trapped in that small corridor. Kai didn't even use the overclock. Really nice use the Meteor Strike by Hawk. Still ends up slowing just a little bit when you do crash back down to Earth. 59 meters to 53. It's close. 3 minutes to go now.
That's really big, though, that Atlanta Reign were able to hold on to the overclock. That's something that they should be able to use as a zoning tool onto the Fusion. Maybe just be able to get that lead back. Because... Or I will keep it. Keep it. Sorry. I can't read.
Wait, he's sleeping, but he's standing. How did that work? All right, Kai using that overclock. Belisari does end up getting stepped in the backline and dealt with quite easily. Kai up on height, as now it's only 2 minutes to go. Time is ticking, and the Fusion need to find the win here, or the fight to win. Well, they could be out of luck. A nice pulse bomb from Venom, equally nice from Zest. Aimgod once again using the Transcendence to save the Fusion on this point of the map. They've got 2 minutes to go. Only a couple of meters stands in their way of taking this map. Nice little 1v1. Zest ends up winning it. They regain control of the bot.
Whew, all right. Well, Atlanta Reign still have the lead, but not by very much. And so Fusion, they get to roll. I mean, the Transcendence. How does Aimgod keep coming in so clutch with these to be able to win Fusion these team fights? I mean, Aimgod's been putting in so much work, basically keeping up with the rest of the DPS. That's super impressive as a Zenyatta to have roughly, you know, 20% of the team's overall damage. Definitely keeping up with M3 and Zest here.
Fusion trying to do the same thing again. Slam earns himself mines. Is he going to use him? Might not need to, as Ultraviolet already dies, but once again, the Atlanta Reign setting the pace of this fight. Fusion want to be able to set the pace with the ball engaged, but it's just not working out for them at all. They're losing these neutral fights. The Atlanta Reign use Nano on Hawk, send him in, Belisari sleeps in the back. And this is a problem now. With a minute to go and Reign in control of the bot, nearing this butt scratch mode and the checkpoint, this is a bad news. The Fusion need to come up with something big, and Zest tried to contest, but it just gets dealt with.
Yeah, that snipe from Kai just to stop Zest from even getting to the payload is absolutely huge. So yeah, you see butt scratch mode, that bot's gonna get right back on its feet and going. And Kai just keeping these long sightlines in check. Belisari just has to slam by with the sound barrier.
What a stick from Venom. That Riley got used and it did absolutely nothing. Hawk charges his punch off of the bot. Meanwhile, the rest of his team are in a little bit of a sorry situation. Violet got taken out by the mines, but it's 16 seconds to go, and the Atlanta Reign have quite a sizable lead. Hawk's going to go down pretty late, but it is now on the Fusion to push over that line. Wait, what? Kai is still alive. What? Wait, Venom's going to come back as well. It's only Fixer and Aimgod. Aimgod needs to be able to clutch. Only a couple of seconds to go, but no, they can't do it. Kai comes back, and with the help of Venom, just clear the Fusion from the point. Not a sweat, not a bead of sweat on Kai's brow. After that round, the Atlanta Reign knock out a third Eastern team in the lower bracket and see themselves against the Glads tomorrow.
Wow, impressive stuff. I think everybody had some Philly Fusion hopium going into this matchup, but the Reign, after their match earlier today, looked so good, and they just keep the ball rolling. They get to move forward here. Jaws, how did they knock out another team? What?
They're fighting their way back. They want some of that prize money, and they want a little bit of that trophy, that is for sure. They now have to face the Glads, who just got knocked down to the lower bracket by the San Francisco Shock. They knocked out the Seoul Dynasty, an unbelievably hyped team coming into the Midseason Madness. They knocked out the Dragons, Houston Outlaws. The Atlanta Reign are on an absolute warpath right now. Will they be able to take this one home? It's a question that a lot of people are going to have on their lips. Can they defeat the Gladiators to go to the finals and face the Shock?
It's a tough ask, and one that we will have to find out the answer to tomorrow. But let's celebrate the victory of the Reign today and our player of the match. That is Venom. You know, we talk a lot about Kai, we talk a lot about Hawk, Ultraviolet, OG. I think everybody on the Reign has gotten some accolades here, but let's hype up Venom right now, because boy did this Tracer player go on such a tear today, Jaws. Both series today, Venom's really showing up and putting out.
Yeah, I mean, look, Zest has been performing out of his mind. and Venom just kind of one-upped him in this series. Stats are looking good, and having a good Tracer player in this meta is paramount. I think going against a Wrecking Ball like that, Venom knew his job really well, checking the Wrecking Ball a lot of the time, just assisting with the dives. When Hawk gets nanoed and he jumps in on the Doomfist. Attach rate's near almost 50%. Yeah, Venom had a hell of a game this match.
Yeah, I mean, okay, died a lot, but I think that, you know, when you look at Venom overall as a player and his impact in the game, I think you can't deny the fact that he showed up in the kill feed a lot, and then, yeah, your amazing point about keeping Bellathria just in check. That was huge. I think that's one of the reasons why Philadelphia Fusion actually didn't look to be in peak performance this match, is because of how well Venom said, hey, the Wrecking Ball won't be able to hurt us if I'm hurting the Wrecking Ball, keeping that one away from our backline.
Yeah, I mean, you quite clearly saw the Philadelphia Fusion's game plan was just to send Bellathria around the back every single time and then go for a slam and engagement, but the Atlanta Rangers set the tempo and said, well, we know Bellathria is there. Venom's already scoped them out. Like, we know what you're going to go for, so we just beat, engage, Hawk jumps into the back. Venom's either checking Bellathria or helping Hawk get kills. Like, yeah, the Atlanta Reign, I think they had a read on the Philadelphia Fusion in that last map and ended up taking home the dub. They get a face against the Glads. It's a tough ask. They could do it, but it's one of the toughest opponents out there, like Shock being the toughest in the finals, of course, already. We're going to jump to a quick break. The desk is going to break down the series a little bit more and round out the day. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. I'm here joined now by Gator from Atlanta Reign. What a match, Gator. Can you just run me through what happened the last fight? I mean, I was watching it, but just everything just happened so quickly. Just run me through what happened.
All right, so that last fight, I guess we were pretty much just trying to get some trades. I know Kai was just gonna get like one trade, and I guess he just ended up, him and Venom ended up just killing everybody. So I mean, the game just got over there. Like we were pretty much going next fight, and then they just wiped the entire lobby. So yeah, that's just literally what happened.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. And I mean, it could have been a clean 3-0 victory, but I mean, you guys did lose Route 66.
Yeah.
What happened there?
I mean, I'm like a known like Route 66 specialist, so I mean, they just didn't put me on it. So if they want to lose it, it's fine. Like maybe next time they'll put me in, I guess.
So it's the coach's fault.
Yes, like obviously. Like I told them to put me in, they just didn't. So whatever.
Well, hopefully tomorrow we'll get to see you on. If they pick Route 66, maybe we'll get to see you.
Yes.
Is there a
we will.
chance?
Yeah, we definitely will.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And also one more thing. So this is facts. So I've actually talked to multiple coaches and players from different teams, and when I asked them about Atlanta Reign, they said that you guys were sort of like a weird team.
Yeah.
Like in scrims or like regular season, you guys are just okay team, and then when it's like tournament time, you guys are just like a completely different like monster. Yeah. So how does that happen? Like what gets you guys going during tournaments? Like how are you guys able to pop off like that?
I guess like scrims and like regular season, when you win, you don't get any money. So like at the end of the day, I mean, if you just win the tournament, then you get your money and your placement, and it's much more rewarding to win then. So I guess we kind of just tried then.
Okay, yeah, true. And of course, lastly, your match tomorrow is going to be against the team, the hat you're wearing.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if they can take them out, honestly.
Really?
Yeah, I'd actually be surprised.
You're that confident?
Yeah, we know their weaknesses, so we'll take care of them.
All right. Well, you guys heard it first from Gator and the Atlanta Reign. That is it for the interview. So let's send things back to the three really sad Philadelphia Fusion fans.
It's okay. It's okay. I know it hurts sometimes, but you know, it's just the life of being a Philadelphia Fusion fan. You know, just sometimes it happens like that.
I told her.
We warned you.
I don't even understand the final map. They even
No, they.
I don't want to be around anymore.
Yeah, no. Sometimes they just give up and stuff like that. It's not you. It's them. Don't worry about it.
You promised me second. You promised me second.
I didn't promise you second. I promised you disappointment. Okay, and that's where we are right now. Okay, it was fun. We had a couple of map 5 wins. That's what Philly does. But then they disappoint you ultimately. You know, we tried to warn you. Here we are. You know, it's gonna be okay though. There's always next tournament where they'll get your hopes up and then disappoint you again.
They were supposed to go. They were gonna make the lower bracket run, not Atlanta Reign.
No, Atlanta always makes the lower bracket run, and Philly never does. We want Johnny. Help me.
We tried, dude. We tried.
There were so many excited fans in the chat.
Yeah, and they're all just like you right now, despondent, holding a hamster, just utterly disappointed. It'll be, you know, Johnny, let you take the analysis away. I'll console her.
Okay.
Talk about the game.
Atlanta Reign, I mean, this team is sick. Really, I'm just amazed by how good the Atlanta Reign are. So let's just go into the highlights, really, and just see it one more time. Exactly where Overly's heart broke. Kai on this sojourn, spectacular player. Really, Venom is having the tournament of his life. Lucio Moira, don't really agree with it, but okay, if you're the third place team in the mid-season madness, I'm just a washed up analyst. What do I know? So just do whatever your heart desires. You know, maybe the coaches were right about this one. We'll have to ask Gator about that one next time. Really though, the Philadelphia Fusion, you played Fury on King's Row in your last series like 3 hours ago. Now you play Belos Ria Sigma. Okay.
Which we've never seen before.
Interesting. Overly, any comments on this one?
I don't even understand.
Okay, yeah. No, never mind. Yeah. Well, he did play some Monkey here, though. Monkey and Tuana Sen, Sigma.
But okay, they played the proper things on this Route 66.
Oh, I hear them. Yeah, they played.
And they played great. And that's the big question mark for me, and probably why Overly is crying right now. And all the fans are. Yeah, there was so much hope, but they just. It felt like they were countering themselves before they even came into this match. Like that first Lijiang map, all of a sudden MN3, after the first team fight, switches off a hit scan and goes to Sombra. And then on the second
Also,
round...
AimGod, like, doesn't want to use trans.
Yeah, AimGod doesn't want to save anyone with trans. It wasn't the Philadelphia Fusion we'd seen so far in the playoffs. And it's kind of disappointing. Maybe they were tired. It has been a long run for them. But it was kind of a disappointing end overall to like such a great run. Like maybe they were going to come up clutch in this Colosseo. But I think this like final team fight really sums it up. Like there is no reason that Atlanta Reign should have won in this team fight.
Yeah.
Philadelphia Fusion should have won that fight. They should have come back at least a little bit. Even if they had fallen a little bit short there, it would have made sense, but...
Yeah, I mean, if I want to be serious and not just joke around for a minute, there is like, not like I have a degree in biochemistry or anything, but like when you play a map 5 like that against Hangzhou Spark, and we both been competitors, we both played on stage, like you get an adrenaline rush, like I can't begin to tell you, and you just play purely based on instinct. And coming off that match as well, you losing that adrenaline, it's hard to like kickstart yourself again and be like, time to go again. Like it's not that easy to just like channel that energy. It's hard to like get back into the groove of things. So I don't blame the Fusion here if they were a bit tired, if they weren't popping off like they were against the Hangzhou Spark. It's really hard to regain that energy, especially when Atlanta Reign is such a difficult opponent. And I do think, I've said it so many times today, the tank flexibility, I think it was on full display, especially on Colosseo.
Yeah.
Like Belosria, he was forced to play the Wrecking Ball because it was what the Philadelphia Fusion did best. But playing Wrecking Ball on Colosseo into one of the best Doomfist players in the world, it's pain. And you can't just play like Belosria Zarya. So it's a very tough situation for the Philadelphia Fusion. Yes, this was a pretty disappointing performance, but I don't blame the players at all. They tried their heart out. They got top 4. They should be proud of themselves.
Also, like, let's put it in perspective of where they were coming into this tournament. A lot of people were writing them off. They went 3-3, I think, in the midseason.
They lost to Valiant and Chengdu.
Exactly. Like
that didn't make it.
They are the best East team in this tournament of all things. So, like, it's not awful for the Philadelphia Fusion.
Technically, yeah. Seoul got 2 maps versus Atlanta.
You're gonna give Seoul a consolation.
Seoul got 2 maps versus Atlanta. I don't make the rules, all right?
No, I'm not giving it to Seoul.
All right.
Yes, Atlanta's had a crazy run, but Seoul should have been better than that. Seoul should be where the Philadelphia Fusion are. It was a good run. It's okay. It was fun while it lasted.
I want my single. This is my time to be single. Fusion fans, I feel you. I came to the Overwatch League with one team in my heart, and this is what we came up with. This is what we ended up with.
Fusion fans, you did this, all right?
The Fusion fans didn't do this. Fusion fans were believing. Scott and Johnny were trying to warn me of this disappointment, and I said, nuts to them. You know, Fusion is gonna wrecking ball through this entire tournament, and unfortunately, I don't know, maybe there was something in the water. Maybe there was something in the water.
You want a banana?
You're giving me all of my favorite things right now, but listen, that was maybe my worst part of the day. Why don't we talk about the best of the day's moments? I was trying to find a segue there. We got the best of the day stuff, and I'm gonna talk about, you know, fonder memories, brighter pastures. I'm going to talk about this very sneaky Zest play that they had in their earlier game against the Spark. You see Zest just kind of hiding. You don't know what's happening. Look at that trigger discipline. Watches the Tracer Alpha Yi walk by, just waits patiently. Alpha Yi does not spot Zest. 2 walk by. There goes Super Rich. And then I think he waits for just
3.
1 more.
4.
And boom! He finds Irony, Sixer with the bomb, absolutely gets blown up, and that was my happy place. Let's go back to my happy place.
Those are better days. Well, I'm here to bring you another happy place moment. This is back when Fixer popped off, kind of, but not really. This is back when Shy was absolutely dominating the Philadelphia Fusion, and we were worried that it was all slipping away from our hands. But the Fixer Anna was here to fix it. And here he comes in with a clutch sleep dart. Completely intentional.
You gotta be joking me.
People are gonna say this was lucky. People are gonna say that it wasn't deserved. This was 100% impressive gameplay by you.
Stop.
That is calculated,
Stop.
as anyone says. Shuts Shy down along with the entire Hangzhou Spark, and that began the run back for the Philadelphia Fusion.
Hey, Fixer. Their Sojourn had 65% of their final blows last map. Could you please sleep Shy real quick?
Okay, got it, coach.
And he did it.
Got it, coach.
He did it, and with style and grace. Now,
Exactly.
Johnny, what do you got for us?
Well, I'm here to tell you over there, all right? I know the Fusion are out.
Mm-hmm.
I know that is not what you want.
Mm-hmm.
But there's 3 more teams to go, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And we got another day tomorrow. The party don't stop, baby.
Never
and that's
stop.
exactly what Lee Jae-gon said earlier today when he got slept hard and he didn't care. He's a DJ. He kept the music going even when he's down. Let's go. I don't care if I'm asleep. Keep the music going. Turn it up. And we go again. I know the Fusion are out, but you know, in the spirit of Lee Jae-gon right here, even when you're asleep, you can keep the party going, lovely, and that's what we're gonna do tomorrow, all right?
I love it. Keep the party going, keep the games going, and in order to keep the games going, we got to know who is playing who. So let's go ahead and take a look at our brackets, both the upper and the lower, as we just got finished with our lower matches. And there you go. Our winner from our upper bracket match hasn't dropped a single series so far. It's the San Francisco Shock, who are in the finals for the Midseason Madness tournament. Now let's go ahead and take a look at our lower bracket. There you have it. Atlanta Reign, who were just victorious over the Fusion, going to face the LA Gladiators. Only one of them can move on to the grand finals. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule for how tomorrow is going to play out exactly. Here we go. So we're going to see that lower bracket match of the Reign taking on the Gladiators at 4 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow. That is Saturday, July 23rd. And then, of course, right after that, we're going to get the winner of the first match against the San Francisco Shock in that grand final tournament. Why are you laughing?
What are you giggling at? What's wrong?
I just realized that Atlanta Reign had to come back from the lower bracket and beat Seoul. I don't know. I can't go back and look at the lower bracket. They beat so many good teams. They beat so many amazing teams throughout the tournament because they couldn't get past London Spitfire in the opening round. And now they're top 3 in the world with Shock and the Gladiators because they couldn't beat London, who went out in the first losers bracket round.
Is London secretly like the best team that just got unlucky? Potentially.
What was Backbone cooking? I want to know.
See, there were 3 teams that I came in here with. The Houston Outlaws, London Spitfire, Philly Fusion.
You really know how to pick them. Those are 3 hard teams to cheer
I picked
for.
Shanghai and Hangzhou, so.
Yeah! Banana fist bump. Well,
I chose the Gladiators. I'm vibing right now. I'm having a great time.
Okay, you chose a top 2 seed. Wow, you're
brave.
such a fan.
What can I say? I know how to pick them.
Well,
I would have thought you were a Shock fan the way you're cheering.
Guys, we do need to get some rest. We need to let our players get some rest. We need to let all of our fans and viewers get some rest because I don't think they're ready for what's about to happen tomorrow. But before we let them go, any final thoughts?
West better than East. You know, it's fully confirmed. 3 teams in the finals. Love to see it.
Yeah. Don't be a Fusion fan.
Yeah, you know what? Being a Fusion fan, I don't regret it. Not for a single second. I think we had so many fun moments watching those Fusion games. Johnny sad in a corner for the Spark, us excited, and then all 3 of us going absolutely silent during that last series. But, you know, thank you all so much for watching. We have got the finals coming up tomorrow, so don't miss it, and we will see you all then. Bye!